All right, it's Friday. It's open comms. We made it. We did it. We're here.
Sorry, I'm gonna break the cameras.
Okay.
Oh my god.
We're here. Skyhawk has joined us.
We are missing Sky. Where's Elby?
Elby's here. He's
I'm here. I'm
he's
just
having issues
no
with
camera.
cameras.
He just hates us.
Yeah, no,
My
his
laptop
camera's
is a piece of shit.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
But he is joining us in spirit and in voice.
Don't all laptops have cameras though? I mean, this seems like a pretty
Yeah, it's
good
oh,
excuse.
we got a quick raid right off the bat. Sniper Chris rating with 26. Thanks, Sniper.
Snipper? Did you
Yeah.
say snipper?
I said Sniper Chris. I think I said.
I was hoping
Sniper.
you did say snipper.
I said. I'm pretty sure I said Sniper. Welcome to the show, guys. We
Okay,
just
okay,
started.
He might be a urologist. You don't know.
Yeah, welcome to the show. We just started. I'm going to start. You know what we haven't done in a long time? Opening shots.
Opening shots.
I'm
See
just
if I,
feeling weird tonight because I hurt myself.
freeze my throat with this one because I left this booze in the freezer.
Shots to what? What are we drinking? What are we taking?
Oh, to the raid.
Thank you.
Oh, fair enough.
I was like,
Alright.
Nola in 2
So-
weeks.
2 weeks for Nola.
2 weeks.
First
Um,
person gets in 1 week. Less than 1 week.
Damn. Week and a half. Right? Yeah, that'd be.
Well, it's about a week and a half when most people are going to start showing up. But yeah, there's someone getting there like
Yeah,
super
wait,
early.
there's an overachiever.
Yeah, I probably won't actually. When I get there, it'll be so late Thursday. I probably won't see you guys till Friday. Be my guess.
Yeah, I'll be
I'm
in.
leaving. I'm leaving Thursday morning and driving down, so it'll be late when I get there.
Had a little bit of April Fool shenanigans. You guys see the
The Nerf.
Yeah, that was kind of a cool one. I liked it.
Yeah, yeah.
Was.
Also, I slept through last week's show, but my birthday was on
Is that what
Sunday.
happened? Happy birthday! Drink.
All right.
Jack
Shots,
Rock.
birthday
another
shots.
one. Another one. Oh man, we're starting.
After this shot, I want to do another shot as well.
Oh my god, can we go buy
Just a
them?
third shot. to
I'm on
start
board.
the day.
Let's do it.
This one's going to be to EA Games for raising the
What?
price of all their games by $3. Well done. Well done.
What?
Like purchase price or
Yeah.
subscription price or both.
Purchase price.
Oh, for fuck's sakes!
I mean, that's not as
Everything
much as
Those
I
guys
would've
But
been.
can't
aren't
miss.
they just? Yeah, but aren't they, it seems like they just each
It's-
year they just get worse and worse.
That's
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, doesn't it? They
Yeah.
used to be a really
They
good.
might be the most
Yeah.
hated developer.
But you know what developer doesn't get worse and worse?
CCP.
CCP Games.
I was waiting for the
Yeah.
Olive Garden joke, but
They stay just as bad as they are all the time.
But it doesn't get
Not
worse.
bad at all.
Doesn't get worse. Consistency is a thing. Growth is better, but if you can't grow, don't don't shrink.
Just stay
right?
true to yourself.
At least don't shrink, because you're good. That's all you got to do. Make $1. $1.50 is better, but if you make $1, there you go.
Dollar, dollar, dollar.
I gave him $1 last week.
Yeah,
CCP?
$47. I forgot. Yeah, no,
There's a
47.
sale.
Was there? Well,
There's
I
a
got
sale
them
now.
all set up
What's
for. I buy it in 3-month groups.
Yeah, that's the way to do it, right?
Yeah.
Unless you like saving mad money.
Well, right
No,
now,
I'm not buying like a year's. I mean,
I did 2 years this last go around, and it was like $9 a month or whatever. After
Oh, was it
one
really
month.
that much? Okay.
Yeah.
The
Really,
thing,
saved
is,
quite
the
a
thing
bit.
is, there's zero chance that I won't be subscribed a year from now, right? So it's
Yeah.
dumb not to do it.
That's kind of how I was seeing it. I was like, I've been doing this years and years and years. Like,
Even when I
why
don't
not?
play, I don't
used to do
unsubscribe.
I used to do 90
Yeah.
days as my norm too.
you know, the
That's what
cool
I've been
thing,
doing now.
Villy is actually paying for my sub right now.
Well,
He's a
that's
nice
nice of
guy.
him.
What a nice
Yeah,
guy. Did you give him a hug for that?
No, I give him a Raiju for it.
what's a Raiju?
An AT ship.
Yeah, is
That's
that the,
that's the HT
is that
ship.
the
right?
Kinda sounds like a
is it Is it
transaction.
the frigate?
See, it's
Ready to
the
go. Yeah,
Garmer-
Tampa. All right.
Garmer
I'm in,
looking thing.
8RQ
Ooh,
in Delph.
Why did you join Karma Fleet? We could have joined a good corp.
Karma Fleet's fun.
Yeah, you could have
Somebody
joined.
joined Karma
You
Fleet?
could have come over to Habit, or well,
I said they're fun. Why would you want to be in a habit?
Yeah, and I said good corp.
He said good core. Oh no.
Pandemic leeching.
hey, we are the driving force of change.
Is that right?
Yeah, something like that. I don't know.
What year is it? Robin Williams meme.
The with this Nerf thing, I keep like Nerf, yeah, the New Eden recreational feed. A bunch of April Fool's joke with a bunch of apps. I don't know, some of these,
Yes.
the Rebel Radio.
The
I know a
Mark
lot of
Resurrect- is
people
Mark
that
Resurrected
fondly
April
remember
Fool's?
the radio.
No, it's not.
You sure? Because it seems like it came out on April Fool's Day.
It didn't. It came out the Saturday before.
Yeah, it came out the Saturday before, but it was
Let's-
announcing
let's
the
let
launch on the
Drayden-
first.
No,
Sorry.
you mean the Nerf, right?
Yeah.
Drayden?
Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of this stuff is stuff that people didn't even know existed, right? So like Red Knot, people didn't know those lore pages existed. They're super cool to read through. Did you read through any of them?
I did, yeah.
I did not know.
The super. Which one? You talking about the Super Titans?
I didn't know it was real buttons, so I didn't try anything.
There's the Iapetian Titans, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Let me get into that. And they did actually, so I don't know, they took it away, but then everyone was like, "Oh, bring it back, bring it back." So they actually did bring it back, which is kind of crazy that it still exists within the launcher.
That
You
is cool.
Just have to press Control F and find it.
So Drayden just gave me the perfect segue into what are you drinking? What are you drinking, Drayden? That looks awfully blue.
It's
You
blue
get to go first tonight.
It's blue curacao.
Just straight.
Mhm.
Ew, you can't drink
No,
it
I'm
just
kidding.
straight.
No, I'm
You're
kidding.
gonna be like, I've never heard that.
No.
Oh, there is an ice cream,
right.
right? What the
No,
fuck?
it's not. No, I'm actually throwing it back. I got some Tito's. I haven't had that in a long time, believe it or not. And
What's the blue?
It's just a blue full throttle energy drink.
Oh, God.
Oh wow.
It's
so
picture like Tito's and blueberry might be really fucking good, actually.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good. I like it. Red Bull's okay. I'm not a huge fan of Red Bull, so this
I'm
I
gonna
think
drag
is a
Dirk
little better. Yeah.
Hey,
else?
Dirk.
Welcome to the channel.
Good
Dirk?
evening.
Hey, Dirkleton, long time no chat.
Oh, whoa, look who it is. How are we all?
Do you have to look, or did you know by the voice?
I knew by the voice. Of course I knew by the voice.
Well, that's good. That's good.
Like, I spent long enough talking to Redline that I couldn't really ever forget his voice at this point.
It's burned into your brain. It's
A
seared
lot of
even.
things. Hey, look, I'm not gonna open the topic of conversation that I just came from, but a lot of things are burned into my brain, not all of them good. And I will not give you the satisfaction of knowing where in the balance yours lies.
Okay, all right.
Just because, you know,
Because you want to be
I'm-
nice, and you're not on. Yeah.
I'm a lovely person and do not want to lay seeds of doubt in anybody's brain ever, right?
No,
Never.
no seeds
Yeah.
of doubt.
Well, I invited Dirk on here to talk about the Anger Games because he's one
Yes.
of the guys. that
It's
puts
coming
it
up.
on.
I was all
Oh
asking
god, are
Radic-
we? Oh,
yeah.
wait, whoa! We're jumping right into this. We're not even
No,
giving
no,
me
no,
some
no.
time to settle
no,
in
no,
and.
we're
Well, I
like-
didn't know how
no,
long you
this-
wanted to stay up.
this-
I'm trying to be. I'm being
I'm-
respectful.
I'm
This
good to
is-
stay up for a while, but
Okay,
I wanted
yeah.
to like
You see this?
I
This is
wanted to
just
settle
the-
into the community again. It's been a while since I've been here. It's been probably like
A
6
year.
months or so, maybe a bit more, maybe closer to like 9 or 10 months.
Yeah.
The last
Well,
time I
this
was
is-
here, Wibbler and I were very
sure.
drunk, and that was a thing. Wibbler and I only
Yes,
seem to come
yeah.
on here when we're very drunk.
They're
So, so yeah. I was thinking we would like kind of just chill for a bit, and then we get into the Anger Games kind of organically, rather than you trying to force it, Dominic. What are
That'll
you trying to do? Like,
I was trying to be
talk-
I was trying to be
you
respectful, man.
you want me to
go to
talk?
bed early,
You want to
so I don't know.
You want me to talk about this thing really early, and then you want to get me off the show again, don't you? This is what it
Probably
is.
that's probably the wisest course of action, actually.
No,
you-
you don't
you-
get it. You don't get it. You don't get it. You
You've
don't get
been
it.
drinking
It's
me
intro,
with
Dirk,
me for
Dirk, Dirk,
3 hours,
Dirk.
and yet you want me out of here
Oh,
as
Lord.
fast as possible. You
That's
did.
why I forgot. You guys still do the Bad Poster Fridays?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
Bro.
absolutely.
Bro, invite me back to Bad Poster Fridays.
It's a blast.
Talk to Reaver.
Okay.
I'm not opposed, but talk to Reaver.
I
So
will.
well then let's get to it. Akroth, what are you drinking tonight? We're gonna go around the horn.
Oh,
it's-
you
it's
know.
just intro.
Red apple
Reds.
ale, right? Yeah. It's not actually red though, is it? It's like golden looking.
I think it's beer colored.
Okay, there you go.
You're colored.
I'm actually drinking beer tonight. Right now I got the Breckenridge Vanilla Porter. So I'm gonna move on to I don't know something else, but I can't remember what it is. There you go,
We did meet. Delana, what do you got?
Delana. Yeah.
I have a daiquiri.
Nice.
The White
Is
Russian.
that,
Oh,
that a
White Russian.
pre-
Is it
Creamy
White
daiquiri.
Russian or a daiquiri? What is
It's
it?
White
Is it
Russian
like a-
flavored daiquiri.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Yeah, is it a flavored daiquiri or is it?
It just
okay,
means it's a frozen
concoction.
White Russian. It's a
Nice.
frozen drink. As
it's a
opposed to on
ta-
the rocks, it's frozen.
It's actually
It
vodka
l-
though, not rum. Correct?
It looks very takeaway.
It is.
Yeah.
It's to a drive-through.
Well, this one was not a drive-through particularly, but there's another one nearby that's a drive-through.
We're going through
You-
that.
you-
I'm driving down there so I can go
you
through the
guys
drive-through.
do you guys do takeaway like alcoholic slushies in takeaway cartons.
Yes.
We're-
In New
while driving in a
Orleans,
vehicle, yeah.
I don't think there's very many other places that
It-
do something like
as
that.
long as
We
you
have one in
don't,
Iowa.
you
yeah.
cannot put the straw in the top. As long as you don't put a straw in the top, it does not count as an open container.
What if you pull the lid off?
And it's open.
There's no straw. There's no straw.
Yeah, and,
But no-
and-
I think
Because
this might be
it has
a
not-
loophole.
if
There
you
might be a
don't-
loophole.
No, if you don't put
What if I bite a hole in
straw
the side?
in there, they used to put like a little piece of tape over the straw hole, because the point is the straw makes it open because you make a hole in it, so now it's open.
Why would you not just make it at home? It's my question.
Well,
but
'cause then
I'm
you
from
Because
have-
I'm
Europe,
lazy as
and-
shit, and
And
I
those are
really
good.
don't
They're
have
professionally
correct
made. They're good,
ingredients here. And also, you would need a slushy machine.
yeah, it's a place
You
you
don't
just
have
drive
to.
by.
Need a
and give me
blender.
this,
You
and
don't
then
have a slushy machine?
drive
Who doesn't
home
have
and
a
then you
slushy
drink it.
machine? Everyone
Right.
I
does.
know
I've got
my
one.
rich uncle does, but I don't.
You just
It's
need a
called,
blender.
it's called a
Buy
blender.
another
Yeah,
one.
it's goddamn it.
Oh, you
yeah,
think I'm
do
gonna
it,
go
yeah.
get out the blender? I
It-
gotta go blend all the shit, then I gotta go clean it out later. Gotta let it dry. No.
The,
No,
also,
I'm
no, so
going
you
to a
don't-
drive-through and
you
paying
don't-
somebody else to make me a frozen beverage because I'm lazy.
But
And
you
because I
don't
can't.
have to-
you don't have to clean the blender if you're gonna do the
That-
same
that-
thing
that's-
next time.
That's what
I'm
it.
not in
whoa,
this
whoa,
house.
Whoa. Okay. No.
No, if
You
you
have
have
to clean
sugar,
the
No,
you
no,
have
blender.
you have to
clean
clean
it.
the blender.
Yeah,
no,
the
no,
sugar
you're
will
right.
start
Yeah,
throwing
it
all
will
kinds of
also
stuff in
get
there.
pretty
But I
gross.
will
because
say-
clean it.
I will say
Perpetually
that
wrong,
is what a dishwasher is for.
I have a
Mm.
dishwasher.
Yeah, she's at work.
But also, home blenders
No,
don't get the mix
no.
as well as the actual slushy machines, because you get like this really thick bit of ice, and then you get like just fluid. I don't know. But
So good.
it's also
You should
convenience.
probably-
You just
probably
drive
should
through, you
still
drive through, you
just
grab
kind
it,
of
and you drive
amazed
home,
at
and then it's just
the-
it's there. As long as you don't drink it on the way home, it's fine. But
I was just amazed by the idea of like drive-through frozen cocktails. Like,
yeah,
Yeah,
we
not
don't do
not
that
many
here.
other places do it.
yeah, that
It,
would be illegal in my state. My
We
state,
just New Orleans turns alcoholism into an art form.
yeah,
hey,
it's
like
a-
And we turn into a profession up here.
this is what like a bottle of whiskey at home is for, kind of thing, right?
yeah, in my state, open container, literally anything that's been opened, even if it's closed. So I get now that this is open, if I was to put the cap on this and like put it in my back seat, it would still count as open container and be illegal.
You
I
have
would
to put it in
have
the
to.
trunk,
I would have to
yeah.
put it in the trunk. It has to not. If it's opened and the seal has been broken, it has to not be accessible from the cap.
Unless you're able to drink like down it in one gulp, then you're fine, right? There's no more evidence. It's not an open container anymore.
Right,
It's
that's
an empty bottle.
Yeah, just down the entire bottle of vodka. Like that's
yeah,
not
and then go
problematic.
driving. Yeah.
No. You only do that when you get pulled over. As the cops walk
Oh,
up to
no,
the car,
I
you
wouldn't
down
do
it real
that.
quick, and now there's no more open container. Don't worry about
No,
that.
I would rather
But
just.
yeah, but then they get you on the breathalyzer.
Well, I didn't say it was better than what you're gonna get. I
Open
just said it'd
comms
go
does
away.
not endorse drinking and driving.
Yeah, do not drink and drive it.
You just
really
fixed in one
do
problem.
not never
You're
do
shifting
this.
the-
If you get to the point where you have blurry vision, all you need is an eye patch. You cover one
No.
eye. You get some
I'm more
vision
talking
back.
like if I
You're good
have
to go.
a bottle of
How do I
alcohol.
feel like you have experience with this?
I see.
Dominak here is talking about his experience riding on bicycles while
That is true.
absolutely fucked. But
Yeah,
Dominak
she's
is
always-
also
Don't get in
absolutely
trouble on
fucked
that.
on like drugs at the same time. So
Yeah.
we can't trust him either.
What? That makes me more of an expert, I think.
My thing would be more like I have a bottle that hasn't been finished in the past, and I'm like heading to a friend's house. Like there's not like a buddy of mine where I'll go over to his. we'll have drinks and I'll just crash on his couch. And I like wanted to bring something to drink over there. If it's been opened, I have to put it in the trunk. I can't just have it in the back seat. I mean, they probably wouldn't find it. It'd probably be fine, but just I don't
You
want to
could
get.
just not get
I don't
pulled
want
over.
to get a ticket, so you know.
Yeah, the pro tip: just don't get pulled over.
Yeah,
Or if they
what I
try,
was
just run. Just run.
But, I
from
mean,
it.
that doesn't
You'll-
happen.
More than likely, you'll be able to get away.
he has a
What
little
will
drinking
possibly
shindig
go
in his
wrong?
house like twice
What
a
could
year, so it's not
possibly
like
go
a
wrong,
common
right, Albert?
occurrence. But anyway,
Yep.
we're
Who
Red
you up to?
Line
I'm not
Oh, Dirk-
drinking anything.
Dirk,
Oh.
we're at the Dirk.
and Dirk.
What am I drinking? Do I have to note that I'm drinking hard cider rather than just saying I'm drinking
You can-
cider?
I think we all
It's-
kind of
preference.
get that.
It's a nice dry cider, like 7.5%. It's great. But you guys all seem to get the idea that cider is some sort of non-alcoholic thing. It's not.
Cider
It's
is.
fermented
There
apple
is
juice.
Hard
there is
cider.
a non-alcoholic
Cider.
cider in the U.S.
There
It's-
is.
Basically, it's apple juice that
With some spices. in it.
It's fermented apple juice. We
Yeah.
ferment it so it's alcoholic, and
You can
we
tell
don't-
it, well,
we-
here they
we-
sell
over
they
he-
sell non-alcoholic.
over here we call it apple juice if it's non-alcoholic, and cider if it's alcoholic, because
Yeah.
Hey, Dame.
Over here,
different
the only
names for
That
different
is
things.
generally how it works.
the only difference over here technically is apple juice has been filtered, whereas cider over here can be non-alcoholic, but it'll still have some of the not like chunks of apple, but like
Pulp.
some of like the pulp, like the
Pulp,
stuff that can sit on the
Oh, no,
bottom. You have to
we-
kind of
we-
shake it up a little bit.
The flanger.
Yeah, so like
Flangertons.
apple juice here has been filtered to where all that is pulled out, and it's much more clear and just
Yeah,
uniform.
so like we don't make a differential there. You can have filtered apple juice and cloudy apple juice, and then filtered cider and cloudy cider, and they will include bits and pieces, but
Yeah.
like
Isn't
they're
it-
different things.
Isn't it stupid? I don't know why it bothers me, but the cloudy and the clear, it's a vastly different flavor that irritates me for some reason.
I feel like they're the
That's
same flavor to
because
me.
there are
but-
different things in it.
I know, but I'm high and it's irritating me right now. I'm telling you.
How can you be upset about like
I don't know.
Get upset
Something
about
with
apple
pulp.
juice.
Okay, so here
Strong feeling.
I'll give you my
something
story.
with pulp tastes different?
I'll give you my
It
story.
has
What's
something
going on?
extra in it. Of course, it tastes different.
I
So
hate-
there's a
texture.
75% chance I pulled an intercostal muscle, or 25% chance I broke a rib. It hurts like really, really bad.
Yeah.
Like even when I
You
breathe,
probably broke the rib, didn't you?
probably.
and
but-
there's
So
not really anything you can do about it. But
oh yeah, there is. You can take muscle relaxers and alcohol, and it's phew.
somehow
I know you're not supposed to mix them, but I feel good.
somehow your liver must be made out of steel, man.
It's evil. It must be punished.
So it always makes me think of that one. It was like one of those MTV roasts where they were roasting Andy Dick, and I think it was Kathy Griffin or whatever.
Yeah.
She's like Andy Dick is the only human being I know whose body turns cocaine into vitamin D. Like, because he's just so fucked up all the time.
He got to the point where isn't he kind of like shunned by everybody now? He got
I have
different
no
dick.
clue. I haven't heard anything. I wouldn't doubt it. Dude was kind of a crazy.
Yeah, I've heard like
version.
I don't remember the specific stories, but he's just like
He's
just a
alienated
general
everybody,
dick.
yeah.
Like
Probably.
Yeah,
it just
Yeah.
sucks, and everybody's like, that dude sucks.
But he had
Yeah.
a run there where he was very funny.
I remember
right?
that
When
old
he
show
was
News
younger.
Radio. He was on.
Yeah, he
pretty
was
good.
great on that.
Yeah.
It was fun, and then he just, like you said, he turned into a dick, and you could see that like everywhere, in both in his acting and his like interviews and stuff. He was just a dick there.
Yeah,
at
he
the end
was.
of his like popularity. I don't know. I'm easily offended though. Sometimes I just don't like people for no fucking particular reason. I just don't like them.
Wanna,
Yeah, you're a very instinctive person like that, Dom.
I have, yeah. Sometimes.
He just gets feelings and he runs with it.
Most
Some
times
people-
my feelings say go and yes, which is fine, right? It's okay. But
Some people
sometimes they
try and
say
call
no.
him psychic, but mostly people just call him an idiot.
Well, most. Yeah. No, it's
My
absolutely true.
mind's telling me no.
Buddy.
So, what else is going on around people?
Oh, his body will always tell him.
Go. Yes, yes. I would. There's that joke. Yes, feels so much better than no. I agree. That's a great philosophy.
A little problematic potentially, but
Ah, it works.
So did
check
we
out.
finish
I'm gonna
the
check
Nerf?
out. Oh, I don't know. Do we?
I don't know.
I was gonna talk about the monthly economic report.
oh, oh.
Is
Oh,
CCP somebody
God.
here?
Talk about
We
big-
don't have to talk about the infrastructure. I'm just going to bitch about it again. They no longer have the slide that shows the thefts of the banks, and I really enjoyed that information.
Ah.
They took that out. This is like the
Did they?
third one in a row now.
That is
Well,
interesting
yeah.
to take
You
that out.
have
Why
to
would they take
blame
that out?
your own
The heck?
side, dude.
Because we made it boring.
No, because you guys complained. Oh, you're stealing so much, you're making us look so bad. They
Well,
had to
then
take it out so
guard
you'd
your
stop
banks
yelling.
more.
My guys caused this.
Yes,
Yeah.
your CSM
Jerk!
representatives, dude. The
Whoa,
GSM,
don't-
bro.
Don't point at me, right? Like nobody gave a shit about how much people were stealing from shit. CCP.
we,
Did
we,
they
we
not?
got tired of
no,
being looking
no.
stupid. Yes,
No,
because
no,
we have
no,
billions
like,
and billions in ours, and nobody else does that bus. We've lost.
Right,
We've got to the point where that
so-
income is gone. It's never going to be
So-
retrieved.
so
That pisses me
here's-
off.
Here's the hilarious thing, right? Like, whenever the Redline loves to like Redline's coming out with this old GSM fucking line. If anybody from like the goon side complain about the MER being fucking biased in any way, half of CCP would be like, "Yay, it's fucking winding them up. This is good." Realistically, like some of this shit is just
That's
CCP
That's too
throwing.
tinfoil for me. I
No,
agree.
right? Like,
Yeah, you say that
see,
as though
I-
like goons have
I-
no CCP employees that have like
I-
elevated.
I feel
I've
like
moved-
we've got. I feel like
my-
we do
my
have.
point
have
is-
some
Didn't we already mention
actual-
Mark Resurrected
I-
tonight?
hey, congratulations to CCP Bathrow. But I've moved beyond that argument, and I've moved towards the whole point at which CCP they've given up on the player rivalries, and they are in fact continuing to throw shit at the wall for as long as it takes to find something that sticks. So like, yeah, okay, they removed that thing that Dom kind of liked, but also they changed their assessment of the market value of asteroids.
So they did that based upon like
Uh,
heavy requesting. Like people have been asking
Yeah.
for that a while because they were using the
People have
ore
been requesting
prices
for a lot
instead
of
of the
changes
mineral
for the MER
prices.
for a lot of time, but this
And it
was
was
the
kinda
one that they
fucking
picked up.
things
No,
up.
they were waiting for my approval. I
Yeah.
didn't really want to pull the trigger at first,
Addresses-
but I finally told them and said, "Okay, you can let them at it."
I mean, I don't expect them
Uh,
to change a ton of things all at
They
once,
listen to
but
us.
people have been asking for that because the price was very easy to throw off because it was manipulatable and like unintended
I
aspects.
guess,
of
yeah,
trading
I
the
wonder,
thing
because
that I'm
people,
irritated
people clearing
about
out their
is
own
it got-
banks with that kind of stuff, or are you talking about the...
No,
They had a distinction
provided
on there
all.
for
Yeah,
it.
they provided all that information.
It was
I
really
just-
cool.
It was good information. I don't see how it benefited
might
or
have
hurt
just
anybody.
slipped up.
Really,
Has it been missing for multiple?
3
'Cause I
months
remember
now.
seeing.
Yeah,
I wonder if
yeah.
it's like, is it because it gave info on like how much
That's
ratting
what
was
I'm-
actually being done in system? But I mean,
But the
Ah,
in-game
but you
map
could
does
see
or
that.
in regions,
Yeah,
but you can look at
yeah.
like ISK generate, or
I
I mean,
don't-
isn't
I
there
just-
something else you can look
If
at,
that's
like
the excuse,
mass
I don't
destroy
buy
is
it. If
generated?
that's the excuse, I don't buy it. It was good information. It was fun information to look at and see, because it's a
Yeah, I
good way
think
to
it's
compare
fun.
groups. Like, look how much
I'm
we're
gonna go
kicking
with
ass.
Goons lobbied it away. That's the only.
Yep.
You know what?
That's the only thing that makes sense
I'm
to
a
me.
goon adjacent. I'm gonna have to agree with that. I bet we
Yeah.
are the ones that said no way because it was looking like
Everybody else
making,
emptied there.
it was making us look stupid. We had
Well,
in some
but
systems
then
where there's
guard your
trillions.
banks. Guard your
Realistically,
banks.
it wasn't.
I think
let's
it
talk
did.
about
My
what it was
opinion is-
realistically though.
There's also
Hold on,
the
I know
flip
what it
side of
was.
this.
I know
Red
There's
line.
what it
also
was, though, for real.
the
I
red
know what
line.
it
Give
was.
me a second before you go in with what it was. There's also the
Oh.
flip side of the
Okay.
fact that OPEs, half of blue loot, and the reliable red loot, the Triglavian data things, were also removed from the consumer price index in this MER switch.
Right. So
Which is a massive change to what the CPI has looked like for a long time. Like
Interesting.
blue loot and red loot has been keeping the CPI pretty well inflated for a long time. So that is a pretty big change from CCP.
And that's the
Before we get
wormhole
into
stuff?
like Yeah, that's the wormhole stuff, and it's also the stuff that you reliably get out of abyssals. It's the stuff that you sell back
Escalations,
to
loot boxes,
NPCs.
crab beacon.
I would like
It's
to.
not-
They've got posture
It
information
very
there.
specifically,
I'd like
very
to see them
specifically,
add some
it's not.
Zarzad stuff too.
Are
It's not the
bounty and
stuff that
crypto-
goes into
Tamarack?
industry.
Bounty
It's not the
encrypted
stuff that
bonds,
goes
are
into
those the ones
industry.
out of the ESS?
Yeah, I think so at least.
I'm pretty sure.
But yeah, this list, it's not the stuff that goes back to industry and is included in like building modules and shit. It's the stuff that you sell back directly to
Concord
NPC
or-
buyers,
yeah,
Concord or whatever. It's the thing where it's kind of an ISK faucet for a lot of players in wormholes who are running abyssals, what have you. It's just a pure ISK faucet of item drops, it gets exchanged for currency. And CCP have removed that from the MER, which basically means that the ISK faucet tracking on the MER is not quite as accurate as it once was.
Okay, so I won't blame anybody then for
That's
that
my
information
big thing
missing,
for that
but it's still
one.
missing, and I want it back.
You should write a letter to
Isn't
your
it
congressman.
still? Is it still part
An
of the active
angrily
risk
worded
though?
letter.
Why wouldn't it be? It's easy to track. Easy to track because the system's in there from the agency. It's not like it's any problems here for them. It just doesn't make any sense to me why they removed it. I don't.
Yeah, I would agree.
If
If
it's just-
anything, we
basically,
only
if it
ever
came
want
down
more
to,
data,
if
not
it
less.
came down to like, well, I've got to cut an hour out of this time frame for
Yeah,
you
Dave,
making
we'll-
this stuff. We don't have enough time to go that far. We got to cut seven things.
So
I can accept that too, but I don't think that would be it.
they
right?
still show
Yeah.
top 6 commodity faucets over time, which include sleeper components, OPs, Triglavian data, rogue drone analysis data, bounty encrypted bonds, and then miscellaneous, whatever the fuck that.
Yeah,
shit
but
is.
it's not including the consumer price index, which
Yeah, but I don't give a
also
fuck
has a knock-on impact on the value of ISK and that ISK velocity.
I mean, they're still showing a bunch of information on all this. I think it'd be fine.
It's
All I know is that
it's
But I
very
agree. I want them to show
specifically-
more data, if ever, than less data. They should never
Correct.
remove
Yeah,
things.
exactly.
I
Yeah,
want
yeah,
them to
yeah.
just continue providing more things.
Well, what
'Cause
what
it's
do we
fun to
do
pour
with
through.
this data?
What do you
So
think,
is
Ben?
the economy healthy? Like normally we talk about the MER
Oh,
in
man, I'm not an
caveman
economist.
words. We talk about the MER in caveman words, but now you guys are using
Line
actual
go up,
people
more
words.
money.
Line
big,
go up?
So is
Big
line
money
going
good?
up or
Which
is
line?
line
Number
going
go up?
down?
Money
Economy
line
good or
up.
bad?
Money line up,
Shit's
more money.
still fucked.
Big
Dirt,
good.
say it like a caveman. Why is shit fucked? How is shit fucked?
that was pretty caveman like shit.
Yeah, he
fuck.
did.
I mean,
There,
the-
that's 2 words.
How is anything
Caveman.
fucked? This game is in a fantastic
Money line
spot
go
right
up.
now.
Big money.
Hey,
I
big
feel
good.
like it is too. Red line. It seems.
Line go down, big
Yeah, it
bad.
seems good. I don't know.
How do you
I-
feel
I
More
about
don't-
people on
mineral
it.
prices?
There's lots of people on.
No,
There's
that
activity
sucks.
everywhere. It's just fun. The game's fun.
I don't disagree, right? Like the game is more fun than it's been in
In a long
time.
Yeah.
And I say this as somebody who basically lives in the tournament scene nowadays, right? Like I'm living off money I made fucking
years,
5
yeah.
years ago to fund what I enjoy doing at the minute, which is tournament shit. And we'll get onto that in a bit with the Anger Games. But also I run the Goonswarm AT team. Like I throw money at that shit because it's
Did you guys
fun.
get in the AT?
We
Well,
I
They
feel
beat
like
Snuffed
Goons used to like
They beat
avoid it
Snuffed out.
for years.
They beat Snuffed
Hey,
out.
Yeah, they competed
like-
last year. Yeah.
You guys
we-
beat
we-
Snuffed out.
We
Well, there
got
you go.
Which is
within
fantastic.
we got within about 60 seconds of AT ships last year.
Hmm.
It was
That's the same as that hidden ninja team.
yeah. Well, I mean they got within 60 seconds of AT ships for a very different reason, but yeah,
They got
But, like,
within
That was just
they
a
were
little
within
joke.
a
I'm
clip.
sorry.
the markets are still that there's a
There's
level
still a lot
I-
of inflation. I agree.
that there's a level I think of CCP keep changing the value of different things it frequently enough. And when I say frequently enough, I'm talking about like 9 to 12 months between changes, but there's not enough time realistically for the market to settle significantly before another CCP change comes that shakes things up dramatically, right? Like people haven't really properly recovered from the changes made to capital ship construction. And yet CCP are kind of like poking around at that and seeing, okay, how do we deal with asteroids, how do we deal with that in the MER? Very specifically this time around, like asteroids are being valued at 70% of refining value. What does an asteroid mean in terms of 70% refining value? Is that
I mean,
the
it's more
market value
accurate
at the
than it was.
time? Does it mean market value when
Both
the
and
item
free.
is sold? Are they tracking transactions or are they just tracking asteroids mined? And what 70% of the asteroids mined
Don't you
would
have
be?
multiple
What
CSN
is that?
candidates you can
Refine.
funnel
What
this
is
through?
that? Mined, it's refined, isn't it?
No, see, what does that mean when it comes to 70% of asteroids mined? Does that mean 70% of the asteroids mined based on the crystal in the mining laser? Because there's 3 different crystals, and they provide different results based upon whichever crystal you choose.
That's just no. The percentage of asteroids in space starts at 100%. You take away from it. Each laser just takes a little bit more or less away from it, right? It doesn't change the percentage of it. It does change the percentage of it.
My point is, when it comes to the MER, the only things that go into the market are things that exist after they've been mined. So if you're using a Type C,
70% of all the ore mined,
using a Type
that's
C
the value
crystal,
they're using.
if you're using
they
a
track
Type C
residue.
crystal,
It doesn't matter which crystal you use. It's the amount mined.
It does matter based on what they're using, and they've never been clear about what they're using. Because they
You
may
have
say,
multiple members
hey,
of
a mining
CSN in your
cycle,
camp.
a mining
So ask them
cycle
to
on an
pass that question.
asteroid is 100 units. But if you use a Type A crystal on it, it's what, 80%? Whereas if you use a Type C crystal on it, it's like 40%. And these are numbers because I haven't looked at the crystals in a little while. They've rebalanced. But if they're counting that 100 units mined, and then going into the MER with 70% of 100 units mined, even when there's a Type C crystal, that means that 60% of that is wasted.
70% of the asteroids mined.
CCP's
Can we
numbers have always been sketchy,
moment.
and they've never been transparent about how they're doing this. And so, if this is the case, it's what I'm saying is like they could be a lot better about this. They know they could be a lot better about this.
That was never not the case.
They haven't
things
necessarily
could always be
proven
better.
that they've improved. They just show that things have changed.
I mean, you're not using the MER to guide actual, nations or anything. I don't think it's that big of a deal personally. Granted, I would love to see them be more transparent about all of it. There's also probably risks to that in some of these, metrics. There's probably only so much they could share without like it being concerning for how people, use metadata.
You know what the real?
What are we talking about? Hold on, stop. What are we talking about?
This is why we don't talk about the MER. This is why we don't talk about
Yeah,
the MER.
I don't even know what we're getting into.
I'm confused. Honestly, I really am.
I
What are we talking about?
Assumptions are being made and overthinking is happening. Is my takeaway from
I
this
didn't know
conversation.
the MER got this much.
Are we talking about skins and stuff?
Yeah, those are really worked up about this.
We got Ben Rush
It's too
here.
stressful, guys.
Yeah, Ben Rush is here.
Yeah, Ben Rush is here. They had Eve Montreal last week, right? Or during this last week?
Oh yeah, we did.
Yeah, so-
We seriously did.
I'm still mad at you.
What was the incident? If there's an incident, we want to hear about it. So what happened?
Yeah. Long story short, like we had like on our tickets like a VIP option.
Also, did your camera shut off?
Oh, wait, what?
Your camera turned off on my thing.
Oh, I'm gonna. There you go.
There we go.
There. So yeah, so like on the tickets, we had like VIP options, and those that took it had like games of laser tag. So like after like the Sugar Shack and a few hours of actually digestions, we went to the laser tag, and we were like all the Eve player together against the others. And you know that like you're a good player when like you got more than double the the amount of point of any other team, because like we're Eve player, like it's the elite of the gaming, like that's us, right? So from there, it was just like fishing in a barrel. Then on TIS, someone talked, well, yeah, was that against like a bunch of 12-year-olds? No, they were 10 and 8. So they're
vicious at that age. Absolutely vicious.
Okay, did you say they were 10 and 8 or they were 18?
No, they went 10 and 8.
That's why I
There
laughed.
are a
It's
few
like,
teenagers in between, but like we just shoot the crap over everybody there.
I mean, all right, yeah. If you won, then that's a bit of a thing. But also, at the same time, like those guys don't have any sense of like risk reward balance. They will just
The
dive in. for
teenagers
fun.
did.
Teenagers scared the living shit out of me.
Oh, it
That
was
is
so
a
funny.
wonderful.
Get out of me!
Because like with us we had like let's say some some like a real good like a shooter from gaming, some army people. Oh, it was a carnage.
The people got mad about that.
so it's,
Not the kids, not the kids. The kids were fine. Some teenagers were less.
is
But
the Eve Montreal just one night then, or is it 2 nights?
it's one like it's 1 day. So we
It's
start
one day.
at
Okay.
we start at 11 in the morning, and then
Oh,
we
early.
go out around like 10 at night, depending on how it goes. Because after the the shooting stuff, we go to the to a pub, and like finish the night there. Great times too.
Don't know
But yeah,
why.
like so we
Cool,
eat
okay.
we eat 2 times together. So first at the Sugar Shack with the unlimited event of bacon and maple syrup. Oh man, that
Mm.
was good. It was so good. And we got like a goon reunion there.
Lagoon
Goons.
Union.
Yeah, well, actually,
Grr, goons.
yeah. Well, actually, I'm gonna find you the link because it was so sweet getting them together. Do-do-do-do-do.
Imagine if you got
Hmm.
good players together.
Correct.
Cannot comment on that.
Like you mean like me? What
Like
do you mean?
not goons. Anyone but goons.
Like
Goons are
PL.
I-
the worst.
I'm bad. Yeah. I
Your hat
apologize to my
Gons.
goons. I'm terrible at the game. I
Like-
love playing it.
Like
I'm just
PL,
not
the
good at it.
backbone of BFF.
I put the link in the chat there. But yeah, like no, like this year Goblins couldn't come. So yeah, last year was there, but not this year.
Right.
So a little short that that I've made. So I won't DMC you if you pass it live. Promise.
You know what? I like your bro, Brainstraw, because I agree. We are all elite gamers. You don't even have to be good at Eve. You just have to be an Eve player.
Yeah, everyone
Yeah.
except for Brainstraw.
But is
is an
anyone
elite gamer.
ever actually good at Eve?
Yes, yes.
I think
there are people who
there
are.
there are people who are good at
I'm
this
I'm
game.
gonna tell you right now, none of us here are.
No, because if
I know,
you're
there's
good,
a
you
couple
win.
of-
Nobody
Okay.
is good at you
But
can't
there are
be good at
good
every
players
single thing in Eve.
There's
I
a
will
couple people
say-
out there I think are. I honestly
will
I've run
say
into
Not
them.
everything.
Who
Yeah,
can play in
everything.
the AT though? They are elite players.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because they tell us they are.
Well, no,
Yeah,
I
I
think,
mean-
I'm telling you they are. I think they are.
Oh,
I'm
you.
giving
Oh
them
yeah,
that
yeah,
credit.
that's what I
I'm
meant.
giving them that credit because I think they deserve it. Because that's some shit that I could never do.
I tried it.
We
It's hard.
did-
I don't have
we
the
did-
commitment, and I
we
can't
did
pay
The point
attention.
though
to
that I
it.
was trying
We did scrims
point
when
that
I
I
was
was-
in NSH, and we got murdered every time. It was great.
How about people who play in the Anger game?
Yeah, I think
Oh, look what you
they're
did
really
there.
good.
I
Did
don't
Dirk
know.
leave us? Is
I
he
guess
still here?
they probably couldn't make it to the AT.
Oh, that's
Well,
Uh,
a lot of a lot of teams are in the like Anger games will be in the AT, and like
Redline
I actually
knows
need
that. He's
to
just
practice
throwing
because they asked me to be like a referee for this year. So
To be
Yeah,
a
like,
furry?
yeah, I got some technical stuff to go over like this weekend to make sure that I
Mm.
don't screw stuff up. So
Offside.
You have to be dressed like a furry? What?
Quick question.
oh yeah,
can
well
you do
maybe I
bot?
could like like the
I
whole
was,
hockey
I was like, I
thing.
think I don't think I heard that right. That you actually mean like a furry?
There's a furry, yeah.
A referee, not a fairy.
Oh, okay.
He's a-
referee. Sorry, I was mishearing. I was like, you're gonna be a furry this weekend?
He's a re-furry, which means that he's somebody coming back.
I was like,
to
Ben
being
Rush is a
furry.
weekend warrior furry. So
Reform-
you heard it here
Now
first.
he's
He disappeared from the community for a while, and then he came back to being a
Okay,
furry.
sorry.
Fuck off,
basically
Drayden.
just a ginger.
That fucking hurt. That hurt my rib. I laughed so hard.
Oh,
God
sorry,
damn.
man.
I'm sorry that I got messed up by the accent. I apologize. I thought you said a furry.
I thought you were just
Then I thought I misheard him.
Sweden is racist against Canadians.
Oh,
Just
and
the
like
toxic
there's the others that think I'm gonna be a furry.
That's what I thought you said too.
Yeah, sorry.
But anyways, don't schedule meetups during Easter.
Yeah,
We
that's right.
didn't.
yeah,
Easter's
next
done.
time.
Yeah,
Next,
Easter was
like,
last weekend.
Well, Easter
It was the same
yeah, like
weekend.
was
Easter
dumb
at
and
the
made it
same
in
time
March.
as how do you call that? Like
it'd be
let's
easy.
talk, whatever.
I was
So,
like,
yeah,
it would be
so-
easier if Easter just picked a fucking day and just was on that day.
Well,
instead
it
of-
is.
right.
It
instead
is
of
a-
shifting around.
It's
like,
not
you know,
Easter. It's not Easter's fault. It's not Easter's
look at-
fault.
It all has to do
No,
with like
it's
something
Fat
with
Tuesday's fault.
It's something with
No,
Lent.
Fat
Yes, it is.
I don't know.
Tuesday
Easter
based on
is
when
so many
Easter
weeks
is.
after Fat Tuesday. That's
It's
Easter's
something
day.
with Lent, but it's like even
It's
if
something
it's,
with like the
First
moon or
full- It's
something.
the first
Yeah.
full moon after the spring equinox.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you guys talking about? Come
What are
on.
you
I
talking
don't know.
about?
It's like, why do they have to
It
do
has
weird
something
shit
to
like
do with
that? Just
Fat
pick a
Tuesday.
Sunday. Just be like second Sunday in April. That's Easter.
No,
Just call
Fat
it that.
Tuesday's based on what
So
I mean,
yeah, it doesn't equinox.
Easter depends.
You guys
on.
already think he has risen. Like, why do you have to talk about it once a year?
I don't. I don't go
Just
to. I don't.
leave it.
I don't. You know what? I don't.
Because it's a
But don't
It's a
make
pagan
meetups on
festival
times I have
that,
to,
of
if I
course,
can
was
spend shit
taken
with
over
my
by
family, I
Christians.
can't come to meetups, so don't do
Yeah.
it.
Well, like
It's
Easter,
all about
I mean,
me. It's all
Christmas.
about
Yeah,
me.
Christmas is a pagan thing
Me.
for sure.
Christianity
So-
was
so
built
Easter
on
bunnies, yeah.
pagan
Hey, praise Bob.
holidays, So
Praise Bob.
Praise
there you
Dave.
go.
Dave.
Praise Dave.
Dave and Eldon.
But I did just look up, and next year Easter is on April 20th. So
420.
Yeah.
When you
What do you think?
Before we talk about the
Easter-
end games, is anybody going anywhere to see the eclipse? Is anybody doing that?
Yes.
No, it's
So on
slow.
Sunday, I'm going to be driving down from Michigan to Ohio. It's going to be.
You don't
quite
have
the
to go that
sacrifice
far,
to
do you?
visit Ohio.
You don't have to go that far to
5
get
hours.
it.
We
But that's
can see
that's
it.
the total, right?
We can see it from here, can't we?
Not
I
the
mean,
yes,
total-
not
yes,
the
you will be
total,
able to
no.
see it.
Totality,
Yes.
but
Red
it'll be
line,
enough.
we-
right?
That's
It's just
totality.
this-
It won't be
It's
dark.
just 4
So
minutes of
I-
darkness. Who cares?
It won't be very dark for you. Where you are, yes, red line. But like if you're in the, like
It's-
way out west, you can see
Wait.
it, but there will be no darkness.
Skyhawk, go ahead.
So you have
Let
to-
Skyhawk
you
finish. He
need-
was not done yet.
You need true 100% totality to see the sun's corona, which is what I want to see.
Yeah, correct. Yeah,
What are you gonna do with that information? What the
I've
sun's
experienced it.
Memorize it with
Yeah.
my
You can
eyeball.
look at
Or
it and
charge
be
my
like,
crystal.
"Ooh,
You can't.
look cool."
No, Skyhawk. You know what? You can look on the internet and see pictures of it.
Yeah,
like-
they're not the same. They're not the same.
Like
not
I
saying-
remember
I
that.
didn't-
Where,
Did I say
It's
they were the
like
same?
same.
I didn't say they were the
I've
same.
seen
but
I've
they
seen a total
exist.
solar eclipse. That one that went through Oregon, like what, 6 years ago.
Is
Absolutely.
that that long ago?
Yeah.
It was like 5 or 6 years ago. Yeah, it
It
was,
seems
it was
like
a while ago.
honestly, it feels
27.
like
It
it was
was
like
in
2 years ago.
2017.
7 years
Like-
ago.
7 years.
Yeah.
ago.
There's
like I
one
still
that's
remember
coming
the one that I
through-
got like in 4th grade,
But
and I was
On
so
Monday, is it Monday night or Sunday
unimpressed
night?
that I like
Monday
every time
afternoon.
that there's one, I just don't care.
But it has to be total. That's the thing. Is like even a 90%
Yeah.
coverage.
I'm gonna
thing
go
is,
outside and
It's
look
not
at
the
it.
same.
I
but
think
I'm
we're
not
gonna
travel
get
for
like
it, yeah.
95% coverage of the sun, but still, it might be cloudy.
Yeah.
But the thing is,
Means
what
we will not
Skyhawk's
Yeah.
talking
see
about,
anything.
that Corona thing is
and
very
it will be-
cool, and you have to be
Yeah.
in the totality to see it.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And
So
it has to be
Yes.
somewhere that's not cloudy.
yeah, the thing is like even with 95, like even if you have just a sliver of the sun, just that sliver is too bright to look at it, even without the glasses.
Well,
But
if
if you
you're-
get in the
if you're
actual
weak,
if you get
don't
in the
be weak.
actual totality, you can
Get
take the
stronger.
glasses off and look, and it's crazy. You just get the blue little outline. You see the corona like shimmering and like waving off, and it's like when you see pictures, it looks black and white because they take those with like special cameras. But it's actually it almost looks like an LED laser like light blue color when you see it. And it's like you see the
I'm
shadow.
excited.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like you see the shadow sweep across the whole ground. It's like woof. As soon as it goes, it's crazy because like you just instantly feel like almost like a 10-degree temperature drop, and it's funny because everything went silent for a second, and then all of a sudden all the dogs and everything just start. All the animals are freaking out, and it was
eerie.
something else. I was like, dude, this is insane. Like, I mean, you
You
see
only had-
pictures.
you only
online,
had
it's
headaches
like, it
for
doesn't
3
matter.
weeks,
It's not the same. It's like looking at the aurora borealis and then seeing it in real life. They are very different.
Yeah, I have plans to
What
go to
are?
Spain in like 2 years because there's a totality eclipse happening in Spain in 2026, apparently.
I think it's all fake news.
And,
I don't think it's real.
Like there's a plan to go and drive.
You're not real.
Most of the time,
I
I'm
think it's
not.
like I think it's like an hour and a half
Worth
north
it.
of Barcelona. But yeah, there's gonna be like half a dozen of us that go just because.
Yeah, it's
You know,
definitely worth the
it's a
trip.
good excuse for a holiday,
Right.
right? Like, you know, you
Oh,
take
definitely,
a 5-6 day
definitely.
trip, but one of those days is just this is what we're doing on this day. We want to be in X place at X time because that's a once in a lifetime kind of thing,
Yeah.
right? Like
For those
a,
in the
there's
States,
a level of for Spain, it's going to be like 2094 or something until it's next
Oh shit.
in that thing,
It's
or
pretty rare.
99, something like that. It's like you know, it's a once in a lifetime kind of thing, depending upon.
It depends on how
how
far you want
much
to
you
travel
have a-
for it, but I mean,
It depends on how much you have an
There-
opportunity to travel, right?
Yeah.
But like, you have to do it once in your lifetime,
I would
so that you
recommend.
don't.
If astronomy
Yeah.
is your thing,
and for those
then
in the
you go
States,
see one
there
of these,
won't.
right? That's the thing.
It's huge.
For those in the States, there won't be another opportunity to see one until like 2046 or 2047.
In the whole
So,
United States, I thought there was like one somewhere in the U.S. like most years.
No, like the next like one visible
Totality
to
year.
most of the mainland U.S. is not until
Uh-huh.
2040s.
Wow.
Yeah,
There's
so like
so
it's
basically
it's like the
once
whole
in a
order.
lifetime
Two
thing.
solar. There's the
I'm gonna be old
possibility for
motherfucker
two
then. That's
solar,
gonna suck.
two total solar eclipses can possibly maybe happen every year. That's the max per year that it can occur at any spot globally. So from there, you get all sorts of other odds that get thrown into it that have to do with like the orbital mechanics and everything.
Yeah. Well, it depends on where the
Or
moon.
shouldn't you have partial eclipses in
It
that?
depends on where the
So
moon
yeah.
is, because like the moon is going up and down, so it's got to match up where it's not like above the Earth or below the Earth. It has to be like kind of lined up correctly, but also it's got to be because the moon is not
too far.
Yeah, the moon is not like a perfect like circle, or it's elliptical a little bit, and so if it's there was that one a while back where they called it like the Ring of Fire. So like if the moon is at its furthest
Annular.
annular.
Yes.
Annular eclipse.
Annular
when
eclipse.
Ah, okay.
the moon doesn't completely cover the sun, so
Yeah.
it has like the ring, but it doesn't
Yeah.
completely cover.
Yeah, so like,
It's
there's
Saturn's
those where it
ring.
doesn't
Not
quite,
all of
but
it.
yeah, so it's a very specific spot it has to match up in, so it doesn't happen all
Well,
the
it
time.
sounds like it happens once a year. It's annular.
Well, no, that's the Ring of Fire one. That's the one where like the moon is in front of the sun, but the moon's
The
too
Ring of Fire one, yeah. it
far
happens
away
every
from the
year.
Earth, where it doesn't completely cover the sun. So that's not the same as a total
It's
solar
still,
eclipse.
but it's close.
That's really the thing, right? Like when they say annular, it's not annual. It's
Yes, that one
annular,
is- that
and
one
that's
is
a
annular.
very difficult. That's
Nah,
a
I
different, very
don't think
different
so.
term.
I think you're wrong.
To clarify what I was saying before,
What were you
this is
saying,
from NASA. After the total solar eclipse on April 8th next week, the next total solar eclipse that can be seen from the contiguous United States will be on August 23rd, 2044.
Wow.
So 20 years.
Damn, that's so long.
But that has something to do with
What
what?
about Canada? Can I go up to like the Yukon and see it?
What are we talking about?
That
The
I'd have to look
eclipses?
for that.
Eclipses, yes.
They're pretty cool. Yeah, I'm not gonna drive anywhere for one though. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I kind of thought about it because like the closest I'd have to go would be Texas. But it's like,
No,
I don't wanna
Missouri.
go to
Yeah,
Texas.
probably closer for you, Texas.
Yeah,
but
like
Oh, Drayden,
southern
did you
Missouri
go-
is like on the edge of the band.
did I go where?
There
They
was
had
an
to go through
annular
Arkansas
eclipse in
first.
Oregon last year.
I didn't see the I didn't want to see the annual. I did go to the total one that went through
Yeah, you
Salem,
said
Oregon.
that earlier, yeah.
Like I think it's worth driving to see. Like I don't know if I wouldn't drive across the entire country to see it because that's like multiple
Well-
days. But I mean I went to Salem, which is a little south of Portland. That was like a 7-hour drive for me. That was worth it. But
If you would like a truly special, once in a lifetime experience, on February 17th, 2026, there will be an annular eclipse visible in Antarctica.
yeah, but the annular one, like I said, like
Okay.
it's
I'll
you
Set up those
basically have to
tickets.
look at it with the glasses still, and it's just like it's a little less spectacular with the glasses. It is cool when you look with the glasses because you see it looks like a crescent moon and stuff happening, or like the thing. But
Iceland,
it's just like everything's dark, and you just have this. All you see is just the shape of the sun, and it's like dimmed. But
These are the
This
worst
is
odds
we-
I've ever
why
had.
I'm
we
going
all
to
right.
Spain.
We
Absolutely
need to
grotesque.
start. we need to start petitioning CCP to do the 2026 Fan Fest in August, because on August 12th, 2026, a total solar eclipse will be visible in Greenland, Iceland, Spain, and Russia.
Ooh, yeah, let's do
That
that.
assumes it's not cloudy.
That would be
Which, knowing
awesome.
Iceland,
Fair.
But even if it is cloudy,
Yeah, but I
it's
mean,
still
still.
FanFest, right? So you know,
and I
It's
think
one
they
of
already
those
I think
things.
scheduled
that'd be
it
a
for
cool
May
thing.
1st through 3rd.
I mean, if they go up and just put big fans
This
up
is
in the air.
2026.
just it takes
Yeah,
some
Oh,
blimps
you're-
up there and
you're
run them
right,
in
you're
circles, and
right.
it'll create a
Oh.
hole in the cloud.
I
So
mean-
they could
it
do an
works.
extra year and like figure it out in 2026, maybe.
Well,
but,
they've been
like,
doing
I
like
think-
kind
I
of
think
the
that would be
18-month
cool.
cycles. So
Would
if
you
that,
go though? Would you be able to go 2 years in a row? Because we're all going 25, right?
I'm going next year.
I go every year that they
I
have
can't
it.
afford every year.
Yeah, it's
I
too
wanna
expensive.
stay-
Yeah,
I want to
that's
stay
where I'm
married.
at. I want to go every year.
They apparently didn't pick my fucking lottery
That's why
numbers
you
for that
never get
$1 billion
married. That's why you just
jackpot.
end up getting a bunch of cats, and you
No,
can
I
go
said I
wherever
want
you
to stay married. Right, so I'm not going 2 years in a row. There's no way.
Mm.
Right, it's just a fact.
Hey,
Fact.
I
It's a
mean,
fact.
Between
I'm okay
now
with that.
and the end,
Fair.
between now and the end of the decade, though, globally, there will, including the one coming next week, there will only be 1, 2, 3, 4 total solar eclipses through 2030.
Well, with that
Globally.
attitude, we'll try harder.
So there's like one every year and a half on average, but you have to like time it. Like I say, we know that there's one going to be happening a little bit above, I think, Barcelona in Spain, or maybe a little bit above Madrid.
This year or
one
next
of the
year?
two. 2026.
2 years, okay.
So we're planning
It's probably
this,
the
like,
same one that we're talking about for Iceland. It's probably the same
Yeah,
one.
it's-
2026.
We're,
Yeah.
we're planning this for 2026.
Then go to
and,
Iceland.
It's going to be God. I'd have to go back and search through the Discord history, but like we were some of us basically when one of the guys went, hey, we want to figure out where we're going in 2026 based on this. A few people went, hey, what the fuck? You're talking about like planning a trip 2 years in advance for like the middle of nowhere in Spain? Like,
Well, you'll
really?
no. It's
That's
you'll
gonna be a
talk
pain.
about it for a year and 3/4.
Oh no,
Then you'll
dude,
plan it last minute, so everything costs more.
Yeah.
I know I know how you do it.
I mean, driving
I'm
This
can't
part
you
of
just,
one of them.
I mean, don't
Like,
you just drive through the channel and go over to Spain?
This was this was kind of like one of those things where, okay, we're gonna need to plan this because like the solar eclipse is in the middle of
He
nowhere.
says plan. That means talk about it for
I mean,
most
like,
of the 2 years, and then
I
plan
mean-
it
I
in
mean-
the
I
last
mean, like-
30 days. That's how you do it.
I was
Don't
wondering
don't,
Sky-
don't deny it. I know for a fact.
I was
'cause
wondering
I'm
what
part of
Skyhook
it.
was
like,
doing. I was like, what is he
we'll
doing?
plan last
It's a
4
landline phone.
months. Like, yeah, okay, we've left this Rammstein.
What are you
concert
doing,
thing
Skyhawk?
for
Are you having a
while,
stroke?
but,
That's a
like,
landline
yeah.
phone he's got. I've never seen a phone with a cord in it in decades.
I thought it was drool coming out of his mouth. He's having a fucking stroke.
I was like, what
Raise
is
your
that?
arm. Raise your arm, Skyhawk.
Scott, I was like, what does he do? What is that? I didn't realize it was a phone with a cord.
Oh, yeah, I'm
That's some
I'm
archaic
doing
tech
the
there,
call.
man.
I'm doing the call right now. Our Discord call from my cubicle. I'm technically on the clock right now.
Oh, you're at
No,
your office.
office.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm at the office right now. That was literally another hotel calling saying, "Hey, can you come help a guest get onto the Wi-Fi? The Wi-Fi is working and I'm able to get on it, but the guest can't." I'm like,
They're putting
well,
the password in wrong then.
"Your
or they're
Wi-Fi is
just-
working. There's nothing I can do for them then."
Yeah, like,
Like,
do they
I'm
their
not
device.
driving to your motel.
put
to
the
fix it
password
for
in correctly?
you.
Or
Well,
if
like I'm like, if the service is down, I got you. Your service is clearly not down. I can't help that they don't know how to use their own phone. We basically, one of the things we won't do is we won't like pick up a guest device
So you're
and like
just you guys are a
pick
bunch
their
of
They're
settings
on
for
YouTube.
them.
So you're
by the
saying
way.
you're a bunch of jerks. You won't help the customer at all.
no, that's a customer needs to help themselves.
Yeah, fuck the customer. You do it yourself. That's what you're saying.
Well, yeah, like one of our golden rules in the key is guest devices advise, don't touch.
That's
Yeah,
probably
no,
smart. Because
like,
the second you touch it,
that's-
then they're
that's
like,
it.
look what you did. And it's something they fucked up and they blame you for it.
But that's the same
I-
rule for the no-no zones, right?
I
touch.
work in,
Yeah.
Well, I'd be.
yeah. I work in platform as a service. And
Generally,
our thing
yes.
is like, don't touch customer code, don't touch customer data. You can tell them what they fucked up, but you can't like fix it for them, because if you fix it for them, then there's liability. So like, hey,
if you
yeah,
did it
we
wrong,
know
exactly,
Like it's
we
and this
know
is
what
something
you
that's
fucked
literally
up, but like you need to fix it because it's your problem.
Like when I got my phone I had to get my new phone in New Orleans last year, and I was like, okay, and like she took the thing and she was like, boop boop. She's like, just like when she put the information in, she's like just going through the setup, just going next. I'm like, what? Wait, hold on. What if I want some of those things? And she's like, next. And so now my phone, I don't know how to change it,
has
but
nothing.
it shows like my local time zone because I set my time zone, but it has a home time zone that is now set to Central time because my phone, I got my phone in New Orleans.
Central is the
and I
best
don't
time
know how
zone.
to change the home
No,
time
East
zone on my
Coast,
phone.
Okay,
West Coast.
so pull your sim out of that phone,
I don't know how
reset
to do
it to
that.
factory setting,
I don't want to do
put the
that.
sim back in, and do it all again yourself.
But it is only
you
a
gotta
47%
dig
chance
down.
it comes back on. Right?
They,
It, like
they,
it shows
they have,
my local
Brayden,
time.
no, dude.
I'll help
They've
Brayden, I'll help
opted
you at
into
Nola.
every monitoring ever. You just want to like turn all of that shit off.
Like I'm not saying it
they've,
shows
like,
New Orleans time. It shows
nah.
my local time zone, but it like when it sometimes on the screen it'll show like
Fucking-
local time and then home time. The home time is like 2 hours ahead of me because
Fucking reset all of that shit and set it all to your own settings.
It's probably
'cause
going to
they have
cause a
turned
catastrophic
on
failure eventually.
everything.
yeah, cause a black hole in the earth. I don't
Just-
know.
Right,
just
exactly.
fucking-
Cool. Don't be
yeah.
fucking with this shit, Drayden.
But no, this one was
What
literally
happens if you
like
put a portable hole
you-
in a bag of holding?
That would be awful.
Hey,
It's one of
quick
those
question.
things.
I have a quick
Yeah.
question for you guys.
I got a quick
Because
answer.
I read something earlier this week about what's an Ovikin. Do you guys know what's an Ovikin?
Some kind of blueprints.
Some kind of chicken?
It's a system.
Some blueprints.
Yeah, some
Planet
structure.
6.
You sharing
Gaming
chicken?
somewhere.
Oh, chicken.
Oh, we had chicken.
Look at
dinner last
Redline
night.
trying to steer us back to
Fucking
EVE Online talk.
Fried
I
chicken.
just don't know what
Link
you
in
guys are
chat.
talking about.
I don't
so
think
I'd
either of us
really-
do either.
I'd really like to talk about. I'd like to talk with you, but you guys are just talking about something that either
we should
I
talk
have no
about-
idea about or
We're talking
can't
about
care
phone.
Yeah, let's
Hey,
talk about
hey,
Ovikin.
hey,
man.
I mean,
gives a
I
shit about
wasn't.
that.
All right, let's go. Let's go Ovikin. Let's hit it.
What's an
So
avocado?
what is it?
I
Have
think
you
it's a
been
close
there?
cousin to an avocado.
No,
Yeah.
it's in this. It's in system. It's a system in Eve. Has anyone
We're,
been there?
we're,
Oh,
are we
heard
talking about the rogue
Catch
drone?
a say.
I don't go
Yeah,
to
that
systems with
thing, yeah.
actual names. They all have dashes and letters and numbers in them. But...
Oh my god.
I play nullsec.
I'm playing
Point off.
Hey, if you play in wormhole space, it's all just like J numbers, and that's all fine as well.
Well,
Like systems don't need real names to be
since no one-
valuable systems.
If
Since
you want
no
them to be
one's
cool,
been
as they
there-
do.
Since no one's been there, I'll just tell you what's going on.
Yeah.
in Ovid.
That was
Yeah,
perfect.
please.
Thank
something
you.
with
There's a-
something with propel
there's a
dynamics. I
weird-
think.
There's a weird structure there that's being built by.
He says
Upwell.
weird. He means
It is
CCP
weird.
structure.
What do you mean CCP structure?
CCP
In-game
are
lore, it's being
building a structure there
It's an Upwell
under
structure.
the guise of
ex-
like lore. Yes.
external in the lore. It's being built by Upwell, which is what he's talking about.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yes, of course, anything that happens in the game in that way, yeah, okay, it's CCP. but
It's randomly
Upwell.
occurred, so see, it's CCP storyline.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who cares? What's the point?
I
Which
care.
we're saying the
Wait,
same
hold
thing.
on,
Let's
whoa,
not,
whoa, whoa, whoa,
let's
hold
not
on.
argue
A lot
over
of
stupid
people-
shit.
Everyone, let's
A lot of
let
people
Red Light
might
finish
care
Let Red
in
Light
the
finish
build up to a new expansion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
okay.
God
So
damn
let
it.
Red Line go with
That's
the
not
thing.
what I meant.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we don't know what it does, but like they're building it, and you get these tokens or whatever, and you can turn them in from drones. Like, is that am I reading this correctly? Like
Yes, you are.
So you're bringing everything in, and what do you guys think this is? That's all I care
New
about. What do you
content,
think it
maybe?
is? Yeah, but what though?
I don't
Because
know.
this ties into those chips too. Because there was another convoy that was going to Ovikin today that died and dropped
Yes.
more chips. So
Supposed
this
to take
is
them to a
all going
specific
back.
place, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So this is all going back to
PI.
the stuff, like the puzzle stuff, right? All going back to that. It's all connected.
Oh
I have
man,
no
it's
idea
for
what
new
it could
ships. They're gonna be like Borg cubes, but it's gonna be like the cube from
Shit, I've been
Hellraiser.
muted the whole time.
Hellraiser cubes in space. That's what we're doing. puzzle
Jeez,
boxes.
You must
sorry.
have thought we were giant dicks.
Oh yeah,
Just
sorry.
wanted
happened?
to say a word.
We were probably
No,
talking over.
I was yelling at Joel to shut up, and Joel was
Yeah.
just ignoring me. So I thought that
Oh,
was
so that's normal, yeah.
yeah, that's normal.
Yeah.
What happened? Did we do something wrong?
No, she was
No,
muted,
you're
telling
fine.
us to stop talking over Redline, and we were just talking over her too because we didn't hear her. She was muted.
I was muted, and I was like, wow, okay. y'all
Would it have
doing
mattered
good,
if you weren't
whatever.
muted? We probably
Yeah.
shouldn't have talked
I'm
Yeah,
currently,
probably-
currently
You may have
looking at
landed
the Arakata Research Consortium, and it seems that there's a new MTU blueprint coming out of that called the Consortium New Mobile Tractor Unit Blueprint.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah, so the actual devlog, I'm gonna try and drop the devlog in Twitch chat. I'm not sure if I will be able to do that.
I don't have any blocks on any links
I've already
There's
linked it.
that.
There's-
until
Yeah,
someone
so-
abuses
so-
that.
So the
I'll be happy.
devlog does say that you can basically get these things from rogue drone drops in certain places in the galaxy, Empire space, so presumably like low-sec, and then also containers within certain high-sec sites.
What about the
You can
abyssals?
get these
'Cause
items.
there's rogue drones and abyssals.
The dev blog doesn't say anything about abyssal.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Is it
working.
the same drop?
I'm
Exactly.
working on the
be.
dev blog info here.
Yeah.
But you basically you get the items, you bring them to Overkin, and you trade them for LP, or you trade them specifically for certain items. As Ben has already said, there's this MTU item that's a BPC. It's a different MTU. There's also a different tractor beam unit.
Yes, and it's fast
So-
as fuck.
So this is all like industrial benefits. Like bring us research items and you get extra stuff from the Upworld Consortium. But by and large, like this seems like the first step in a much bigger play.
And I was about to say not volume arts thing. There's some a few pics. No, Q4LM. I don't know. Qualm. Probably. I hope I said that right. He said you could trade it for. It's for like tractor beam BPCs and consortium mobile tractor unit.
Yes. So that's
So-
what's available now.
Right.
Who cares about that? What is
What's
the
it gonna be for?
structure?
Qualm.
What is
Okay.
the
Yeah. Sorry.
structure?
I'm bad at lead speak.
What could this be?
Well,
It's
it
a
looks
giant
like
tractor
a
beam.
gate. Just look where it's aiming. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Mm.
It's aiming at Australia is what it looks like.
Well, it's on a plane.
Well, no, but like, right. So Redline, what you have to understand is that when you look at the starscape of New Eden, every star is actually a system. So like you can you can be in the starscape of one system, and if you look correctly and you align the right stars in the right place, you can say that I am pointed directly at this other star. It may be 20 AUs away, but it is actually a real Eve
I mean,
system.
light year.
No, light year, AU. Sorry, yeah. All right.
Oh, different.
I
Actual
collated
units.
those. That's a fair
AUs would
point.
be in systems.
But-
Light years is between systems.
But the point is that when you look at the
stays healthy.
nebulas and the stars, these are actual in Eve systems. So if you can figure out where the structure is pointing at, you can identify if there's maybe going to be something thrown directly at a system, or you can identify if something is not going to be thrown directly at a system
See
and
what
it's
it is.
going to be something crazy instead.
So
Gotcha.
to
So
find out
it's-
what's pointing at, because
so
I know
it's
you can set.
Zarzak 2.
Well, I
It's
said you can,
Zarzak 2.
No,
instead of it's just gonna go, this one's gonna take it
What-
straight to Delve. It's too easy.
What
It's straight to
you,
Delve.
what you actually want to compare it to is not Zarzak 2. You want to compare it to Shipcast.
Yeah, Zarzak 2.
I mean, it's that bit where we don't 100% like. There's been some actually community threads that have suggested that this is some way to generate NPC nullsec up in the drone region.
Yeah, the people who are
That
coked out
this
of
is
their
going to be
minds.
the start of
wait.
that.
There's
And
there's
I
no
don't
shot.
necessarily I don't necessarily think that's going to be the thing.
You're
but-
never getting NPC space in drones.
Rogue drones being brought in to build this weird structure next to a station. Yeah, it's
Oh wait, it's gonna be for
It-
rogue
it-
drones. You got tractor units, which means that drones are gonna actually start having fucking loot drop on the wrecks. Yes, valuable drone region ready. No, I'm sorry.
No, there's
Nah.
gonna be
Be
drones
friends
so you
with
can
drones.
salvage them quicker.
Can I make friends with the drones? I like drones.
Okay, so Adam Jedi says it's pointing at the planet, so I don't think it's going to be a gate. I didn't think it was going to be a gate either way, but so what you're thinking is it could be like a shipcaster zapping people into the drones or some shit like that?
that's not
Actually, I
necessarily
got
what
something
I'm
here.
thinking. That's what I've heard.
Okay, gotcha.
I
But
mean, it
that's
could
the-
be
that's
pointing at
the idea
something
you're
on the other
representing.
side of the planet.
Well, like one way you could maybe find what it's pointing, if it is pointing to stars, because when you set your
Said
destination,
it's pointing to
you
the
can
planet.
see the
Yeah.
path lines in space, like when you're in, and you can like maybe like just set random destinations to random systems and see if any of those line up with what it's pointing at. Maybe that would point to the right star, but then
Well,
you
it
can
might be
find where
that, but
is
I
in your
think that the
route.
PI option might be better because I found something. I've linked it. It's from Reddit that actually got something from Hobo Leaks. That it's a PI like let's say restructuring that.
Oh man, you can copy
idea.
paste PI setups? Hell yes.
Well,
Fuck
like,
yeah.
I
I don't know, but it seemed big as it seems that like the whole Poco and everything would be reworked. They are speaking about rigs that could be improved, like skill restructuring.
Can I be
Seems
very
weird.
very blunt about the PI thing?
Or, yeah.
well, sure, because keep in mind, like
see-
Vanguard is coming.
Like no, that's fine. But like
True.
CCP have like been doing PI and been dealing with how crap PI is for a lot of years.
Hmm.
I just kind of want to take a moment to state that if CCP don't manage to use a PI rework to make it into a toilet mobile game, CCP have
That'll
fucked
never
up
happen.
before they even started. Because like everybody wants to do PI. PI is like the kind of like it's the promise of Eve, right? It's automation.
There
it's
needs to be a
basic
barrier to entry, though.
stuff.
I do
If-
PI, but
if
the
it's-
barrier of entry
if you
shouldn't
make-
be like horrible monotony and just shitty UI
Like,
though.
In-
That should be
in-
the barrier.
in all- in
No,
all
I'm
seriousness,
not
I've been
disagreeing.
playing this game for nearly 10 years, and I don't know how many times I've like started doing PI and stopped before I even finished a planet. Like,
No,
it's
I'm a
bad.
I'm a
And they need
hardcore
to-
industrial.
If they're gonna rework PI, they should make it into like a mobile game of some sort that gives you, some benefit for doing it more optimally, but also it should be easy and simple and quick.
It's kind of,
And it shouldn't be too easy and too simple and too quick is really like the main point that I want to make, though, because it should be more accessible, but there also does need to be like some element of grind in some way to it. Otherwise, PI will become just too devalued. Like that there
it's
needs to be a
worthless.
healthy balance.
No,
I have a
PI
counter to
should-
that, though.
PI should be undervalued.
well,
If it's a garbage activity, it should be worth garbage. But
Well,
if
I-
they make it cool, then it should be worth doing something cool. You know,
Well,
there
I-
should be a
on.
good reward for it.
I was gonna say my
Yeah.
counter to that though is like the grind for PI should not be the setup and the managing of it. The grind for PI is the fact that you have to wait 1 hour for generally each cycle of thing to happen. Well, except for the extractors, it's every half hour. But so basically, the grind of PI is that like I'm gonna set this thing up, but I'm gonna have to wait a day, 2 days, 3 days to come and like manage the stuff. It's the grind is the time of you having to wait for it. It shouldn't be
That's
the
not a
UI
grind,
interaction.
though.
The grind shouldn't be the UI interaction to set it up or to work
Take-
with it. The
take a look
grind is
at-
just like I'm gonna set this and I'll come back in 3 days to pick shit up and put in inputs, take out outputs and stuff like that.
Take a look at
I
Yeah,
agree
my-
that the grind should not be the setup, but I disagree that the grind should be just like the waiting part. Like that's like if you're able to go off, like if you're able to fuck off from PI and go and do other things
I mean, you already
and
can.
then come back and it's done, that isn't a grind. Like that in and of itself does not meet like that. That's just not grinding.
But you already
Yeah,
can
no,
fuck
no.
off and do other things. The setup is what takes all the time with PI right now.
I know,
Oh,
and I'm not saying that I'm happy with the current setup for PI. I'm a heavy industrialist, except the one part of industry that I just hate with the fiery passion is PI. I'd rather take a fucking cheese grater to my brain matter than do PI because that would probably hurt less.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about the number of times I keep coming back to try and set up PI planets and go like
everything
I
with
set,
this.
not
I
fun.
set up the first channel, the first planet, and then I set up the second, and I like get 90% through the second, and there you go. No, why can like I'm setting up a
please,
planet that was it was exactly the same as the first channel.
Yeah, I want
or
copy
it was
paste.
intended to be
I
exactly
want
the
copy
same.
paste mechanics. Like take this planet, set up, paste it onto this planet.
Make a schematic.
Yeah, like
Like,
build a schematic and put that
fucking-
in. That would be great.
They could improve it in so many ways, but I actually do think that PI as like a mobile interaction, if CCP played into their mobile interaction stuff, that would be really great. But obviously,
They're doing a
we've
bubble app
seen-
for Project Discovery.
The one
Yeah,
thing
but
though
they're
with
working
the
on it.
PI,
yeah, but it's not gonna come out in the same way as like we used with the old EVE Online management app that would give you skill tree management, for example, right? Like CCP do not have the mobile developers to keep up with a mobile EVE client in that way. But like
They
wouldn't
do.
be
They
PI
just
as a
push
mobile
chosen
that
to
out
client,
not.
with that.
great.
They've chosen to not invest in it really. Like they could absolutely
They-
invest in it. It was the Shanghai studio is the
not
one that
doing it.
specializes in mobile, and that there's been no attention and love given to like
That they're
native
just not. They killed the old mobile app, and they've
Yep,
shown no
I'm-
interest in resurrecting any interest in a new mobile EVE app.
I
The
would be
reason they
curious-
gave for killing the old mobile app was fair, right? Like it was that they didn't have anybody who could address the technical debt, and that's fair, right? Like people move on, that's a thing. But if they wanted to do something new, they could. They just don't want to.
They just need, yeah, they have to choose to invest in that. And I think they maybe just have decided. And honestly, I almost wonder if this is kind of coming because there's so many third party tools out there now that maybe they just didn't see the number of users on it that makes
None
it
of them
them
are
feel like
mobile.
it's worth it.
Exactly, because it's still a business.
And
There are a
that-
handful
that's-
of mobile apps that have existed over the years. I haven't looked at what's out there now. I'm working on making some of my own personal tools, but
There's also a level of whether or not CC would be willing to engage with these mobile developers and kind of like cut them in a little bit
Well,
to
they
get
did.
access to their tooling. And
They have
CCP aren't even willing to like cut the third party ESI developers in on like making a little bit of cash on the side for what they do. So like for the mobile developers,
yeah, you can only make this.
I don't know.
That
Yeah,
is
like
one thing that it has. Like, I get it to a certain point, but it kind of grates on me in some ways. Like, yeah, like if you have someone in your alliance that goes and like builds a custom Eve tool for you that interacts with the ASI, you can only pay the MISC.
Yeah, you can't like
unless they
doing
set
a
up a side
GoFundMe.
Patreon and don't tell anybody.
Here's the thing: doing a GoFundMe or a Patreon for server costs to host your alliance's
That's okay.
Siat thing, that's okay. But if you try and do a GoFundMe to like develop an extra tool, that's a bit sketchy. Once people are paying you to develop third-party tools against Eve, and it's not so clear cut. CCP aren't quite so.
It's
willing to
explicitly
talk about
against
that.
it's explicitly against the agreement you clicked on saying you agree to when you create the Eve developer
Oh yeah,
thing.
I'm back.
it's a really like the
Hi, back. I'm
Eve
confused.
third party develop community is
You want to
is
have a different
built
conversation, Tom?
on
Just you and me, while they have that one.
just side parts and
You're gonna
like
talk about
Do,
drugs.
do we need
edge
to? It sounds like we
cases.
might need to.
We probably do. Just until it sounds like it worked. What happened?
I don't know.
and yeah,
My
so
presence
we
stops
kind
having
of
conversation sometimes.
we,
Hey,
we did kind of sidetrack into the whole third party ESI third party developer
You
thing.
guys,
for a
you
sec
two are
now.
like two peas in a pod. I'll
But-
tell you what.
who is it?
But no,
Ben,
this
him?
is
And then
these are issues that
Yeah.
a lot of people.
he's
don't-
right. And
don't pick
so
up
I've
on.
actually been, Dirk, I've been actually going to school for computer programming the last 2 years, and I'm at the point now where I'm like playing with more stuff, interacting with the ESI, and I'm trying to make the jump from just making command prompt stuff to actually stuff with the proper GUI, with the goal of actually putting out my own like iOS and Android apps for Eve. Because
Yeah, I mean,
I used to love some of the apps that were out there, and then some of the developers, because people leave the game, that's the thing, and some people that have left the game that were developers continue maintaining stuff for a while, but
But some of
eventually
them
they
don't.
always fall off.
yeah.
Some of them don't. Yeah.
And
So like, yeah, it's
I'd
a
like
very
to
good
put more
point.
stuff out there.
And I mean, my reasoning for being interested in this is I work in platform as a service stuff anyway. I do that shit on a day-to-day basis. But like, people seem to think that CCP have this huge support for developers,
Just so
and
you're
they
being
really
dumb.
just don't. They
have a
really fucking don't.
What
It's
they
like,
have
it's
is
good enough, but it's not as if it's supportive. It's just existing.
Yeah.
what to be specific, what they have is an API that is well documented, and using their tool for
Mhm.
like practicing queries and stuff like that's useful. But
Jordan,
that's
did you,
also really the bare minimum that you expect from someone giving you a publicly accessible API. That is the bare minimum.
You hear anything more about that fight that you were talking about, Drayden? Amazon?
Have not heard about it. Wait, I was saying OPSEC. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about it yet.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
true.
talk about what?
Well,
I mean,
you
I think
can
the
just-
timer. I think the timer's been up now, so I don't think it's OPSEC that there's a thing there. But I don't
Yeah,
know what's
no,
going on.
they're
So,
fucking fragging out, dude.
oh, are they actually? Is there a fight
Yes.
going on? Oh, nice.
Yes. It's great.
So is the
Yeah,
timer
I knew there was
out
I
yet,
knew there was
or
a
is it
form up
soon?
going. But I obviously wasn't going to say anything
It's
because
like,
OPSEC. But
I didn't even realize, but I'm on my way there right now. It looks like
Yeah.
there's about 1,300 people in the system.
okay.
I'm
Yeah,
not
it's a
going there
final
to be
fort
a cameraman,
timer
though.
for
I'm going
Goon.
there to frag out.
Yeah, Goons have a
So-
fort timer in Abazon. Well, or they have a fort in Abazon on final structure timer right now.
There's
So
a shitload of people on this related.
yeah,
battle report.
there's a. I knew there was a big
Yeah.
form up going
Well,
on,
it's
but I didn't want to
NoSec,
say
right?
anything
So, like,
until the
anybody can
fight was
come.
underway because like I said, OPSEC I can't like be like, hey, guess what we're forming up for? Like so.
But they got. Look at all. Oh my god, this ship's goons got the golems out there.
They have a
Oh,
golem
They
fleet.
got TFI. I don't know if it's a fleet. It's just a bunch of them.
Yeah.
They got
We
TFIs
don't have a
and
Golem
rogues
fleet.
and
TFI's
So, like-
rogues. Okay.
Yeah, I saw that.
And,
yeah.
and
I know
any,
what
any
we
golems
formed.
are not a
Dirk,
fleet.
Dirk, Dirk,
I know what
this
our
is
side
important.
formed, but
Dirk, this is important. Are you still a Diplo in Goons?
I am not. I haven't been for a while.
Shit, I need someone to set me blue so I don't get killed. Because
it
the
will never
second I get on grid, I'm gonna die.
Good
The
luck.
second I
What-
get on
Sounds
grid.
like a you
yeah.
problem.
Why didn't you bring a cloaky ship, Redline? Just get
If
on
you
the
would've
I'm not
cloaked.
here.
If you would have
I'm not
asked,
here. I'm here for frags,
Go
dude.
find
I
the
wanna fight.
nearest system with a stealth bomber and a cloak.
Wait,
and
you
just-
want to fight goons, but you want him to send him
if you would have
Yeah.
asked
to him?
10 minutes ago, I'd have been able to help you out.
Like,
but
just go.
too late
Find,
now.
there's got to
This
be a
is-
system with a
this
stealth
is
bomber and a
Redline-
covert ops cloak you can just go grab real fast.
No, like that suggestion that like Redline wants to be blue even though he doesn't want to be in Goons, like that's
Yeah,
that's
good
Redline
luck
for,
asking
like,
goons
for
to
a
blue a
while.
test guy.
I'll
So
tell you
Sorry,
what, though,
man.
Dirk. Even if I did want to be in Goons, I wouldn't be allowed to.
Yeah, but I
For
mean,
no
you're in
reason.
test, and so if someone in
Mm.
Goons blued you as a test guy, I'm sure they would get in fucking troubles.
I don't care where you. If you want to blow me, if you
Reasons.
want to blow me, you can be from any line you want. I don't.
Yeah,
really
just
give a
go,
shit.
just go get a stealth bomber, Redline.
I mean, he's an inner
Or a
an
covert
inner
ops
treat a
frigate or
blacklist
something?
as like an invitation.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
probably if there's that many people there's tie-dye going on. So if you just go to like Ren's or fucking Dodixie and go grab a stealth ship real fast and come back, I doubt much it will have happened by then.
Do you? No. Stealth ships. I don't have guns. If I
You don't
hide, I
need
can't
guns.
shoot.
Wait, I thought you were just
How
trying
do
to
I get on
watch the.
He wants to kill. He wants to kill.
Oh, I
No,
thought you were trying to
dude, I
watch
wanna
the fight,
frag
not
out.
whore. Okay.
I don't want a whore. I want to frag out, dude. I'm in a
Okay.
fleet
Well,
ship,
then
dude.
go get a stealth bomber with torpedo line.
Hell yeah.
just
No, I'll see if once I get there, I'll put a stream up as long as
just
I
go
can.
get just go get a cormorant with like double SIBO tracking range with a single railgun, so you can just. Oh, but you want to actually frag out. You don't want to just horror kills. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm in a Kiki, so like I'm
Oh, well,
gonna
then
die.
you got a Kiki. Then go frag out in a Kiki, man.
I'm
Dude,
going
you know
to,
what
but
you
I'm
do?
gonna die.
Just don't get caught.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna try
Yeah.
not to, but I
If
just
you don't want to die, just don't
It's
get.
bad, yeah,
just
just don't get
die.
shot at. If you don't get shot at, you won't die.
It's a buffer.
Just don't.
Kiki,
You know what? Just
though.
don't die. Just
I
don't
didn't
die.
realize. I didn't realize that it was happening already. It's a buffer Kiki. It's a problem.
Scrub. No, I don't know how to fit ships. I don't know.
That's probably the best fit in the
Anyways,
game. He's like,
that's
screw
Forest
it.
or
I mean,
I'm a
that's
few jumps
has
out.
anyone
I'll just
made
skip the
that
stream open
parody
now.
song? There's got to be like, I don't want no scrubs.
Yeah,
Oh no, that's
so-
actually just the song.
But no scrub.
Never mind, that's not even
That's
it.
not really a parody if it's the song.
Yeah, I was gonna say
right?
it's not. Yeah,
it's just the
that's why it
song, it's
doesn't
not a
exist. They have to
parody.
come up with something else.
You holler at me.
Wow, I'm fucked up.
They
I
should just
think
be
I-
like, no, I don't want no drugs. Just talk about like flying without combat boosters.
I think I've closed
I-
all the OPSEC things now.
I went to the bathroom, but I had my wireless headset on, and I have to say I was singing along to.
I don't want no
shit,
scrubs.
I want no scrub.
What is a scrub, in fact?
Scrub is a
Scrub.
frigate.
Can't get no
Scrub is a
love
frigate
from-
that
You got
can't
like a
get
brush
no.
and you rub it across things really
and
hard.
where is-
Maybe he's hanging out the
where is he?
passenger side of his best friend's ride.
Yeah.
Trying to
What's he
holler at
trying to do?
Trying to
Come
holler
on.
at me.
Come on, we got.
That's what
we gotta
you
play
would
this
need
game
to
better.
do with your hands before going into surgery. You scrub your hands.
We're gonna
Ah,
do
but
But
karaoke.
what if you
in
don't want
NOLA?
no scrubs?
Cat.
They
Don't
know.
do surgery.
Oh, but the scrubs are like the outfit the doctors
Yeah,
wear. What if they
but
just like came in there in
yo-
like a fucking Metallica
Um,
t-shirt and some like khaki
so-
shorts?
So, anyways,
Nothing.
Do people do that, Dom?
Anyway, what?
Oh.
Redline,
yeah,
did
some
you get your-
doctors will wear
Did you get your time
sweaters,
approved?
and I don't think
Dom's
that's
in there
right.
like some
what?
cut off jean
Oh, are you-
shorts
you
and like
coming to NOLA?
Under scrubs that they
We're
he's
are.
like, here
We're
I'm
gonna-
here to
we'll
I'm here to
talk
like
after
get
this
your
show.
catheter in or whatever
Okay.
you use. Not
I
a
just
catheter.
remembered you were waiting to hear back. But yeah, we can
Yeah,
talk
there,
later.
there
Sorry.
are some things I
You're
don't want to
good.
say publicly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
next
good.
year if you're coming to NOLA, you request your time off.
Who's Syrup Enjoyer? Is that
Which
is
I
that
actually
Ishi or is
I
that
got.
Tachi? Or
Yeah. Yeah,
Ishi?
if
I keep saw that.
Is
Is anyone
I know it's one
coming?
of the cry
Is
guys.
anyone coming in Wednesday? Do you know if anyone's coming in Wednesday or,
Type
I,
fair-
or
I'm in
earlier?
Wednesday. I'm in Wednesday.
So when I got my schedule, I didn't ask for the Tuesday before off, but I got an extra day off with it. So I technically could come down a day and a half earlier than I originally planned.
I'm in Wednesday early evening. I think like 4 or 5ish Wednesday
I'm
night.
just
What time
waiting
are you
for
getting down there on
Amazon
Wednesday?
soon.
You're getting there really late like
Gape
I am,
camp,
right?
Gape camp, Gape camp.
Yeah, man, set up a gate camp.
and yeah,
Smart bombs, smart bombs.
we're
smart
getting
bombs.
into the 10-day weather forecast that I can start
How's it look?
seeing stuff and rain. Go fucking
Yeah.
What's the
figure.
temperature though? It's still be nice. I mean, it's not gonna be cold.
Hot rain.
I think the high is like 80.
Yeah,
Fuck.
that's
Oh,
super
God,
hot
yes,
rain.
please.
Dude, it's like a hot tub outside.
No, that's gonna be feel
Oh,
great.
It's
That's
just
not
gonna be
even
like a
hot yet.
shower.
And it's like
Vegas.
it's gonna
No
be
way.
kind of patchy rain, most likely.
That'd be like
Like,
a 25
it's gonna rain
degree
here and there,
difference
but
from when I leave my
it's I don't know.
It's we have not really even been breaking above 50 here in my area, so
This
that's
week we've
gonna
been
feel
up.
fucking
At the end of the
awesome.
week we've been above 50.
Dress
It's
for
okay.
warm
The next
weather.
week's supposed to be 60. So
it snowed
And also
this
dress
morning.
for the possibility of rain. It's probably gonna rain on us at least a little bit, and hopefully it shouldn't change our plans too much. We already have a contingency plan with the restaurant. The boat ride, they usually go as long as the weather's not too bad.
I mean, but
but
would
they-
long as it's
rain
not
stop a
lightning
Is
boat?
it an
and
open?
crazy.
Is like a barge? What kind of boat is it?
It's like
a
a
ferry?
it's like
Pepper
the
boat.
it's like the paddle.
So
the-
it's so you're not outside. You're inside.
oh, you can,
Yeah.
there is outside. You can go
But
on the
we
outside.
do
bridge.
Correct,
go
but if it's
outside.
raining, we can be.
Yeah, I
inside.
think
But
it
we
is
go
something
Stuck
out
outside.
on Chalmette Battlefield and they talk to us and stuff. So we do go outside.
I saw there was a dock
For the
there.
mo- You don't have to.
So I don't
They
know.
really can't force you.
Hey,
I guess
the
but
worst
that's-
thing that can happen is we'll just do some singing in the rain together.
I was like,
I'm
it's
fine with that.
it's-
Yeah, well, because I don't know how it is.
Just
in
don't go Clockwork
Louisiana,
Orange on
but,
me, we're okay.
April rains here is like quite the best way to get the pneumonia. So I'm guessing that down south is like healthiest.
yeah,
You're not gonna get pneumonia when it's 80 degrees.
Yeah, it was cold up. It was
You
it,
do,
it's- it
you're
was
pretty
snowing
sick.
this morning. When I left to work this morning, I walked outside. I'm like, oh fuck, it's snowing. Fuck.
Well,
it's gonna be
yesterday,
80
like we had the
snowed all weekend
snowstorm,
already.
and we were wondering if it was the eclipse, as it was so
Mm-hmm.
damn dark.
Oh yeah.
Like
it's not-
and I like for sure I was like on the road, like on the job, and yeah, happy times.
You guys
So-
have snow on the
For
ground
those
now,
that
though,
are
right?
for those that are metrically inclined, 80 degrees Fahrenheit is just shy of 27 Celsius.
Oh, thank you,
Yeah.
because I was like,
I figured.
Yeah.
I got you.
Wait, why is the stream
Thank you.
ended?
I'm an American and we
What'd
go
you
read
do?
them
Red
unit.
line.
No, no
sorry.
need to worry
Sorry,
about
I
pneumonia
didn't-
when it's 27 out.
I was gonna
Yeah.
put that on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm
Let me-
sorry.
Let me minimize again. I just didn't want to broadcast anything that was actually happening. So I'm
Oh.
gonna let me.
Did you
I'm gonna
close
s-
the stream?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
why wouldn't you
I'm-
want to broadcast? Isn't that why you started streaming?
That's not what I mean. I mean, I don't want to broadcast.
Drayden
primaries
didn't
and
close
shit.
it, but you closed it. I get it now.
Oh yeah,
Never
the
mind.
the OPSEC
I,
stuff.
right as I went to
Why
open
are
his
you
stream
live?
is when he closed it. But
Just relax, relax for a second. Just
I have a
chill the
hard
f-
time with that.
relax.
chill
don't
the
do it.
fuck out.
Something to
Zoom in your fleet window on the broadcast tab, please.
Because
Why,
what I'm gonna
why,
do
why are
is
you
I'm
telling me
starting a
to chill
virtual
the fuck
camera,
out in such an aggressive manner?
and I'm gonna turn
I'm getting
and turn
stressed
on
just
my
because you're
camera.
telling me to chill out.
and
Why'd
now
you yell at us? Yeah.
and
what the
now
hell?
I have an OPSEC camera
Why'd you
Oh,
of
yell
Eve
at us?
Online. Now you can't see
Here we go.
anything.
Oh, that is a big fight. Wait, why is there no blue in there?
There it is. It's right there.
Well,
What do you
that's a
fucking
lot
mean?
of
That's not much blue. Look at
Yeah,
all that
I mean,
orange over
the-
there. And orange.
That
that-
doesn't
that
look like
there's-
it's even numbers there.
There's
Yeah,
some
but-
blue, but how does this go? Well,
Well, dude, you got more blue than I do.
So
Oh,
what's
shit.
everyone
Um,
flying? I mean, I know what my side's flying.
You
but,
guys,
well, at least
what's
at
the
least the
timer out
I know what
now?
the BFL dudes are flying. That's about it.
It looks like there's is that dreads?
There's
hold
probably dreads on both sides. I wouldn't doubt.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe
Let
not
me-
both sides, but it looks like goons have dreads.
I'm being warped. So
Wait, did you join a fleet?
yeah, hell yeah, I did. What do you mean? I'm here to frag.
Oh, what fleet did you join?
random fleet
Test?
warp with
Is it all 10 of you?
Random fleet warp with this fucking. It's not a cormorant. It's
Ikimura.
Kiki.
Trig
yeah.
Kikimura. Yeah, there we go. It,
Yeah.
That's
it,
the-
it
that's
was a
the-
destroyer
What could
of some
possibly? What
sort.
could
Is that
possibly
that's the
go
Tech
wrong?
1
Yeah.
frigate, right? Or is that the assault frigate? I can't remember.
No, the Kikimura is
The
the
destroyer.
destroyer. It's
Oh,
nice.
that's right. That's destroyed. That's right. Yeah.
It's a
good
great
fun.
ship. Yeah, for sure.
Wait, what's the frigate? I can't. What?
The
The-
Vedmak?
No,
No, the Vedmak is the battle cruiser.
The cruiser. No, the Vedmak is the cruiser.
Oh, that's the
The
cruiser. That's the
cruiser,
cruiser.
yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Uh, what you're talking
The
about
Pop-
is
the Poppin' J?
Damavik.
The Poppin'
The
Jet.
Damavik's the battle
Yeah, the
cruiser.
Damavic is the battle cruiser.
The
No,
Iki-
no. The Damavik is the frigate.
Oh, the Damavic. Yeah,
Oh, I know
not the
that
Dresden.
Iki Tursa is the
Oh my God.
That's the assault frig.
That's the
I'm not-
no.
you
Iki
can look
Tursa.
this up,
that's
you know.
the-
You don't have to
that's
argue
the-
about it.
That's the-
The Ikitursa is
The
the
cruiser.
Assault cruiser.
That's the hack.
cruiser.
That's the
yeah,
hack.
it's
That's what I
the
said.
hack.
Nurgle
Yeah.
is the assault frig.
Nurgle's the
You're
assault.
all like we're all having fun.
I don't
naming
know trig ships.
ships and
I never know the
trying
names
to
of the trig ships, dude.
identify-
I'm so bad.
We
I-
got.
There they
I'd say
are.
I got
it's like I
75%.
know the well. I thought
You
I knew
know
the
what?
Kiki, but I
Right.
know that the
Drekavac. That's what I was trying to
the
say. but my
Zarbaz
words-
is the
Wow.
Logi. That's the Tech 2 Logi one. And
Yeah, it is.
Rogel
I know
is
the
the-
Lashak is the
Rogel,
battleship. I know the Zerd is the
Rogel.
Dread. That's
the
pretty much
Rogel
like all-
doesn't exist.
What's that? It starts with an R. Rodin, maybe.
The
Yeah.
Rodiva
Rodiva?
is the Tech
Rodiva.
1.
There you go.
Rodiva's
See?
the Tech 1
Words are hard
Logi.
sometimes.
Yeah,
So let me
Rodiva's the
leave it
Tech
alone.
1 Logi
Quit picking
cruiser.
on me.
The Zarmaz is the Tech 2 Logi Cruiser.
I like it.
So I'm gonna let you all like yell about this
Talking
Yeah,
shit.
for a minute.
Vidar,
And you know
that's
what?
accurate.
I'm gonna go in and interject here with like Eve tournament
You
Yes.
ready? Yeah, you get ready to go to bed.
because these
Oh, yeah.
sorts of
Aliens.
conversations that you're having, right? Like what ships?
Real
do
quick,
what,
real quick.
when, wherever. Real quick. Go on.
Thera has a hole within 5 jumps of Amazon. If anybody's headed there,
Oh, shit.
it's Mick here, MIKHIR in domain. So if
Why are you
you're,
sharing abstract,
No,
dude?
jump in.
What the hell?
it's in
It's a
Eavescout.
trap. It's a trap.
Uh-oh.
It's-
Wait, what's
it's
going
the
on the
Thera
left
holes.
there?
Sorry, go ahead.
Red line, what's-
That's all I wanted
there's
to
a fire
share
left.
while there was still this battle going on. If people are trying to like catch up.
Yeah, I'll
Hold
try
on,
to
buddy, I
move
gotta
a few battleships to
check
small
my
bomb people
brackets.
there. Thank you.
Turn off show up
Forgot what I was doing.
brackets.
See, I don't know how to do that. When I go hide all brackets, they all still show up. Every
just gotta
overview
be
I've done where I set show
smarter.
all brackets, they just will permanently be on and I can never turn them off again.
Well, you just have to not be dumb, apparently.
There we go.
no,
now
but like
there's
show
no-
all brackets shows them all,
now
and then
there's no
hide all
more
brackets does
drones.
not hide them again.
There's no more drones on the screen. Sorry about that. Okay, so zooming in, yeah, both groups have dreads on field. These dreads over here on the left are pretty recent. They just dropped in. They're Horde dreads. And then there's some other. These are PL. Oh, that's Pittsburgh 2989. Oh, he's tackled. Oh no, poor Pittsburgh. Anyways,
There's an incursion here, so be careful. Never mind. This may not be the best route.
Lamau.
So-
And now we've got who's
Cheetah, you're
this?
not wrong.
Big AB bringing in dreads as well. A shit ton of dreads and faxes,
Yeah.
or a shit ton of dreads coming in.
Surprisingly, Big AB is on the PanFam side for this.
Oh shit!
I mean, are they on the PanFam side? I mean, Deepwater Hooligans historically have always been on their own side.
Well, they're on their own side, but they are
I think they're
fighting
just
against.
opportunists.
They're fighting against goons, which is weird because it's like that's a group that we've been blowing up left and right. We've been fighting each other constantly, but apparently, specifically for this structure, we've just been like, yeah, let's both shoot goons, and so they've.
Are they actually doing that? That would be interesting.
Well, for the armor timer, that's what it was. So I'm assuming it's probably the same for the structure timer.
But yeah, so
Okay.
well, we kind of figure out what's going on. I am gonna shill the Anger Games a little bit,
Oh, the feet dead.
and I'm gonna continue to shill the Anger Games around the fact that
It's just a white
Redline
screen
can't
right
keep,
now.
That works.
keep
Yeah,
a
you gotta
stream
get it
going
right.
on.
It's just a
Um,
white screen right now.
So the Anger Games is happening over the next 3 weekends. That is
And why should I
April
be angry about it?
13th and 14th.
Dragon
Then
Fist
April
eventually.
20, 21st, and April 27, 28. Why should you be angry about it? Well, you should be angry about it because CCP doesn't give us as much support as we want. But other than that, like,
Don't you have a server from CCP?
we have Thunderdome, which is a tournament server, yes, and CCP give us a lot of support, but we also have to remember that, like, 3 years ago, CCP had put us on hiatus for a long time until players got off their asses and, like, forced CCP to do this again.
And
CCP
CCP Aurora put a lot of time into making Thunderdome
Hey, like,
work again.
CCP Logibro did a bunch of time
Oh.
before he was removed from CCP. He got caught in layoffs. CCP Aurora has put in a bunch of time. CCP Zealous has put in a bunch of time. Like, there's a lot of CCPers who have put in a lot of time to tournament style stuff. But we have to remember that CCP Corporate is not the same as the CCPers that we work with every day. And so
Yes.
CCP have done a lot to help us, but also CCP have done a lot to leave us just on our own.
I mean, I remember at one point CCP Aurora said that like the server for Thunderdome was basically like in a box under someone's desk and like was just in a sorry state, and she basically
That
had to
is-
learn a bunch of coding to like fix it and get it up to scruff, so to speak.
That's impressive.
So we
That
were
is
led to believe.
absolutely true. No, that is absolutely true because that was the same thing as when CCP Logibro was running it 2 years earlier. People in the CCP office have literally tripped over the tournament server at various points.
That's kind of sad, but funny.
Yeah.
Because they
and
didn't really
CCP
understand
Aurora
how
did that
Thunderdome
work
worked for a long
out-
time.
She did that work outside of her normal like office hours and duties, basically. Like it was totally
To a
extra that
certain
she took.
extent. Like,
Yeah, some was on the clock, but like I remember her talking about it at Vegas 2021, and that like she did a lot of after 5 o'clock work on that.
it's the bit where like a community dev gets 37.5 hours of actual work hours paid a week, and of that work hours they get like maybe 10 hours to work on tournament stuff total.
1/3 is a lot.
No, he said not 10 hours a week, 10 total. Like
no, I'm saying 10 hours a week total.
Gotcha.
Right. But when you think about that in terms of, all right, figuring out how the hell the server works, fixing the server, processing user management stuff, because in the recent years, we've switched to where every person who is involved in a tournament on the tournament server has to have a security review first. Like, the time starts to add up. And even if they get 1/3 of their working week on tournament stuff, that's a lot of time. And they're not getting 1/3 of their working week.
So
There's
my
almost 200
understanding is
dreads
that
on
with
this
all
grid.
that time put into it, you better deliver on those Hunger Games.
Hey, this is the thing, right? Like, when we did Anger Games Rebirth back in 2021, I think, we had a lot of support. We did, they did the Alliance tournament. We did Anger Games 5 back in 2022. That was huge. It was great fun. And then we had Alliance Tournament 18, I think, at that time. Last year, there was the Captain's Cup, which was run by Jinton, and it was a ton of fun. Like, it was a totally different format. 5v5, lots of very specific functionality. Really, really interesting, but very specific. And that was what happened last year, and then we had 18, or no, sorry, last year 18 was 18-19. And then this year, what we've got is Anger Games 6, ahead of the already declared Alliance Tournament 2020 coming in late summer, hopefully autumn. Really, CCP, we want it to be as late as possible, but like probably like August, September time for AT Alliance Tournament 20. And in the meantime, we've been doing our tournament, which is a 7v7 deathmatch. Teams can be, members of teams can be from any alliance. We don't say, hey, if you're in Goons, you have to be in the Goons team, or if you're in...
They had the mercenary stuff going on before, so I would think that they could probably do that with the Hunger Games.
They have the mercenary thing, but we take that a step further. We don't require any affiliation beyond you're friends with this guy. As long as you can field 7 people, and you don't even necessarily need to field 7 people, but we do recommend it. Like, you can pull 7 people from 7 different alliances, and you're friends with them. They can all come together to be a team for the Anger. You can't do that with the Alliance tournament. But, so what we're talking about is a 7v7 deathmatch arena fight over the course of 3 weekends, and winner takes all. No, well, I'd say winner takes all. No, Winner does not take all. That was a really awful wording.
I was like, there's first prize and nothing else?
I was like,
yeah,
TIS, you did not say that.
yeah, no,
You know what?
that's
Yeah,
not.
I'd say fuck it, do it. That's bold.
I'm
Like,
here-
everything on the table, all or nothing.
I'm here coming back to how I explain our difference with the Alliance tournament. But basically, what we have is 7v7 death matches, team death matches, that are judged using CCP's tournament tooling. So you have 7 minutes to make a points advantage. If you don't have a significant points advantage, you go into an overtime mechanic that increases the damage you can do. It increases the damage you take. It effectively applies
no reverse tie-dye?
No reverse tie-dye. We got rid of
Okay.
reverse tie-dye this time.
Okay.
This has been a big thing that we've been working with CCP on, because as it turns out, removing reverse tie-dye is not as simple as it sounds.
Very difficult
yeah.
indeed.
If you end up with a really close match, it goes into the overtime. The overtime adds wormhole mechanics.
What?
So
The overtime adds what?
It takes local away. It adds wormhole
no,
mechanics.
it doesn't. It doesn't take local away, but it adds the C3
Black
orange
hole
giant.
effect?
Orange giant. Basically, you get extra overheat damage,
Oh.
and you get extra overheat benefit.
That's funny. Like everyone burned their guns except the Logi.
Yeah, so
Well, but if
this
they,
time
they,
you
can burn, they can burn
like,
the reps out. If the Logi burns the reps out, that's fucking it. You're done.
like we wanted to give this idea of, all right, don't burn your gun so early, hold it back, and we wanted to make it a bit more tactical. And the reason that we reduced the match time down to 7 minutes is because that's the average Alliance tournament match anyway. Things are normally decided within 7 minutes. If it goes to overtime, it's unusual. And if it goes to reverse tie-dye, it basically never happens. It just doesn't.
It was pretty rare. There's a few overtime things, but it was pretty rare. And like also, because did before, like if the match ended and the points weren't even, then it wouldn't be reverse tied. It was just like, oh, match is over. This person had more points, they win. So it's pretty rare that you tie at the end of the time. Also, Cheetah in chat has a decent question. He's saying that you guys fixed the no heat damage taken bug on the OT mechanic. Was that a thing?
So what happened for a while we had the CCP engineers working, was like you could trigger a match that got into the overtime mechanic, which added all of the overheat benefit. But it turned out that when we removed the system nerfs, because we were working on the basis of, all right, it's wormhole mechanics. These are specific wormhole mechanics. When we removed the wormhole nerfs, there was no overheat anymore. So basically what you would get is all of the overheat benefit. So like, yeah, you overheat a gun and it's fine, but the gun didn't take damage. That was a really weird bug that we figured out with CCP engineers as we tried to implement this. We have fixed it. I want to say straight away to G2 in Twitch chat. You don't get the permanent overheat bug anymore. You get normal overheat damage as intended. But yeah, CCP changed it and we tested it and went, hey, this is broken because you can't get the thing. But this is half of what the Angry Games has always been about. It's like pushing the boundaries. It's trying to make CCP figure out there are new things to do. Especially when it comes to like the Alliance, right? Like if we left it just to CCP, the Alliance tournament would always be the same thing year in, year out. Minor tweaks on points, minor tweaks on whatever, like ECM rules, but they wouldn't try new balance rules. The duplicate point system, I want to say, is one specific thing that we did with the Anger game, where if you bring in 2 of the same ship, that ship is worth 1 more point each.
If
you
I may
bring in
interrupt,
3, if the same ship, then that each ship is worth 2 of the same. And CCP adopted that. So like we have pushed their boundaries, but also we want to really push the boundaries all the time, and that's our point.
yeah, like don't you think that like in the let's say the past 4 or 5 years, CCP have made an effort of recruiting from player base their like a bunch
Yes.
of CCPers? That's something that was not done before that. Like didn't you see like an improvement on like a lot of let's say player-driven activities like Anger Games or like ATs and others? Because we know that like a lot of big players and streamers are now like CCPers.
So I'd say they've done better, but also you have to think about the way they've recruited players and also what they were aiming for, right? Like they recruited CCP Zealous, who is currently a CCP community developer. He spent a lot of time with the EVNT crew previously. He's a member of the EVNT crew who have produced Alliance Tournament 15, 16, 17, 18, even through the hiatus of tournament. And they recruited him because CCP Aurora moved towards the development production team, away from the community development side. So they had a vacancy in community development, and they recruited somebody who knew what they were talking about in terms of community interaction, and also knew what they were talking about in terms of tournament development. And CCP Zealous stepped right in to the gap that CCP Aurora left. It was a very strategic acquisition. Acquisition is the wrong word, but like when it comes to CCP, they know what they're doing, and they know that they fucked up when it comes to getting rid of tournaments for a couple of years. Because it's a lot of people, right? Like, to give you an idea, the Anger Games currently is 51 teams signed up. At minimum, 51 teams means 7 people per team.
That are fighting.
Generally, it means more than 7 people per team. It means closer to 15 or 20 people per team on average. If we go with 15 people on average, 51 teams, 15 people on average, you're talking about like, what, 2250?
Yeah.
2,250 players involved.
765.
That's actually a lot of players that
That's still
actually
a lot,
know
though.
how the
Yeah,
games work.
765.
That's impressive.
But it's still a lot of people.
Sorry, I may have got the maths completely wrong. I'm not a maths I'm not a maths specific person. But even
This is
still,
that one
right,
end
like,
thing that was happening earlier.
when we're talking about like the Alliance tournament versus the Anger Games versus the Captain's Cup that Jintan ran last year, that we love and we absolutely support, like the Anger Games this year, Anger Games 6, is the largest tournament run in EVE Online in the last 5 years.
Bigger than the ATs too?
51 teams, man.
Yeah, I don't know what the other ones
Like,
are.
the last ATs for the last 2-3 years have been 32 teams max.
Yeah.
with,
Well, I mean, like, are you
runoff.
including the feeder rounds though? Because the feeder rounds is like another 20 teams.
We don't have
probably.
feeder.
Right.
We don't
well,
have feeders.
But I mean, like the AT
We
does, so I
can
don't know if you
run
count the feeders for those, but
in our format, we can run up to 64 teams, no issues. We are the biggest EVE tournament going, assuming that CCP don't one-up us this summer. And
Well,
this is one of those things where, like, we're not fighting with CCP, we're working with CCP. But at the same time, we're trying to push those boundaries. We want to make CCP better when it comes to this idea. And this is where we're at. But yeah, so we have 3 weekends coming. I should get into the like selling what we're doing rather than just arguing about tournaments, because arguing about tournaments is me. But yeah, so what we have going is 6 days coming over the next 3 weekends. So that's April 13th and 14th. And then also April 20th, 21st, and 27th, 28th. For the first 3 days of that, so 13th, 14th, 20th, we have 2 streams running simultaneously. So there will be a main stream with matches and desk commentary. There will be a second stream with just matches and then break matches. But we have 2 streams running for the first 3 days, from 1700 EVE through till 2200 EVE-ish for every day for the next weekend.
What
3 weekends.
Is this going to be streaming on CCP's channel, or are you guys doing your own channel thing?
Right, so we will be on CCP's channel for the main stream, and then we will be on our own secondary channel for the second stream that has the other matches for the first, like, 3 days.
First weekend, right? Oh, first 3 days, yeah. Weekend and a half.
Yeah.
Is there like any kind of sponsorship from, like, I don't know, like Nvidia or like things like that, like others like
Yeah.
eGames
Yes.
got?
The Open Com Show is the proud sponsor of the Angry Games.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So we don't have a huge amount of external sponsorship. We are a player-run tournament that runs within the EVE community, right? Like you talk about Nvidia. We don't have that kind of reach. We don't have those kind of contacts. But we have enough of a contact that CCP have both let us stream on their channel, and also CCP are providing a huge amount of skins for us. So we do have a prize pool going.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, are these
the
tamper
point
skins
system on CCP?
But like, we have presence on the CCP Twitch channel. We have our own CCP Twitch channel. We also have CCP Twitch drops.
Cool.
For EVE partners. So EVE partners who are streaming during the Anger Games will be getting the advantage of some Twitch drops.
Timber, just the ones you made.
I would say,
Real quick, guys. I'm gonna actually have to head out. It's quitting time for me. I will catch you guys later.
Have a good night,
Oh,
Mo.
wow.
Take care,
Well,
buddy.
how about
Hey,
when you
guys.
get home?
I might. We'll see. I'm kind of ready to crash. We'll see. I got 3 hours of sleep last night.
Me
I
too.
worked 10 hours yesterday and
I'm on
11
alcohol
today.
and
So I'm
painkillers.
dead.
Yeah.
Oh,
Anyways, I might see you guys
you're
soon.
just a
We'll see.
degenerate, so.
See, man.
And I'm eating pickled green beans.
Dirk, the skins, are these Tamper skins? Because I know Tamper was mentioning before, like, if only there was custom skins for this tournament. I think that was like a lead-in. So, like, are these like Tamper?
We wish these were Tamba skins. This was a conversation that we had.
So he was. This was more like spiteful. Like he's like, oh, if only they could let someone.
Whoa.
Like if only they let someone design skins for them for this thing. That he was like totally willing to do.
It wasn't spiteful at all. It was like just CCP process, right? Like we talked to Tamba about designing a custom skin, and from what I understand, he was like, be to design it, but also you have to go through the whole CCP corporate process, right? Like it's a thing. And so it was one of those things where like we ended up using previous skins.
Hey, Malkuth.
Oh,
there
Malkath,
for
what's
the
up?
Mordu's Legion. The previous skins are also tournament specific, right? So like, it's not as if we've got just the leftovers of whatever. These are old tournament skins, but they are older skins that are being reintroduced.
I
It's
think
the
that's cool.
Mordu's
'Cause some of those
Ascendant
didn't have a chance to get 'em.
Ascendant something, right? We also for prizes have something like I'm just double checking what our prize breakdown looks like, but it's something like 130,000 plex that is being distributed across the top 12 teams that come into
Did you
Angry
guys
Game 6.
buy Plex with the cash donations in, or are you going to give cash also?
Yeah, so what happens is that every team
ISK,
that every team that came into the Angry Games, they submitted 2,500 plex as an entry fee, and then that entry fee goes towards the prize pool. You know, Sothrasil and I, the team, the work team, we don't take anything from that. We put it right back into the tournament. So the first place team gets 22%, the second place team gets 18%, the third place team gets 16%, and then it kind of works its way down such that if you place in the top 12, that is 9 through 12 in the Angry Games, you get your fee back. And also, because you'll have won like 4 matches to get to that point, you've won a bunch of skins as well. These Mordu's Legion, Ascendant, whatever skin.
Hmm.
So we've actually got a pretty significant amount of benefit for teams who come into our tournament and say, hey, we're going to risk it to try and get it in there.
Just saying I'm ready and able.
Oh, what's up, Tamber? Tamber's in here.
Neat.
Hey.
Also, oh,
Sawdust,
I just found
what
out.
does your hat say?
I've got to say, we would have
Says
loved
Umbrella
to
Corporation.
get-
Okay, that's what I thought it said. I just couldn't quite.
I just want to say, we would have
I like it.
loved to be able to get a custom Tamba skin for the Angry Games, but CCP were CCP.
Well,
All you need to say.
there's a way to make CCP do stuff. Just need to
Hey,
be
look.
imaginative.
Hey, we try.
Oh,
You could try just asking. I bet they'd say yes.
We drink with CCP pretty regularly. Never mind just asking them.
Oh,
now.
like
Ask Darwin. Darwin can
let
make
me
shit
tell
happen.
you a story then, because drinking
We-
is not
we-
enough
we-
with CCP.
When you drink with the guy who's running the tournaments,
You're
sometimes
gonna
it works,
forget,
sometimes
like,
it doesn't.
he's gonna forget, because we've been there. Like, sorry, had like their Alliance MOTD bug for a long time, and we've been sending like a bug report and everything. We've drank with the CCP developer responsible for that. Well, one of them when we were in Iceland. He forgot. What actually happened is that we sometimes send Christmas cards. And in the one of I think 2022 to CCP, we said that the CCPer that's gonna resolve our bug gonna have like a toque, like hand knitted from them with the logo on it, and that actually worked. It took only a few days for this bug that has been going on for 1.5 years to be resolved. So yeah, do something
Yeah.
imaginative, and you'll get some
No,
CCPer
no.
to go out of their way to make stuff
Right.
happen. Just like in
Don't
real
don't
life.
threaten them. That probably won't work.
Oh no, no,
so
no.
When I talk about the fact that we've been drinking with CCP is responsible for tournament stuff for years, right? Like, I mean that before CCP Aurora was a CCPer, we were drinking with her. And then CCP Aurora became CCP Aurora rather than Catalia Mist from Brave. And that was fine. she was replaced by CCP Zealous, who is CCP Stargazer, who is General Stargazer from the EVE-NT crew.
I know the
And
name. I don't think I've ever met him.
He's
though.
a cool guy.
we know General Stargazer a lot. You also have CCP. I forget what Ithaca Hawk's CCP name is. Overload. Sorry, Overload.
Overload. Yeah, yeah,
CCP
yeah.
Overload.
Overload.
And he's working on a separate part of CCP, but and Eve Games. But like, when it comes to the guys who run the Alliance tournament for CCP, it's the EVE-NT crew, and half of them have been
Yeah.
hired, and we know them, and we've drunk with them, and we've talked to them about all of these things, and it's like they know that they want to indulge us, but they have corporate processes to follow to get us things like custom skin and custom whatever. The most they can give us is like
All I'm
extra
saying,
skins and plex for the minute.
all I'm saying is that sugar is working better than vinegar.
Hey, always. And this is why I always make a point of buying them a drink whenever I see them.
And try maple syrup; it's even better.
I will say that I do like that CCP has just found out that EVE-NT has a superior method of like broadcasting and streaming these tournaments than them trying to set it up themselves. And so I just like that they're just like, you know what?
You say just found out.
Not just found out, but I'm like they've been doing it for a while. But I'm saying like I like that they're just like, hey, you know what? You guys do it better. So how about you guys do it? They like contracted out to you to the EVE-NT group instead of them like,
when the
no,
first
it's our
time
thing.
that
We're gonna
happened
do it
was, right?
instead of them being stubborn like a lot of other companies would. They're just like, hey, they do it better. How about we just pay them to do it because it'll be better. So it's smart.
Drayden,
smart.
you know when the first time they did that was, right?
It was a long. So it's not like
It was
I
like
said
2018.
I said just figured out. I didn't mean just figured out, but I mean like they figured it out. Because I remember back, going way back, and you would see the EVE-NT do these broadcasts, and then you would see the AT come on, and it's like, man, the quality quality is just like a lot lower, even though it's CCP themselves doing it. So I do like that they just figured it out that eventually that they're just like, hey, why don't we just get the people that know what they're doing better and have them do it and send the CCP people to like you get Swift in there and stuff to commentate here and there, but it's like just let the people that know what they're doing broadcasting, let them broadcast it.
Oh, and I want to make a small announcement. So I guess one of those weekends will be when Eve NOLA is happening.
Yeah, we kind of did that. Didn't
Can
we?
you guys like actually just hold off the tournament for like 1 week?
I've been scheduling that for months, but okay, so we will be at a lunch at a nice restaurant during that time, and there will be a projector, and I can probably figure out a way to put the tournament on when they're not presenting. There will be some presentations, but I don't think they'll take as long. So while we're all hanging out and drinking, we could possibly watch a little bit of it while we're there.
We should make a drinking game with it. We should like make some kind of drinking game.
Lord.
We'll love to hear it.
Yeah, I'll
We'll
figure it out.
I'll try to figure out something with that, so at
Yeah.
least we can get a little glimpse.
Yeah, like,
'Cause there's not really a lot of places that way I could try to get everybody to watch, but it's like I'm already gonna have a projector out there. I'm gonna have to like rent a
Yeah,
projector.
because I mean, like, this is the luncheon that Carneros is supplying the drinks for. So,
Yes.
not to take advantage. I'm just saying, like, if we got drinks with Carneros, like, why don't we set up a thing where, like, oh, every time this announcer, like, we should find, every time what's his name says Chad Hammercock, we got a drink or something like that. One of those type of things.
Well, also it's a flat rate for everybody.
But
It's basically an open bar because we pay a flat rate per person.
Oh, nice.
I mean,
So
it's Carneros. He's always very open-minded about these things.
Carneros is a solid dude. I like.
Yeah.
Anyone says a bad thing about Carneros is just a bad person. I think.
Can somebody do me a quick conversion as to what 28,000 Plex works out as in terms of like raw ISK on current current basis?
I don't even know what
Because that's the first prize at the minute. Like
wow, 28,000 Plex.
28,000 if you come.
I mean,
first.
last I saw it was about 2.5 billion per 500. I don't know if that's gone up or down. I can't imagine it going down.
That's about what it still is, I think. Yeah.
2.5.
Maybe a little less than that, but
But
not
the
by much.
answer is a lot.
Well, actually, no, because like remember that CCP have like their big sale right now, so the price of Plex is gonna drop.
Looks like a so if
Yeah, but-
I divided
right,
it by
so,
500 and then times by 2.5.
Players aren't getting paid out until they win the tournament, which is 4 weekends away.
All right, so
At least maybe 5 weekends away. So like even this amount that Drayden's about to throw us,
Well,
at
so
the minimum of the Plex sale, it's going to be low. You're going to win more than this if you win the Angie game.
So
what is it, Drayden?
Assuming that 500 Plex is about 2.5 billion isk roughly, it would be 140 billion isk for the you said how many thousand Plex you said?
28,000.
20,000 because I divided by 500 times it by 2.5. That's how many billions. So 140 billion. That's a lot. That's a lot.
That's even a Titan.
That's about a Titan.
That's what.
That's
that's
almost
what
a
you
Titan.
win just in Plex without the skin.
Right. That's just the Plex cost. And I don't think
so,
anyone's spending 140 billion on ships in this. Well, so you guys have the flagship mechanics still, right?
No, we don't. We get rid of the flagship mechanic because we run on Thunderdome entirely.
So skill, not money.
So there's no
like cost
basically there's no ISK investment in that sense. Right? Like you give us your entry fee and you can do whatever within our rule.
And so
if we gave the flagship mechanic, that would be a little bit of an advantage to the experienced teams.
Yep.
And what we want to do is make sure that the younger teams have opportunity. So
I do like
we try and make a level playing field as possible, but also like, hey, every team has to give us Plex, and then it goes towards different teams that make certain positions in the standings at various points. So to learn that 28,000 Plex is 140 billion.
Yeah, that's solid.
It's a lot.
Real quick,
kind of tells you that if you make 8th place, you'll make 12-13 billion, roughly about that.
That's still pretty good. And the thing is, like all the things you get is like that's in Tranquility, so that's like actual all of its profits since you're not losing anything in the tournament. So which is nice because then it's like you don't have teams that are like, oh, do we invest this because are we going to win that much back? Does it make it worth it?
Give us Plex.
Yeah. Well, yeah. There's a buy-in, I guess. Yeah.
There's the buy-in, but if you like get to the point where you make more money than the buy-in ends up, hey, it's pure profit.
Yeah, for sure.
There's no shit cost.
We got a shot redemption.
Are we toasting?
We're toasting. We got a shot redemption. I don't know what this means, but Remotum is on Ack Dog Eater shots. On Ack Dog.
Imagine it. Maybe I'm shooting at him.
I was like on Ack. Oh yeah, okay. Like he's on you, Dog Eater. Yeah, I don't know.
It's just a guess. I am throwing torps at things.
Yeah. Yeah, so I kind of wish I was like on the fight, but I can't because I would I don't have virtual audio cable setups, so if I was on there, either I'd have to be deaf on comms, which you can't really be in a fleet with like that, or I'd be broadcasting fleet comms on Twitch, which would get me kicked out of the alliance. So I can't be there.
Yeah, VAC is a bitch, right?
Yeah, I've tried messing with them, and I just didn't get them. I'm sure I just didn't know what the fuck. I know I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. So there's a way to do it. But that being said, so real quick with so no flagships, but oh shit, you know what? I had a question, and it's vacated my mind now. Fuck.
Good job.
Yeah.
It was a good question too. God damn it! I'll think of it
You
in
should
about
be
5
proud.
minutes.
Like it was a good question.
It was a good question. It's
So-
gone. I'll think of it again. I'll ask it here in a second. But
So yeah, while we wait for Drayden to remember his question,
My brain to
we
buffer.
are the next 2 weekends, 3 weekends, sorry. So that is April 13th, 14th, 20th, 21st, and 27th, 28th. We will be on both the CCP channel and also our own EVE Tournament Twitch channel for the first 3 days. We've got a hell of a lot of matches. It's like 140 matches or something
ooh,
to compress. We will be starting at 1700 EVE every day.
I remember.
And finishing at 2130, 2200-ish, depending upon how the timeline goes. So you will have 4.5 to 5 hours of tournaments every single day for the next 3 weekends on the CC channel. It's going to be a ton of fun. We're really looking forward to it. And Drayden has remembered his question.
it wasn't
which
a
I'm
question. It was actually
slightly terrified about.
no.
but
It
go
actually
on.
wasn't a question. It was just one of those dumb like mansplaining comments that I didn't need to say anyway. So
Yeah, but like
Really?
the tournament is
it
happening
was
at
just
the
kind of one of
same
those like,
time.
oh yeah, like it's good that hey, there's a benefit to not having to if it being on what's the server you guys play on, the
Thunder.
Thunderdome.
Thunderdome.
It was like, yeah, so it's nice that groups don't have to invest in this because yes, that allows like not super
Yeah.
rich groups to like put up just as, and it's more of like an actual true skill matchup as opposed to who's got the
It's
most
a
money and willing to spend
huge
a bunch on
practice
officer
benefit.
mods.
For sure.
Yeah, because like when you get to the Alliance tournament, you look at some of these ships, like, oh, they have like all officer mod launchers on their fucking Golem, all officer, like tank mods and all this shit. It's like, okay, but if you're not willing to spend 150 billion on a battleship, you're not going to beat that. So it is kind of nice that it puts everyone on an even playing field to where it's like, okay, who is actually more skilled pilots, not who has the most money. So
It's funny that you say that because the last time we did this is Goon, because I run the Angry Games. I also run the Goon Swarm AT group. And we ran like 25, maybe 30% of our budget for the last AT into our flagship. And that was a calculated decision.
Right.
But with the Anger Games, it's all on a level playing field. You don't have to make these high value calculated decisions. You can just kind of throw yourself into it and see what happens.
Yeah, I do like that format because it really is. It's a true display of skill
part
instead
why
of
we want to do it.
Yeah. And like you said, it's not just like who has the most money, but it's what are you willing to risk? Because there is like a risk versus reward. Like we could afford something more expensive than this, but would that be worth it to us if we lost versus if we won? And so it becomes this whole like literal percentage breakdown.
Here's a conversation that my team literally had last year with our flagship.
See you, Tambert.
Is a Toby, a Tobias Webb, worth more than a Cormax damage control unit?
Is it what?
These are modules that have very different market values. So a Tobias Webb is worth 30 billion S. A Cormax damage control unit is worth something like 55 billion S. But is buying a Tobias Webb more valuable to the flagship than a Cormax damage control unit is worth in terms of the tank?
True.
Yeah, I swear this tie-dye thing is making my computer scream, man.
Yeah, so if you're not willing to spend both, then you have to pick one.
And how do you figure out the balance on that? It's a really
put the web on a Vindy, always worth.
Web
on the Vindy, always worth. Yep.
But
fuck the damage control.
When a Vindy isn't worth declaring as a flagship in that AT meta, when it's like a paladin. now you have a conversation. And so like these are huge conversations for like Alliance tournament.
Yeah, this
is the sort of thing that happens
the
for an
min-max
Alliance
numbers guys.
And the Anger Games removes a lot of that, but also gives you a lot of new opportunities, right? Like this year we have a whole different time format. We have a whole different overtime format. We have pushed the boundaries of tournaments this year for the Anger Games a lot. And we're really, really excited to see what happens with that. And also, whether or not CCP pick up on some of our ideas. Because CCP have historically picked up on some of our ideas and done the thing. Like, double points. That originated with the Anger Games.
Do you have a link for, is there like a rules list of like, what fitting rules and shit like that? Points values for ships, like rules on fittings and everything like that. Do you have like a link for a site with that? Because I'd put it in the chat, but also I'd like to look at it. Not like I'd be like, oh yeah, 8 points for this ship should have been 7. I'm not gonna do that, but I would like to look at what the more specifically like, because I know in the past they've the AT has done like, oh, no Tech 2 drones or
so
various things like that, like no Tech 2 sentries and shit like that. So
let me there in the Twitch chat is the AG6 rules document.
Okay, so this
what about like the
episode? This obviously doesn't allow people to edit it, right?
Yeah, no, you can't edit.
I was editing it. I was like, hopefully you don't have permissions where everyone just like start changing shit and they start putting dick pics in here. But
yeah, no, you can. We saw that one coming because people are people.
Yeah, right? I was like, this is the internet, man.
But yeah, like you can take a look at that and take a look at the AG6 rules. That's primarily the thing. We do have a bracket set up.
Oh, is it a bracket for us to fill out? Probably
not. We've got a couple of bits where like we have challenge brackets.
Yeah, because they did that with the AT last year, which was excellent. I love that because we did a thing on the show here where we had everyone, it was free to fill out a bracket with CCP, and we did a thing where I was just tracking, people would submit to me like, hey, this is the name of my bracket, and I could watch them all. And we on the show gave out prizes for like the brackets that, like, I think the top 5 brackets that did the best. So that'd be cool if you guys have a thing that tracks it, if there is something like that, because I would like to do that again. That was kind of fun.
So there's a couple of issues with our challenge stuff.
Yeah.
Which is that we have both a group stage and then a double elimination stage.
Oh, challenge, that's the same site. Yeah.
But we also have the redemption path for people who don't make it in a group stage. But because we've only got 51 teams, that's not an even division for anything. Right? So like we need to get a number that works divided by 4, kind of. And
so
we can't do that with 51. So
the AG6 path, the redemption one I see is like an actual bracket. AG main bracket just looks like standings. I don't see like an actual bracket to like drag and fill out.
The main should be a group stage followed by a double elimination. If you look at standings versus final stage.
Oh, okay. So final stage. Oh, okay. Standings.
Yeah.
I was on group stage and it was just showing like lists of teams. So final stage shows. Wait, that's just first group in group A. So
yeah,
is there a way to fill out before group A?
I set this up. I don't know.
I don't know.
But I will figure it out hopefully soon in the next day or two. But the point is that like the main bracket is our group stage, followed by our double elimination, and then we have the redemption bracket, which is designed to fill out the group stage such that we make sure that we have 16 teams end up in the group stage. So teams who come in like second and third in the group stage will go into another double elimination that can kind of give them a second shot at getting into the double elimination final bracket. The idea here, basically, with the Yankee Game 6 was to make sure that every team had at least 3 matches. Whereas historically with CCP's format, you would have 2 matches and that was it, you were out. So we want to make sure every team had more matches and more possibility to go forward. And that was the deal for this year.
Hmm. It's
That took me about 10 minutes to get out of that one system, man. Holy hell, huh?
Oh, you're an Amazon then, I'm guessing.
Was.
Oh, fuck. Science called me out. He's like, oh, he's in this big fight. I'm like, well, I can't be there because I'm, I'd have to broadcast the comms, so I'd get the boot. He's like, oh, we needed another Logi Loki. I was like, oh, fuck.
So you basically just screwed over all your friends.
Yeah, I was like, you know, if they had one more Logi Loki,
they'd have
been fine. The fort would have died. You guys have been like, you guys would have like been so destitute. You've just evacuated fucking one DQ. Like, it's like, why even?
That's exactly. I'm just glad you're so easy to pay off.
Yeah, it's like by me not being there, you guys get to stay in Delve. That's what it is. Yeah. You guys would have been
and it really wasn't that expensive, right? He didn't charge.
Well, I'm not saying anything.
Yeah, it's like, dude, you guys have been like, oh, you've been like that robot, I forget the guy's name, but he was Severus Snape in the Harry Potter movies.
Alan Rickman.
Alan Rickman, you'd been like the robot in Galaxy of the Guardians. You'd have been like in 1DQ, like, what's even the point? Ooh, you just would have like left out of the
grab Thor's
yeah, like
what a sale.
You remember him as like Severus Snape in the Harry Potter movies.
He was in a bunch of stuff.
You don't remember him.
He was in Die Hard. He was the guy that fell from Nakatomi Plaza. Hans Gruber. I know that.
Hans Gruber in Die Hard.
He was Hans Gruber. He was Alan. Well, he was Alan Rickman. He was also in a bunch of other things too. Like,
his best movie was an obscure one called Closet Land.
Wait, what just happened to the
The voice of God in Dogma.
Lost Morset was God.
His role.
He was Metatron. He was the voice of God.
Metatron. Yeah, that's right. He was, wasn't he?
He was the voice of God. Because if God spoke, you would die.
Oh, we got Skyhawk back.
I wouldn't, but you guys would.
Well, we have Skyhawk's chair.
I'm here.
Do we have Skyhawk's chair, or do we have?
We have invisible Skyhawk
screen background.
I am not at my desk because I am currently changing out of my work clothes. So that's why
you're not going to stream that.
All you get to see is my chair because I don't feel like getting us banned today.
What about banned next week?
That's fine. Next week's fine.
50-50.
Yeah, actually, next week, Drayden, we could totally take a
roll a D20. That will determine what.
Because we would be in NOLA the following week, so that would be okay.
But LB won't be.
We can take a week ban. Although I don't know if they give you a week ban for like the old Twig and Berries. I think that's like a full ban. So
We got a 24-hour ban for it. So.
No, we got 20. No, not for that. We
No,
got a 24-hour ban because
Blue
of
Space Nerds got a 24-hour ban for Rafe pulling his pants out on stream.
with
I mean,
like
where's
not
you-
no
where's
underwear.
you
Blue
Just-
get
Space
his,
Nerds years ago.
that was years ago.
Nowadays,
Nowadays, that's probably permaban. I think.
No,
from Twitch.
now it is, but it was 24 hours 11
Yeah,
years
but
ago.
that was back when
11 years ago.
that was back when dropping an N bomb got you like a day ban or something like that. You know.
Yeah,
you
that's what you get, a 24-hour ban for pulling his junk out on stream.
yeah. They don't.
But
do
it was
anymore.
instantaneous.
Now,
I swear to
you're
God,
gone. Now you're
he
gone.
whipped it out, stream was off. I mean, I just obviously somebody who had mod powers was watching because it was instantaneous.
You know, our we had one ban. It was deserved. It was deserved. But
I know you need to watch your language.
It wasn't a language.
How?
It was a
Dragon's
language, but it
language.
wasn't swearing language.
No,
It
no,
was-
it's still language.
It was yeah.
It wasn't numbers.
It was what was said.
You know,
Wasn't a racist thing. Like it was not a racist thing. That it was a.
Well, it was something.
Anger
Let's just
thing.
call it that.
Yeah.
To come back on Eve event stuff,
Yes, that's what I mean.
this April we got Eve Nola, we got the Anger Game 6, we got like a free for all at the same time.
I'm so ready
There's
for
a lot of content
Nova.
and stuff.
I can't wait, dude.
Whether it's in game or out of game,
I'm
there's a lot of
excited.
shit going on.
I scared Malkuth off because I told him I was gonna take him on my random drunk walks, and he was like, "What?" And I was like,
Oh no, I got you, bro.
"Yeah,
The
we're gonna go.
only
We're gonna go
reason-
randomly
The only
drunk
reason
walking."
you lost your phone last year is because
I told
I
him I was
threw
like,
up my
we're gonna
back
go
and
up
I
to
wasn't
we're gonna go
there.
up to Pine Village, and then we're gonna go over to like
Yeah, no.
I see,
Alpine Village?
I see the exasperated
It's just called
sigh in
Pine
Delana's eyes.
Pine Village. Okay.
If you die during my event, you're gonna make me look bad.
This is
Yeah.
the thing, though, right?
It was funny because I actually looked up. Oh, good.
Like you can try and figure out. I swear to God, we spent so long figuring out the weekends for the Anger Games, and we still stumbled into Eve Nola, right? Like
Yeah,
you
we
can
get
I mean,
pick.
it's hard to avoid.
It's a week away. It's a
Dude,
week and a half
whoa, whoa,
away.
dude. Like we can figure out trying to avoid holidays. We can figure out trying to avoid whatever else. But like once you start adding in whenever people want to do event, you're there going. You pick a few days and you hope it works out because
Yeah,
there is
that's all you
so
can really
much.
do.
There is so much going on in the Eve community, and people should really. I think a lot of people in the Eve community don't wake up to this, but there is just so much going on that you can
And-
jump in and get involved in, and it's so valuable, so engaging, so much fun.
It's very
that
fun.
people
It
should
is.
do it.
Meet people,
But,
even if you
but
don't
when
like.
you're trying to figure out events around stuff, you pick
Yeah.
a day or you pick a series of dates and you hope you get lucky.
Hey,
Yeah.
True.
And
while
that's
we
all you
speaking-
could really do. And it's like this year in terms of events, it's just kind of a free for all. Like I'm like trying not to step on anybody's toes, but everybody's just like picking weekends that they like. Montreal. And you just gotta
Well,
hope
it was
that
at
it
the same
works.
time as Eve Leads too.
Yeah, Montreal happened at the same time as there was a
Yeah,
Leeds
so
meet in
it's
the
just
UK.
like stuff
So
happening,
yeah.
and in most places, like people are not likely to have to split between two places. Like they wouldn't have to pick between one or the other. Like most of the Canadian people are going to go to Montreal, and most of the British people are going to go to Leeds, and all that kind of thing. But
Well, you say that, but there's like 2 Eve London meets planned for this year and another Eve Manchester.
yeah, and they're both like at awful times. But I digress.
We don't even know when the second Eve London is planned for this year.
November
Oh, by the way,
during the AT.
while
But,
we are
well,
here,
you assume during the AT. We hope during the AT, because if it's not during the AT, then the AT is horrendously during the summer. And like CCP are fucked up, like not doing AT during autumn again. Like it's everything clashes with everything. This is kind of half the point.
Just, like
all just fucked.
organizing events, you do your best, and there's going to be some overlap, and you
Yeah.
do what you can. That's all you can do. Like you
Literally.
can't make everyone happy. It's just how it is, and you just try to minimize that, but you can never please
It's a
everyone.
true statement.
By
Yeah.
the way, like on the 22nd of June is gonna be the first like Eve Moncton ever. So if you got people in like this section of
Oh,
Canada, like completely the east, or people in Maine area, like we'll be doing something there on the 22nd of June, which
Eve,
is
where?
not
Where is that?
Moncton. So yeah, it's like East Coast, like real East Coast.
They're like near Montreal or
Like-
somewhere in that area.
I was
No,
like,
no, no, like
like,
it's
like Nova
like 10
Scotia
hours from
or
there. New Brunswick.
oh, even further. Okay, yeah, over there.
Oh yeah.
It sounded French, but then it wasn't.
Is that over by Dildo?
Yeah. I was like, what?
New Brunswick is near Maine.
I am going to point out that there is something that we all need to kind of take into account when we're trying to plan these events. And obviously, a lot of people here plan a lot of events. But the thing is that you will never make a perfect compromise. And in fact, the perfect compromise is when nobody is happy. Everybody is okay, but nobody is happy.
Meh.
Yeah. I
No,
mean,
no,
my
like
main thing is like I
I'm,
also
I'm
have.
usually happy pretty much all the
I
time.
look at all these calendars. I have to make sure it's not during like a big festival weekend here. I have to make sure like the weather is decent because I tried doing something during the summer and it's just not
I
doable.
saw an
I
article.
It's
think
way
the
too
better
hot.
way. I think the better way to put it is when you're planning an event, and this really goes with I think what you were just saying, Delana. Plan your event primarily around the logistics needed to run your event effectively. Everything else
Yeah.
is secondary to that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree
it's
with
like
that.
I avoid the festivals because I know like it would be hard to get hotels. The prices would be higher for everything, and that like that affects me as well as the people going. So that was that kind of thing, and not and it just makes
Especially in
things
my
easier
current
if it wasn't.
situation, it'd be
Like,
expensive, and plus no festivals, huh?
yeah, like
Yeah.
this is between French Quarter Fest and Jazz Fest.
Also,
Because
Right.
everything happens during the fall, not the fall, the spring, because that's when the best weather is. So everybody's trying to do everything before it becomes 1,000,000 degrees.
I
Oh.
also saw
And
that
before
best
you guys were in the
compromise.
shooting gallery.
I saw that
the best
hurricanes are
compromise is
supposed to be the
when
worst
people
this
are
year.
okay.
Yeah,
But
it's
not
supposed to be a
happy.
very active hurricane
Yeah,
season.
because of
woohoo.
El Nina.
La Nina.
La Nina, combined with higher ocean average temps than are normal in the Atlantic. So hurricane season is not only supposed to start earlier, but be way worse supposedly this year.
So I might have to just like come visit people when I have to evacuate.
It's-
Like, hey, let's hang out. I can't.
Eve Seattle 2.0
It's
in
actually-
the fall. Let's do it.
Yeah, fuck
Yeah,
it.
Straight
If
in.
I have to like run
speak-
somewhere, and I'm going to bring my cat
There's no
too. I'm gonna have to
hurricanes in
bring the cat.
Seattle. It's just November.
Honestly, I think it's going to be interesting watching how the Atlantic goes this season, especially because like the North Atlantic, like not jet stream, but like the water or the North Atlantic current,
Currents,
that
yeah.
like the thing that actually makes like Britain warmer than equivalent latitudes. That's been
jet
slowing
stream.
down, and
Well,
it's
just
the North
the
Atlantic
air
current.
thing. The currents are the ocean currents.
Yes, and the ocean current is actually the primary thing that like
Mm.
makes the British Isles like warmer than equivalent
Yeah.
latitudes.
I mean,
Because it
you say
brings
this,
water.
but
Well, not only does it affect the ocean currents, it also affects
Probably
in
a
my
combination
area
of
too. Because
both.
I'm in Arizona, man. Because it's going to get really hot here in the summer.
Yeah,
you guys are in a
it's
different
probably a
part of
combination of both because like
this is all
the jet
this is all
stream
sad
goes
and it's
through
all-
Britain. The jet stream goes through Britain, but there's
correct.
also ocean currents, so it's probably a combination of both. Is why Britain is just rainy and
the-
miserable all the time.
That there's also a point that even Britain is seeing the effects of global warming, right? Like
Mhm.
the last couple summers, I would not have survived without a portable AC unit that I could just like throw going up. And
So,
like our buildings are not built for releasing heat; they're built to keep in. So we need to like reconfigure everything. But like, yeah, what's being said here is like the way the ocean current, the way that-
Evacuation.
Well,
it's,
and the
it's
way
not,
that
it's not built for what we expect historically, right? Like temperatures
what's-
above 25°C, which is 102.
Well, no, it should
No,
no.
actually, it might be
100
like
something is like 30,
96.
100 something degrees Fahrenheit is like 30 something Celsius, but
Yeah.
because
But
21 is like room temperature, right? That's like 21 is like I think 21 is like 72 Fahrenheit roughly.
But we've
What's
had
going to
some
be-
really awful summers, and like
Wow.
yeah,
Not
My
gonna get
question
it.
for you,
it's gonna
though-
continue being
I
worse.
have a-
in Canada
I have a
right now.
question for you though, Dirk. Do you think that you are seeing colder winters yet?
No, we're seeing
So-
warmer
so-
winters.
Long term, that's
we
kind of
we used to see snow in the winters.
So long
regularly.
term,
we don't see that
Oh.
anymore.
long term, what's expected to happen if the circulation in the North Atlantic like shuts down in the way that it could if the way that the
yeah.
models predict it will, if the water
Right.
keeps warming, is that winters there in the UK would actually get colder because you wouldn't have that as much warm air getting brought up from the equatorial regions.
As it turns out, that would probably like.
But your
send us
summers would be
back
worse.
towards what we're used to be kind of
Well, no,
seeing
so-
in terms of the housing and the winters. But yeah,
Yes,
what you
but
say
long-
about the summers would be like still okay. We need AC in houses
Exactly.
that are built out of like actual fucking stone and mortar.
It
right?
basically
Like,
it would
we're,
be
we're
it-
not building houses out of like wood board framing and plasterboard.
Yeah,
We
climate-wise,
build them out of sounds
Yeah.
of rock, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
last year in my area, it was about 46 C in my area, about 116 degrees,
It's like 120, 130.
116 Fahrenheit, about
Gross.
46 Celsius. I'm
we don't
afraid,
reach-
in my area,
what?
in the next 5 years or so, it might get up to about 48 C at some point. If it keeps
I
up.
mean-
That's
Yeah,
that's
no.
not good.
just
Desert.
to close out what I was
Yeah.
later,
See,
man.
Ben,
Just to close out what I was saying, yeah, like long term, what you'll see there is colder winter, hotter summer, and it's going to put you guys actually in a similar like climate state to like what like Midwestern U.S. is, like more of a continental style climate.
Yeah, it's gonna be fucked.
It's not
because-
fun to think about because if anybody is at the highest risk of being deleted by a storm, it's me.
yeah.
Nah.
I'm
I
not.
wouldn't
I'm,
say
you
that.
need to move.
Florida maybe, but
yeah.
I mean, I will.
I would say
long
Florida
term, we
is
will
a
have
state,
to.
but you're because Florida is like super low elevation across the whole state, but like New Orleans is actually lower. So
Yeah,
and
we actually
coastal.
had the discussion, and it stresses me out because it's not fun during the whole destruction of your area. So
No, it's not.
You gotta move to the mountains.
Long term, as a society, what we're really going to have to reckon with is like areas that like New Orleans, New Orleans is not alone in this regard, where it's literally built like at negative sea level, right next to a body of water, or is barely above sea level. Like those areas are just. We're gonna have to make some serious looking in the mirror and make some decisions as a
get up
society.
and move.
Don't
Like,
don't
and
You
it's
gotta
it's
move to
sad. It
Colorado.
hurts.
Colorado will
Even
be
if
like the
you-
last place in the U.S. to go under the water.
even if you build the sort
See,
of
Ben.
like flood defenses to kind of address some of that rise in sea level and kind of delay this, right?
Ooh, I see a red line on a
what we're
Venice
talking
Try,
about
it
is
doesn't work.
Did he
Venice
Frank
is-
what we're talking about is like the next 70 years worth of planning, and we need to start building for that like yesterday, and it hasn't happened yet. So
In a lot of
That-
ways,
yeah,
Venice, Italy is almost a case study in this because
Venice
they've been
is
fighting.
almost fucked.
They've been fighting this problem
Venice is almost
for
underwater.
centuries now, and they're finally at the point now where they've got their barriers, but those are designed to protect against storm surge. They don't help with sea level rise.
Right.
That
Just
Venice is
go
basically
under the-
underwater
yeah.
at this point.
Yeah, it is exactly like it. Yeah,
It's
and it's
just
sad.
They should have made extending stilts.
In the 1600s.
Yes, this is a complete lack of foresight, Dirk. Like this is don't
Yeah, it's
push
like go back 300 years and tell those French,
Yeah,
like, hey,
yeah.
don't sit in that spot.
How could they not have known that carbon dioxide, a molecule they didn't even know existed,
You know what the
would have
best
been
part
the
about
downfall
what
of
you
their
said
civilization
there,
in that
Delano,
city?
was?
Yeah.
Right.
Go back 300 years and tell the French that was what they did wrong.
Which is funny, was because that's what also the Native Americans told them not to
Yeah.
go there
No,
because
no,
it
no,
was
no,
fun.
no.
Yeah,
No,
also
the
go back and tell the friends,
funniest
like, you know
part-
what you
the
did
funniest
wrong?
part about that
Napoleon.
was-
That's what you did wrong.
The funniest part about that is that when Venice was having issues with this originally, and you want to go back and tell them to do what the French did, Venice wasn't even part of Italy. Never mind.
No, I was saying like with
listening to the
Well,
French.
New Orleans.
She was talking about New
Well,
Orleans.
They were their
Yeah,
own
I mean,
city-state back then, right?
Yeah, but like Venice in the 1600s was its own city-state.
Yeah.
It wasn't even a country.
No, I was saying like with
Well,
New
yeah,
Orleans,
those
like
islands are
the French
hella
just wandered
defensible.
over there and they're like, "Hey, we're gonna pick this spot," and the Native Americans were like, "Hey, you know this floods a lot, right?" And they were like, "La la la, we don't hear you." And
It's a port city. We need it.
yeah.
Hey, there's a
also,
there's a
wait,
good
wait,
bay for ships. That
I've
will
been
do
wrong this
enough,
whole time.
right?
I thought Venice was Italian.
That was the British way for a long
I thought
time.
Venice was an Italian city, not a French city.
Yeah, I think
It's
we
a
just-
Venetian city.
Well, no,
Yeah.
I mean it's in
Technically.
current terms, isn't it part of France now, right?
What?
No.
No.
What?
No.
Oh, it's
It's
Italian.
in Italy.
Oh, then I'm
It's-
right.
yeah.
Okay, never. I don't know why you.
It's
On the
north-
No, I was
opposite
just
side of
referring
I
to
thought
Italy.
you said it was
French
French. I thought you said it was
New
French. I'm like, oh shit. I
Because
thought
I was referring to New Orleans, and I think he got me.
Yeah, we
Oh, I might have missed it,
we
yeah.
got wires crossed.
I mixed
We
it.
got
Okay,
wires
I thought you guys were saying it was French. I'm like, I thought it was Italian. I could have sworn it
But
was
yeah,
Italian.
But
Venice got pulled into Italy.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
you know,
eventually.
all the parts of Italy were originally
It was
like
all
these
papal
different
states and
little
all
mini
kinds-
countries, and then
Yeah.
they got all assimilated.
Yeah.
Until
the
until Napoleon
unification
went
of
in,
the
like
kingdoms
all of
Italy.
you are France now, and then eventually Napoleon went
it-
away.
it-
and
it turns out that we were all fighting about unification of countries about half a millennium before the rest of you even became a country.
yeah, well,
I mean,
So
to
you're
be
all
fair-
going through the growing pains that we've
Yeah.
done already.
yeah. It's like I mean, like if you look at the length of the United States, it's not even 300 years yet, right? Yeah,
Nah,
Yeah.
you're right.
yeah. It's like 250-ish, roughly, give or take. I don't know how to do the math.
Drayden, we are 2 years shy.
1776. 2026 will be
We're-
250 years.
Yep,
If you
that's
go back
exactly what I was going to say. We're
the-
2 years out from America's 250.
Yeah. So, and then what is it? I don't know what time. I know it was 1776, but like I don't know what time.
There's
of
there
year.
there's
Right.
the federal government is already planning like some big shenanigans
Yeah.
and like
It-
fun stuff for
Yeah,
the
the
250th.
next president's going to get to preside over the
here's
250.
alright.
really
I
fun
wanna
kind of
know-
contrast.
Are the
for
Brits going to
that point,
send us
just real
another
quick.
bell? You guys gave us a centennial bell, a bicentennial bell. Are we going to get
It's
a?
so weird
like,
that Britain's
a
giving us.
bicentennial bell?
Tricentennial?
It's so weird that
Oh,
Britain. It's so weird that Britain
we
gives us.
Whatever you call
Centennial.
250th.
Possibly, yeah.
What is it like, sesquicentennial?
Like, it's weird that
I
Britain
don't
gives
remember
us
what the
gifts.
term is.
Britain's like, oh hey, happy anniversary of you going to war and seceding away from our control. Here's a gift
That's
for you.
150.
It's like
The U.S.
I know it's like
British
it's an old
relations-
wound. It's not like something that Britain now
It's-
does.
Oh,
I
it's
can't
not
believe
even-
these colonials, but
Well, so
Semi-quincentennial.
there's
it is a weird thing to give us
Ah.
gifts over.
Semi-quincentennial.
We
I'm-
almost certainly will not give you one for 250. For tricentennial, we probably would.
Yeah, like I said,
I-
it's,
You get it-
I mean, after doing it for the centennial and bicentennial, I feel like
Yeah.
you guys are committed at this point.
it
Can you
is
go get
just-
us some tea?
it is. Yeah, give us that tea. It is just weird though that
We won't give
that
you
give us
tea. We won't
gifts
trust
from
you with the
that you
tea.
give us gifts from seceding through violent means.
Well,
it's a
You
little weird.
guys, you guys give us gifts as well. Like
We
it's,
do. I understand. Like, I mean, like, honestly, like, Britain is
I want to
probably
elaborate
our,
on that.
aside from maybe Canada, I think Britain is our closest ally. So, I mean, there is that thing, but it is like funny that you go back 250 years and we were at war with each other. You know, like we were fighting you to violently secede
And
from
then we
your
wanted
control.
to move out, and he was being all mad about it. But now we're all chill.
And then
were
also,
we
again, in
really
18
at war, or were we just having a civil dispute?
No, it was a war. You sent
I
armies
mean, I'm
over.
pretty sure people shot at each other and died.
Y'all got mad at
you
guys got
over.
mad at us because we wouldn't stand in nice orderly lines and fight in
no.
the proper way.
Well, no, there were actual battles where we did that, but
I
no.
don't want to get this too political, but somebody just said
it's old politics. It doesn't matter.
What made it an actual war was people shooting at each other.
We shot at each other. I guarantee you that. Like, we did shoot at each other.
Israel shot at like the Brits, the UK, Canada, Poland, and Australia in just like
no. We shot at each other
I
a
don't
lot.
want to get
There
this
were
too political, but Israel is doing more
real quick
damage things than everybody else combined.
Well, but hold
real
on.
quick.
Go ahead,
I
go ahead.
went and bought some fancy beads today. Not gonna tell y'all what
yeah.
a bunch of these are, but since we do have a
What do you got to show?
since we do have an Englishman attending Eve Nola, so I figured I'd give him.
Is that mystical? Mystical?
Oh.
And also, I just asked: is mystical? Is mystical in the attendance thing? Is that mystical might?
Yeah.
Oh, I've never met him.
Don't tell him. I don't know. He might find out.
I've never
anyway,
met him,
I
but
got
I
those
wanted to meet
specifically
him.
for him because it's funny.
He seems fun. Okay,
So,
I'm
I
excited.
have-
I'm
I
excited
have this
that
whole
Mystical's
bag full of stuff, and y'all will find out.
I can't wait.
Misty's going to Nola. He's not going to be
I
available
can't-
for
yeah,
Angry Games. Good to know.
I saw mystical in the chat. I'm like, is that mystical
Sorry,
might
we're
spelled for
stealing
Y?
him away. I guess I'm. But he
Real
stole
quick,
himself
just-
away.
there was something I was trying to get in and say, like on the British U.S. like relations thing.
Here we go.
It's interesting to me, like just looking at it like objectively and from a historical perspective, how it went from where it started. You know, a really messy, bloody conflict.
There was
to
a second
now,
one, the War of 1812.
Well, yes, and the War of
You
1812.
guys
But just
burned
all
our
of
our Capitol building down.
technically it was Canadian troops, which while Canada was a dominion of Great Britain, so you can split
Yeah,
hairs
so that
over
was
it a
still
little
British,
bit,
yeah,
but
they were
but
This
yeah,
is what the Empire is for.
but going from that
Now it's
off of
the
that,
Commonwealth.
and then there was also like
Not in
some-
1812 it wasn't. That
No,
was
no,
the
now.
Empire.
I'm saying now. Sorry, go ahead, Sky. My bad.
there was big like hairy diplomatic issues between the U.S. and Britain during the Civil War, because the North was basically like, all you other motherfuckers out there in the world, stay the fuck away. This is our internal problem. And the South was like, please come help. Do trade. We have lots of goods to sell.
But the thing is, the U.S. is the last one to get rid of slavery, so all these other countries that had already abolished slavery, like, we don't really want to associate ourselves with the South.
I forget what the diplomatic incident was called, but like there was something where, the U.S. boarded a British naval ship that had, or might have been merchant, I can't remember for sure, that had envoys from the South on it, and the North like grabbed the ship, took the and then took those Southerners like off the ship by force, and like no one got shot or anything in that, but like that caused a huge diplomatic issue between the U.S. and England. But now going to close out my point, going all the way to today, where it's literally referred to as like the special relationship between the U.S. and Britain. Like I would agree that Canada can probably be called a closer ally just by the fact of their. But they're more because of defensive and like for the homeland, whereas our relationship with Great Britain really has more to do with things overseas.
True.
Canada's
Canada's like our neighbor and therefore probably a closer ally. Britain is probably number 2, I would say I don't know
you
if you
say that.
I would say I don't know if
Like-
Australia or France would be like the third place, but probably one of those two.
Australia for sure.
Probably Australia,
Right,
then France, then Germany. I think is like the order that you would
Alright,
go in. I
so
would think.
so
Our
there's
BFFs.
The French are
That-
still a little upset about the whole AUKUS thing.
Yeah,
there's
also
a
that we
level
wouldn't
of
help them in the French
AUKUS.
Revolution because we're like, oh no,
Yeah,
no. Thanks for your help. Thanks for your help in
we-
our revolution, but we don't want to help you in yours because
AUKUS is a big deal, like everywhere.
It's not doing the deal with France and doing the arrangement that for better subs with the US and Britain was the better thing for Australia to do and for regional security. But
There's
I get
also
why the
the-
French are pissed.
There's also the regional strategic tracking element. Like the deal with AUKUS wasn't just for sub. Like
real quick, by
Five
the way,
Eyes.
you get a little bit of the War of 1812 if you go to Eve Nola and go on the boat ride to the Chalmette battlefield.
Oh shit! I get to see
one of the things I
1812.
can't wait for.
Let's burn down the Capitol. Wait,
It's a cool
it's not quite the
cool
Capitol.
story.
Yeah, I'm down. I like history, so I'm excited.
And
for
it
this
was
one.
all this cool stuff that happened, and the war was technically already over. They just didn't know it.
Yeah, sorry, Andrew
Now-
Jackson.
Was this during Andrew Jackson? I thought it was before Andrew Jackson.
Oh, it's like we don't talk about that.
No, Andrew Jackson was the U.S. like general in command at the Battle of New
but
Orleans.
before president, because Jackson was
Yeah.
the what?
So that actually
14th
when he
president, 15th, 20th.
That's why we
think.
named a
When
bunch of
he-
stuff after him.
when he ran for president, part of why like he was able to win was he ran on the success and like his notoriety as winning the Battle of New
I
Orleans
feel like back
and like
then
his
generals
successes
had
during the war.
a solid go, although because like Washington obviously was like the first president, and then got his re-election term, but then he had. It was a thing with Washington because like there was a lot of people that because this is before they had the 2-term limit, so like because it wasn't until FDR in World War II because he went through 3 terms.
4.
Well, 4. Yeah,
He was elected. He was elected 4 times.
Yeah, he was elected to a 4th, and he died like 4 months into his 4th term. But
Yeah, because of polio, I think. Yeah, he fell off his chair, I guess.
No, he had polio and shit. So
Like he already had polio, that's why he was in a wheelchair.
already
But
had
there was something
polio.
else
Agreed.
he died from.
Yeah, he died from something else, but he had polio. That's why he was in a wheelchair, and he like hit it for a long time. But yeah, so he had 4 terms. That's, you're right. It was 4 terms, but then after that, they eventually. It wasn't right after that, but it was sometime after that. They were like, we should make a limit because he was the only president to go more than 2 terms through elections.
I mean, there's
Washington,
like just kind of like
I want to say
Washington was elected once, elected twice, and then Washington was like, I don't want to be.
Later, Dirk.
See you, Dirk.
Yeah. Cheers, guys.
All right, see you, man. Have a good night. Thanks for coming on. Oh, he's
So,
on.
can I say something about FDR real quick?
Well,
Go ahead.
Hold on, real quick. I'm almost done.
talking.
Oh, it's in response to something you already said.
Oh, okay, yeah, go ahead.
It's actually a little bit of a misnomer that he was like hiding being in the wheelchair. It wasn't really hidden. Like the press of the day and those around him were aware, but they didn't make it news. Like they didn't make it a thing. Basically, like if you looked hard back then, like you really could have found it out. But like it wasn't made into an issue.
But they didn't put him in a wheelchair.
But he would wait until everyone cleared out while he was standing on the podium in the Senate, though, huh?
Yeah, it's like they weren't hiding it as we can't let anyone know. They were just trying to hide it from blatant observation, like because this was back in the day where like
But I
presidents
think
have
it's
to be
interesting.
a sign of strength, and having the president, the leader of the country, be not. I'm not
The
being
bigger
derogatory, but I'm
point-
telling you, being back in the day, like being a cripple was seen as like a weakness, and so having someone be in a wheelchair and wheelchair bound back then, probably a lot of people were like, "Oh, that's a
The
weak."
bigger
Probably,
point
it's
that
like
no, I
the
agree.
role of the president doesn't have any requirements of physical strength. It has nothing to do with it. But it's the perception of people back then of like, "Oh, he's wheelchair bound, he's crippled." Oh, I don't know if I want him running the country, because people had those kind of thoughts
Okay,
back
it's
then.
11 o'clock. I'm gonna go real quick. Bye, guys.
Later.
Bye,
Take care,
buddy.
Delano.
So the
Oh, the names
biggest
are all fucked up
point
too.
that I was driving at with that Drayden is compare the press back then to like modern day press.
Oh yeah,
Back
it's
then,
way different.
the press fucking knew. They knew about FDR.
Of course they did, yeah.
They knew during the primaries, the campaign, and throughout the presidency, and never reported it. And that's like just the difference of the times and the climate then versus now. Is kind of what I was like. I don't know. It's one of the things that stands out as a very stark difference to me.
Yeah.
I'll fish the news real fast.
So I guess we're getting closer to being calling it a night, right?
Not just I was just fishing the names. Fishing the names. Well, so yeah, so the I just lost what I was at, but yeah. So so FDR, like, so he was elected to 4 terms. He died like right after the election of his 4th term. But he was because who took over for him? It was
Truman.
Truman, yeah, he was the one that dropped the bombs, right at the end of World War II. I feel like the reason he kept getting elected is because he was the one basically running from the start of World War II, and people didn't want to really change. It's actually been a common theme in the U.S. history. Like, people generally don't want to change leaders in the middle of a war.
Yes, it's a theme.
I don't want, because I don't know for sure, but I don't think there's been a single war that we've been in as a country where we changed presidents mid-war. I don't think it's
presidents that hasn't happened
unless it's like some side war, like some
Hello, Red Line.
I am reporting directly from the field of battle.
Hold on.
We're in the after show. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. Well, Sky, finish your thought, and then Redline will go to you with the battle.
I completely lost it. So.
Okay. Redline, what's up?
I don't even remember what I was saying.
It sounds like the fort repaired is what I heard.
So I have to announce I pinged the Test Alliance, and we went to Amazon and Retributions, and as we were traveling wormhole to wormhole, though, we heard over comms that the fort repaired. So like somehow people forgot to shoot it or something, and it just repaired mid-fight, and everyone was like, "Well, now what do we do now?" So they just stopped fighting, and we killed like a couple things, but not a whole lot. It was fun.
Okay, so I'm not an FC. You are. You've FC'd. I
just FC'd.
Oh, nice. That's probably why you dropped comms.
Yeah, that's why I left. That's what I said. I pinged a test. I went there, formed a fleet, and I went there to fight.
So here's my thought as a line pilot, and you can correct me if I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. My thing would be, okay, so we're fighting over this timer. We're gonna fight. We're gonna shoot the timer, try and keep the thing from repairing. They're going to counter engage with their defense force. We get into a big fight. Dreads are on the field, right? On both sides. We already saw that. So dreads are on the field, both sides. So that would probably cause the timer to stop being paused, because the dreads are like, if we just shoot this structure, we're going to slowly shed numbers from their dreads killing us. And so basically what you gotta do is like,
well, your dreads wouldn't be shooting the structure.
Right. We stop shooting the structure. We shoot
your subcaps would be shooting the structure, but they warped off.
Oh, I thought the subcaps would be engaging other subcaps, but I was like, okay, so dreads are probably like, I thought dreads would be engaging dreads.
Well, so
to try, if you kill their dread fleet, now you have no dread fleet killing you. Okay.
Here's the escalation. So you've got your subcap fleet start out, and then you drop probably a couple Haw dreads, and then that baits a counter drop from your enemy, and then now you've got anti-cap dreads. So there's like maybe a dozen, maybe I don't know how many, if any, Haw dreads on the field. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
because I was like, me being on the offensive side, I guarantee you we didn't see any Haw dreads anywhere. So.
Were you in the fight?
No, but I was helping move dreads. So I was helping move.
Oh,
dreads.
you didn't. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
I was moving dreads to help seed the dread jump point. So I know that they were not Haw dreads.
It escalates from there. So you'd have the subcaps. The subcaps are fighting each other, and then the dreadnoughts are fighting each other. Essentially, it's two different battles happening on the same grid. And then once one side kind of falters, then the subcaps begin to engage more freely with the dreadnoughts that are still left over. But typically, what you're going to find is that these subcaps, at least one fleet of them, because I think I saw at least 2 or 3 fleets out there. One of the fleets is going to try to keep damage on the structure. Usually it's just going to be through like drones or something like that. And in this case, I think what happened is that there was just drones on there and they warped off and then never got warped back. So they never applied damage. And then when they did warp back,
Did
the
they not have a
damage just never got
PDS?
reapplied. I don't know.
Because usually if there's a massive drone swarm, you just PDS it off, right? I would think, but
That would be one way to do
unless
that.
your defense
but,
fleet, unless your defense fleet that wouldn't survive a PDS or take severe damages like on the fort itself, maybe you don't PDS. But like I feel like if a drone swarm is an issue, you tell your defense fleet, like, okay, we're gonna burn off like 20, 30 kilometers and then PDS the drones off. I don't know, but that I don't know. I'm not.
It depends on how the fleet is composed of.
True. But yeah, so I was just wondering, because I know that we drop dreads, they drop dreads. Their dreads were to kill our dreads, and obviously our dreads would not just ignore their dreads killing our dreads. We would shoot their dreads back. So I feel like the dreads were in a battle back and forth, and I feel like the subcaps would
Yeah, the tie-dye didn't help out at all, but I was just there in the peanut gallery, that's all I was.
Yeah, but well, tie-dye doesn't... I feel like tie-dye doesn't and does help at the same time, because tie-dye definitely gives you enough time to like respond to situations on field very quickly, and as far as what real time would be. So
Yeah.
you could like what could take several minutes to do would essentially be like a fraction of a second in game time response.
Agreed, because it took me about 10 minutes to get out of system, because I warped off grid, and trying to get out of system took me 10 minutes in real time, but
yeah, so
anyways,
well, I mean, like, also read like so dreads. I'm assuming. So you're saying the dreads were shooting each other, right? That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
And then subcaps. I mean, I don't know what you did with your fleet, but I'm assuming
we just went to go kill random stuff that we could. We killed, like, when we jumped in system, there was like a tornado fleet that was just off to the like 75 kilometers away.
They brought
so
that
we
last
just
time,
burned
too.
up. We burned up and just killed a few of them, like before they could warp off. And then we warped in while some other people were looting, and we killed them. Like we killed a crane, something like that. I guess I could just look. We killed a Naga, a tornado, a crane, a raptor, and a malediction. That's just on my kill board.
Sick.
But we were delayed because we had to dunk on in it. Like they brought a bunch of freaking marauders and weird nano shit up to test base, so we just had to murder them real fast. That's why we were late getting there.
Yeah, so the last time they did, so the tornadoes were a thing the last timer. Also the last timer they brought, so last time why we got the armor timer like so easily. I was actually like one of the 3 people that died in our fleet last time. So we brought nightmares again. That's what BFL brought this time as well. So we brought the nightmares. We lost 2 Logi Lokis last time, plus a Claymore. The Claymore was weird. I think it was just a dude that was like, I want to bring a Claymore. It's like, that's not normally what we have in this fleet, but all right, if you just want to shield boost that, that's cool. And I died. Neither of us 2 Logi Lokis should have died. One guy died because he accidentally broadcast on his fax alt instead of his actual Loki.
Multi-boxer mistakes.
Yeah, like but he broadcast for reps on the wrong character. So he died, and then I messed up. I broadcast a little late because it was the tornado fleet came in and shot me. So like by the I wasn't zoomed out paying attention, so I didn't see the yellow. But also I don't know if it would have mattered because like the yellow box to red box on a tornado fleet, you're talking about like half a second, so it's not like much of a warning. But I was like, oh, I'm taking damage, and I broadcast her reps. I'm like, I didn't change my hotkey, so I broadcast for armor reps in a shield ship, which I think most Logis like me, if I'm flying a Logi, I keep shield and armor broadcasts on regardless of what fleet we're flying, because it's like, just in case, like what I did is like someone broadcast for the wrong kind of reps, like they're still broadcast for reps. I need to rep them. But I think I only got reps from like half the fleet instead of like the full fleet, and then I died like in the second volley. So like, oh shit, what? Whoops. So I broadcast after I was already in like quarter shield on a shield tank ship, and broadcast for armor reps. So I died. So it was like we only lost 3 things, but the tornadoes, and last time they brought CFIs, cyclone fleet issues, they weren't that effective. We kind of destroyed the fuck out of them last time, but this time it sounds like they brought Rokes, and what else do they have? Redline, Rokes, and TFIs. You said.
Yeah, TFIs. Shit ton of TFIs.
Yeah.
There are also some golems out there, bunch of dreadnoughts.
The golems are weird. Like because I never saw any marauders before, so it's like I don't know if they had TFIs the last time we fought this timer for the armor, but
the first time I got there, I went there in a Kikimora. I don't know if I told you this, but I went there in a Kikimora, and I got smart bombed. And I'm pretty sure
we know you went there in a Kiki,
I'm pretty sure that whole damn fleet got smart bombed. That the whole fleet that I was in.
Oh shit.
But it ended up like it was a huge fight. Like 2,200 people altogether.
I counted a grand total of 2,350.
Almost a trillion ISK lost. Like, happy Friday. Happy Friday. I'm on this BR like 2 or 3 times, which is pretty dope. But I didn't get on any dreads. I'm going to get on them next time for sure.
Oh, shit. We lost. Not only did we lose the timer, we lost the ISK war too. Rough.
Yeah, we lost a lot. I said you, but I'm on that team too. Like, that's the team I'm on.
Although I want to see what my alliance links, because sometimes they'll link it towards like, it's weird because like when it's like combined, like a loss on the other side, they'll combine it. But when it's a separate, like, if fraternity does something dumb, they'll actually separate frat side from our losses. So like, we only lost like 150 billion. Frat lost 300 billion because they were dumb, but this side lost 200 billion. So 150 to 200, we win. It's like, wait, that's like kind of skewed. I don't know about that.
Woo!
Like, frat's on our side, so you got to combine frat with us. If we lost all together, then we lost the fight, right? So
that's some stretching and twisting. You know?
Yeah. I will say, 3/4 of the time they don't do that, or even if they do, even if they separate it, it's like, okay, we lost like 500 million, frat lost like 1 billion, and the other side lost like 5 billion. So we even combined, we still like won the ISK war type of thing. So like they'll separate it out even if we don't win the ISK war, but there are times where it'll be separated out. I'm like, okay, but if you like frat's on our side, you can't just like be like frat doesn't count with our losses because we're the same coalition at this point. So
if
if they do something
stupid, if they do something stupid and you don't do something stupid,
that is true. Like that is usually when I'll see them split it.
People who did something stupid.
Yeah,
right?
I will usually see them split it for it's like, oh well, we lost like 2 billion, they lost 10 billion, but then also frat for some reason jumped in like 4 Vargers and just died immediately, and that we don't want to like add that to our losses, because why the fuck would you just jump Vargers in point blank on, like they've done that before. It's like, oh, they just like warped in a fucking like Tengu or something like that, lights a Sino, and like 4 Vargers jump in like point blank on the enemy fleet. It's like, what the fuck are you guys? What are you guys doing? I'm like, hey, YOLO, but at the same time, what the fuck are you guys doing? And they just all died. It's like, yep, expected.
Listan al-Gaibing.
Yeah, Listan al-Gaib. Muad'Dib. But yeah, I've seen that happen. I'm just like, it's like, I am not a strategic genius. I'm not even a strategic smart man. But at the same time, like, there's times I will see, sometimes like frat or some of these other groups, like they'll do something like, what the okay. I'm like, at first I'm like, okay, well they obviously know something I don't, because that looks like a dumb play. And then all of them die. I'm like, yeah, that just was a dumb play. I don't know why they did that. And then that's why, like, a headliner will be like, yeah, we're not gonna associate ourselves with that, because fuck that. that's their loss, not ours. But there are times where I've seen it.
That's
where
what a lot of people refer to as pussy shit.
Yeah, but at the same time,
Because
it's like,
at the
okay,
end
but
of the
like,
day-
if you don't have
at the
control
end
over
of the
some
day,
other alliance, just like
Who cares?
YOLO feeding in, like, I mean, you don't want to be
Who
like, oh, well, we don't
cares,
do
though?
that, but we don't.
Who
do
cares
that here.
about the battle report, right?
I really don't care either, but it is
It's
fun
just-
to look at it sometimes. It's fun.
You know what I care about? And that
The
was the first.
lottery.
That was
Oh.
the first fleet that I've pinged in a long time.
Oh shit! Am I
Proud
gonna
of
see your
you,
ping?
Redline.
Probably not, because I don't have
Proud
access.
of you.
I
Huh?
don't have access to test.
No, you wouldn't have seen my ping.
Redline, you should give me access to the test server.
No.
Bruh.
You can join. You can join test if you want to.
No,
I mean,
no, I would never do that.
we do more than
You
just
can't
hang
leave
on
no
the
friends
coattails of
behind.
other alliances.
Do you guys fly super expensive shit that I don't fly anyway?
No.
Oh, yep.
I think the most expensive shit that I have in my hangar is Drake Navy issue.
No, we fly super expensive shit, which
DNI,
is
huh?
fun, but I don't fly it because I always end up flying Logi, which is not that expensive. Because
Yeah, so
there's never
yeah,
enough
so you're
Logi.
having fun doing the same thing you'd be
I
doing
do
anyways.
like Logi. I do like Logi.
Good
It's
job.
fun. I like it.
Yeah,
It is fun.
that's what I mean. Is like it doesn't matter
Yeah.
what you're doing it in.
I
Like,
enjoy it.
You'd
I
still
enjoy
be
it.
doing it.
Yeah, it's
Whether
like,
your
I'm a
fleet mates are in expensive ships or not,
I'm
you're
a
still in
cog in
Logi.
the
So
I'm
like,
a cog in the wheel, but I'm fine and have fun being the cog in the wheel because the thing is like
you know what's crazy?
you know what
Is
I
that's
do?
okay.
I help us.
We need you.
I help us undock because
Yes.
90% of every fleet you've ever gone in, what does the FC say? Hey guys, we
Undock,
can't
undock,
we
undock.
can't we can't undock unless we get more Logi. We need more Logi. We need more
No,
Logi.
that's bullshit. That
we
never
don't have enough
happens
Logi.
anymore.
That is-
Yeah, get out of here with that.
Every-
Undock.
No, every alliance I've ever been in, the FC's like, we need more Logi, guys. We need more Logi. We need people to swap to Logi. It happens everywhere. I've been in Imperium. I've been in.
Yep.
I've been in like Solar Fleet groups. I've been in fucking Pan Fam. I've been across the whole map. Everywhere
so
you
like
go,
the fleet that
FC's
I
like,
just did,
the
I
FC's like,
did
we
not
need more
request
Logi.
any
That is
Logi at all.
always the thing. And so I'm like, you know what? If I just fly Logi,
Thank you.
I was
No
like, if I-
Logi, like Redline said.
I was like, if
you
I
went
just-
in.
I'm saying,
I
if
was
I
in
just, if I just
Retributions,
fly
though, so I
Logi,
didn't really
then
need
that's
Logi.
less times that the FC has to be like, guys, we're not undocking this. We get like 4 more Logi. Like that happens all the time. So it's like if I'm like, you know what, I'll just fly Logi. There are times where I'll be, oh,
Yep.
the Logi numbers are super high. Maybe I'll jump in a Redeemer this time. But
You know, sometimes you just don't have time, to wait for all the other Logi or other whatever bull
Yeah,
crap we
so
got going
that-
on, you know.
that's why I
but I
basically
don't
become
know.
a
I think
full-time
that
Logi
the-
pilot because, like, you know what? Everyone loves Logi. They love you for doing it, and also you just help.
I don't
Fuck-
love Logi. I hate Logi pilots.
Fuck you, Redline. I'll never rep you in a
What?
fleet.
You're never gonna
I'm
rep
never
me?
gonna
Why?
rep
You're
you.
never gonna join an alliance that I can join. So
Doesn't matter
What's
because
the
here's
point?
what I do as a Logi. When my fleet is not getting shot at, you know what I do? I look at the other blue fleets on the field and be like, oh, and I look at where the lasers are going or whatever shots are going. I'm like, that guy over there is primary. They're not in my fleet, but I know they're getting shot, and I will lock them up and start repping them. If I look and be like, oh, Redline's getting shot, I'm not repping that man.
okay, all right. It's gonna
So
be
you
like
will
that.
never get
So let me
cross
let me
fleet
tell you
reps
the
from
let me tell you the
sir,
real truth.
ever.
After every goon, no, I can't lie like that. I was gonna tell you a fabrication. But like the thing is though, is that I do value Logi, right? I value Logi as a role.
Logi is solid. Everyone
But
needs
you know
Logi, but
what?
no one wants to
The
fly
thing
Logi
is-
because it's not you don't get kill
Yes, they
meals,
do.
right?
Everyone loves flying Logi.
No,
like,
they
everyone
don't. That's
loves flying
that's
Logi.
an absolute lie. No one likes flying Logi.
Whatever.
Well,
dude.
except
But
I like
listen,
flying.
I want to tell
actually-
you something.
I
I want
like
to tell you
flying
something
Logi
now.
actually, so I lie.
Because I think that in the video game, that having roles, like more roles for ships to perform, would be awesome. Because like
there's tons of rolls.
right, but we don't ever do them. You know,
you got
like
boost,
if you
you
think
got
about
DPS, you got DPS, you have tackle, you have dictors.
It's because
you got,
at scale,
you got
it's
dictors, you got
frequently-
boosters, you got fucking like Webbers. You got,
okay, but listen,
there's
those
tons
are
of
all
rolls
that's
in
the
every
same.
fleet.
That's the same battle, right?
Same
so
battle,
think of
but
it like this:
a half a dozen
so
rolls.
carriers should not exist right?
Hmm.
You
As
lost
they
me. Done.
s-
Done.
wait, wait,
Nope.
hold on. Wait a second.
Lost me. You already
Wait a
lost me.
second.
Nope.
I have to pee so bad. I want to
I
listen to
want
this,
to
but I have to pee
finish.
so bad.
So
You
the
finished. You already
way
lost me though.
the way that I think the carriers should be is that the fighters in the carrier should be piloted by other players.
That would be fun. That should be super carriers though.
Now,
I think.
the way that I see that working is, for instance, you have 20
If you're in your carrier
interceptors,
ship,
right?
you're just sitting there jerking off.
No.
Hmm.
So like there's drones too, right?
Jerky.
There's the drone option, and the drone option makes it work like before. But then there's the better option is that you have people. But hold on, let me go back.
I have to pee. I'll be
Because
back.
Well, while
It's
you're going
okay,
back
this is
at
gonna
it, I
take a
gotta
second
take
to
off, guys.
formulate
I'll
this
take
thought.
care, guys.
Okay.
Okay, see ya. All right, Skyhawk. So let me see if I can win you back. What I'm trying to do is make it so, like, you know how there's anti-fighters, right? Anti-fighter fighters.
Yeah.
So why isn't there like anti-frigate fleets, anti-frigate frigates? You ever played Homeworld?
No.
Okay, so in Homeworld, you had to strategically pick what kind of ships you brought to the fight because certain ships were way better at shooting other ships than, yada yada, than others. But in Eve, we don't do that a whole lot. Like, we have counterplay, right? But it's not like you had
every
to bring,
ship has a counter in Eve.
you
Like
had to
and
bring,
that's a fundamental premise that I think is a healthy thing about the game.
yeah. But like the battleships couldn't kill the destroyers in Homeworld. Like you had to have destroyers to kill the destroyers.
Mhm.
So like you had to bring this varied composition of ship types. Otherwise your fleet wasn't going to be as strong. So you couldn't just N+1. You had to add numbers, but add them strategically. You know what I mean? God, that was a great explanation. I'm so sad that Drayden missed it.
So I don't disagree with your premise. I think the way though that like Eve allows for so much N+1 that you can like at a high level, a lot of like it just to me looks like they basically reach for the biggest hammer and they just swing that. And like it's about just whoever's got the bigger hammer is the one that wins. At the smaller scale is when I see more of the nuanced like play of different ship types play out.
Some of these big
That's
fights
at least
have
been my
a big
experience.
difference, though. I mean, this
They
one
can.
sounded like you had you had like Rokes, you had TFIs, you had Nightmares, you had Dreads, you had what sounds like random skulking fleets.
I do. I want Valkyrie for carriers. But not really. I don't really want Valkyrie for carriers.
I don't know how you do Valkyrie
Like,
for
my-
carriers in game.
So let me
I
re-explain the
want
premise
Black
real
Ops.
quick so Drayden can hear.
I want
I'm back.
just the one ship type that I want to advocate for. I want Black Ops carriers added to the game.
That'd be sick. And like bombers come out of it. Like you can
so-
dock.
so- well, so
imagine
my-
you dock in a carrier, right? And then that carrier Black Ops jumps.
Well, you could you could refit off of it like a normal carrier if you needed to. And then my thought is that like because like Black Ops battleships are weaker than Marauders, right? Like I envision it being like in some ways less powerful and like less tanky than a regular carrier even, but you get the extra, shinies like you can fit a cloak without as, the same penalties, and then 2 fighter tubes, and then of course, jump to Black Ops Sinos.
I mean,
I think it could be fun. Black Ops Capitals of some way, I think could be a fun addition.
They added the Lancer Dreads, which are T2 Dreads, so maybe they add a Tech 2 carrier at some point.
I would love it.
Maybe. I'm not saying that. I don't know if it'd be good or not. I mean, Black Ops carriers be a little, man. If you talk about people being afraid of drops nowadays, Black Ops carrier drops would be even more scary. But
like also there's extra risk with that, like if you've got your fighters out, you can't jump back out of system. You got to abandon your fighters before you can jump. do something like that.
I almost agree with Ego Proxy that the fact that faxes should have just been T2 carriers. Like they should have just been like, you know,
How they were.
logistic cruisers, T2 logistic cruisers, just what I mean, it wouldn't really matter the designation. That's the one thing. Like you could almost think of faxes as T2 logistic carriers. They may not technically be designated as that, but like they kind of function as that. So regardless of what the skills are, I mean, they're a different class of carrier that, I mean, like, you had triage carriers before, so they did the same thing, but these ones are like have actual like stronger rep bonuses for triage than the normal triage carriers. So these almost are like T2, you know,
Better than it was.
logic
before.
carriers. So I mean, I would say that Ego, even though faxes aren't technically T2, you could think of them as that. They might as well be. So
I've actually only ever been a capital pilot since the more modern age. Like basically, I call it my summer of carriers because literally all I did was trade fucking carrier skills all that summer. But 2016 when there was the Upwell release, and then for Citadels, and that was also when they changed the carriers.
I had carrier skills even before that, but I never really flew them. The only time I ever flew them was back in the day when like bosses were the thing, and you would attack bosses, and people would have to like jump in carriers to rep them. So I had carriers for my alliance. This is back when I was like a Solar Fleet pet alliance, you know, super back in the day, and we would jump. I would had like level 3 Caldari carrier, and I was like jumping in my Chimera to fucking rep a boss with like level 2 skills. I'm like, yeah, I'm doing my part. I'm a citizen, you know. But
All right, I think it's time for me to wrap
Fun
it up.
times.
yeah,
No games?
you remember SBUs?
No.
Those were the fun.
Red line. I'm running on
Oh.
3 hours of sleep from last night. I worked 11 hours today and 10 hours yesterday. I want to go into my bed. And I actually stayed at the hotel last night, so I haven't been in my own bed for.
Wait, you went to work and then
it.
just slept in the hotel at work?
I had a sneaky link come visit me last night, and I got us a hotel room at my work. At that.
Oh.
The downside
I
of
wondered-
that though was
I
I was
wondered
away
why
from
you
my
were
home.
glowing.
Oh, yeah. I gotta sneak. I love that. That's good.
So,
Anyway,
anyways,
wild times in EVE Online.
Hell
I'm
yeah.
gonna go to bed. Have a good night, guys.
All right, see you. All right. Have a good night. Yeah, I mean it's 9:30 or
About that
later,
time.
or later if you live in uncivilized parts of the U.S.
That's midnight 30 for me.
Midnight 30.
Zero-
Wait, you can't.
zero
Wait, you're
dark
Eastern
30.
time?
Yeah, I'm Eastern time.
Really?
Yeah,
I would have thought that was Central time, but
most people do. It's not.
crazy shit. All right. Yeah, so I will catch you later, man. Also, oh wait, we should probably raid someone. We got 11 people. We should raid someone.
Yeah.
Who we gonna raid? Who's available?
I don't know, but I spammed the link to the cesspool in local and Amazon. That's funny.
There's Unlucky is obviously watching the fight, although I think the fight's over. We got
Fight
Rampaging.
is over, yeah.
Shad Squatch is good. I kind of like to raid people that don't have as many viewers. I like to give some people exposure that might be new streamers, because maybe they're fucking awesome, and so you send some people their way, and they're like, "Oh, this person's good at streaming," and they start watching them from on. So I like to, the people that have like 200 viewers, like they don't need it. I like to send people where maybe it's better. So who do we want? We want to go on. Let's see. Momo.
Take your pick, dude. Anybody.
I'm just looking at the titles. Ratting. I don't want to send people to Ratting stream. Varger giveaway.
Like that's a camera stream.
Yeah, it's just you, Adama Scout. Yeah, I don't want to sit that way.
Raid Kazero 84.
Yeah, English, Asian, Singapore. Yeah. All right. Well, Raid Kazero. There we go.
I don't know what's happening in their fleet and their stream, but it seems like they're in a fleet.
All right, we'll send the raid that way. All right, so raid created. All right, we're off for the night. Got the raid sending in 5 seconds. Thanks everyone for hanging out. We'll catch you next week will be the last show I'm on, and I'll be in New Orleans after that. So, everybody,
no love.
Goodbye. Catch you next week.
And shit.
Fun times.
I mean, it's gonna hold up. Like, it's gonna hold up, and whoever's attacking
Dude,
it,
fun times.
Yeah, I saw the fleet was going up tonight. I knew it like 3 days ago. Like, I won't be there because open comms.
The only strategy we have for that
Yeah.
is
If you see these things, can you just tell me about them?
so they have to keep.
I can let you know as long as you keep it OPSEC.
Yeah, I'm not gonna tell anybody, but like,
I mean,
if I
guess
would
you're
have,
allied
if I
anyway,
would have,
so-
right, yeah, and I don't have anybody that's like telling me this stuff, and I'm gonna try to connect my own dots, but I need, I want to go to stuff like this, and I can't if no one tells me it's happening.
Okay, yeah, I can keep you. I can keep you in the loop. Yeah, like I said, as long as you keep it OPSEC and don't like. And
But I'm like-
if someone
but I'm like,
finds out that you
and-
know, don't tell them that I told you, type of thing. So.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
Okay.
it's
Like I said, like you're tested, you're allied anyway, so it's not like a big deal. But yeah, like because what was it, like two or 3 days ago, I was helping move dreads into one jump away to prep for this fight. So I was helping Headliner move shit around. So I knew this was upcoming, but I also knew that it was gonna be on Friday at showtime. So I'm like, I won't be there, but I will help prep for it. So I do, but also I was like, it's OPSEC, so I can't be like, oh hey, guess what's happening in Amazon? You know, so I didn't want to like broadcast
But
it.
my overall thinking about all this.
Yeah, I mean, I can let you know so you can like, you know, be
We're gonna
prepped
get
to like
our
go and
best
check it
fights
out.
from
So
people coming through the fucking high sec, dude. Like that's it. Like
Yeah,
people
no,
that
it
we
was
discover
cool.
from-
It was cool.
yeah, I'll just
the guy that we
I'll
discovered
DM you
today,
from now on
you
if
know,
I hear something big going
that
on.
was
but-
his scout.
Yeah, and I'm gonna try to get
into
some
our
other.
home.
I'm gonna
It
try
may
to
as well have
connect
been somebody with
as
a
well,
scout
so I
coming
can
in
just
from
be
high
there.
sec. It's the same type of scenario,
But it's
right?
hard.
So it's like that's.
Like I knew this was going because I was there for the armor timer fight.
Play
but-
off of the C3 stack.
Yeah.
With the scenario that I'm talking about.
Oh, I just inhale.
switch
Don't
my healer. we hop off the
inhale
side.
liquids.
I switch my healer as fast as I
Yeah,
can.
I don't
over
think
to
I'll
the
do that.
flycatcher, and I sit on the home side cloaked.
I would much
2000
rather
weight.
not inhale liquids.
And I'll just tell
Yeah,
you
so
guys,
that was the fight I died in,
happens, you know.
which is funny because we shouldn't have lost anybody, but
And that's it, dude. Like
I broadcast a late
guy
broadcast,
leaves,
wrong
like, oh, they're standing
broadcast.
shit down, okay,
Other
it's
dude
broke.
broadcasted the wrong character, and then
Just
Claymore
force
just
Gator
didn't
broke
broadcast at all. So it's like we could have like had a flawless
they're
no
on
loss
1AU.
fight,
He's about to
but 3 of us fucked up and 3 of us
He has a whole
died.
skin. He
So
knows I'm here. He could, you know what I'm saying? Like,
But even
we
still,
could
we,
figure
like,
it out from there.
reinforced the structure
You're
and
gonna
killed
make
like
the
I think
decision
like
jump now, or
14
you
billion, lost like 1.5 billion,
that
so
kind of
it's
thing.
still
And
fine.
like, all right, it's
but-
just a scout. Fuck him. Like, let him sit in our hole. Whatever. You know, it doesn't matter. We'll continue farming.
The headliner found me, gave me SRP.
Exactly.
I was like,
You wanna
I
bring
fucked
something
up.
else
I'm not gonna
through?
SRP this.
Like, we're gonna see it, dude.
And
Something else
headliner's
comes
like,
through the
I sent you a
fucking high
new
sec hole,
Loki.
unless
I'm
that
like,
guy's
wait,
ready
what?
to warp
He's
the
like, yeah, I
whole
sent you a new
team
Logi
to
Loki. You
C3
died. I'm like,
static that he's already scanned down.
I
right?
fucked up and I didn't
He has to
broadcast
really
right, so I was gonna
premeditate this, and
apply for this. He's
every
like,
stream snipe
don't
like
worry
this
about it,
already
man.
once, too.
I got you. I
But
got
we
you
had practice, so we
set.
had to
So
safe warp shit around in the C3 static to keep him alive. Right? Like they had the scout. They had
I don't
both
know what it
portals
is,
scanned
but
down,
for some reason
came
Headliner
to the
really
high sec
likes
really
me. I don't
fast
know
with
why.
all their shit. I didn't even.
Yeah,
see
well, you don't have to tell me like everything. Just
right.
Just if there's gonna be a big fight or something, I want to bring my gang.
Yeah, for sure.
Because we don't get to do stuff like that in this time zone very often, and it would be good to go. 949 billion ISK lost in that fight. Crazy. So
Yeah.
almost a trillion, just a few Zernitras away from a trillion ISK in the fight. And you didn't go.
Yeah.
You could probably y'all use Mumble, right? It's like you can be in Discord and Mumble.
No, but I don't have virtual audio cables. So the way I broadcast the audio to the stream is just like my general computer audio. So if I'm hearing stuff at all through my headphones, it's going to the stream.
So why don't you have virtual audio cables?
I've tried setting it up and I don't know how to do it. It didn't work. I don't know
I can help
how they work, but so I've just never really used them. Also, doesn't it cost money for like virtual audio cables?
$5, yeah.
Per month or just straight?
Once.
Oh, yeah. They had a free version, man. That's why it didn't work very well.
Yeah. It's really easy to set up too.
But yeah, it's like every time I see people like have like, oh, this audio is not working. Oh, they have issues on the stream. I'm just like, I don't have to deal with that because like if I can hear it, everyone can hear it. But that's the downside. Is like if I can hear it, everyone can hear it. So also, I just have like bad attention span, so there's no way I would be able to. Also, my computer's not very strong, so like running the stream video on Twitch on top of trying to run clients in heavy tie-dye, it would probably chunk the stream down to a point where like it would be unwatchable.
Yeah. Probably not.
Until I get a new computer.
You'd be fine.
I was gonna get it, well, because I mean, even on a single client in heavy tie-dye, like like yours when you have heavy tie-dye, it's like the frame rate's solid. It's just everything's in slow motion. Mine is like one client in heavy tie-dye is like 5 FPS and chunks every other program on my computer down because it just can't handle it. I have like a 1080 video card and like
why don't you
a Gen
use
4
the OpenComms
CPU.
wallet to buy a new computer?
It doesn't have enough in it.
Well, like, why don't you make a goal that is what you want to do?
Yeah, but I don't
so
like...
that you can like get back to proper producing a stream and you can have graphics and all sorts of cool stuff.
I was gonna buy a new computer this year, but then I decided to go to New Orleans instead. But next year I'm. So here's my thing. So I was going to get a new computer this year, and then I was like, it'll be fine because I can probably still go to New Orleans because my brother's going to buy the company this year, which would give me a big payout.
Mm-hmm.
But that's happening next year. So next year I should be getting like 175 grand. So
like, think about it though. The community, the OpenComms community, would support you in, getting money for that, to do that. I mean, to buy a computer.
Probably, but as soon as I know you rail at it, but I don't like using the wallet just as my own personal game because it's not
not your own personal, is it? Because you run the stream, and the better your computer runs, the better the stream runs. That's what I mean.
I know, but at the same time, it's like I feel like it's like, because the way I see it is like it's a general group effort thing. Because like I'm not like, yes, I run the stream for OpenComms.
So does anybody ever ask you for money?
What?
Does anybody ever ask you for money?
No.
So it's not a group thing.
Well, but I have given away. So like we sent to LB to FanFest the other year, which was so he got like the whole wallet, which was like $1,600.
Yeah, super cool.
But also the thing is like, so I see this like a whole group thing where I was like, okay, like, because yes, I run the stream, but it's like it's not just me. It's like everyone else makes the show what it is. Because if it was just me, people probably wouldn't tune in. So it's me combined with everyone else doing the show. And so I try to make it like a group. It's like it's not my money; it's OpenComms money. And so if we as a group decide, now I have taken it before. Was a year and a half or 2 years ago. I went to Vegas and I took the whole wallet to go to Vegas on, and that's because everyone else said. Because I was like, oh, I don't have the money to go to Vegas. I'm not going to show up this year. And they're like, well, then take the wallet and go use that to pay for your Vegas trip. I was like, well, if I do that, I could afford it. I just couldn't afford it on my own. And so that was a group decision. Like, yes, use that money to fund your vacation so that you can go. I was like, okay, I'll do it. And then we sent LB, because LB's been on the show for like a decade and has never seen $1 of the donation money ever. because usually we use it at vacations, like as group payment stuff. So I was like, okay, well, LB wants to go to FanFest. And I was like, how about we just like send LB all the money we can so that he can go to FanFest and like have more money to like afford to go have fun with. So that's why we did that the other year. Because like now he gets to like, reap the benefits of his, decade of time on the show. He finally gets to see some benefit of it.
Yeah.
But usually what I like to do is like, when I go to these Eve meetups, like I will afford my own vacation. I don't want people to like, oh, like, hey, donate to the show so you can pay for my fun. I don't want to do that, but what I do like to do is like when we go on these vacations, I either use it. Like, there's been times in the past where like, we'll use it to pay for like shirts and swag and stuff that we buy. Which a few was it 3 or 4 years ago, I bought a whole bunch of shirts for Open Comms, and it was like a lot. It was like I bought like 60 shirts, which was like $1,000. So that was like most of the wallet right there. And then I bought like a couple of days of Cabana and like $150 in drinks. One time I bought a round of drinks at the bar for like 20 people. I'm like, that's Open Comms wallet is drained now. But usually what I like to do is like when we're at meetups, like, okay, hey, there's like me and maybe a few other Open Comms people, but it's like, hey, I'm gonna buy a round of drinks on Open Comms and I'll do that a few times. So it's like, I mean, it doesn't seem like much. It's like, maybe some people get like a drink or two here and there, but it's like that, when it comes to like 10, 20, 30 people getting a drink or here or there, it's like, that's like $1,000 and that's the wallet. That's what we got for the year type of thing. So it's like, it's just more of like hey, we're out on vacation. I got some money in the wallet. So usually when I go to these Eve meets, I just drain the wallet into my account and then just purchase it with my debit card. It's where it's like, hey, this is Open Comms money. I'm going to buy like $300 in drinks. Boom. There we go. That was fun. And now it's over. So that's the money. And that was it. So that's kind of like what we do. So I don't like to like just like drain it into my account. Like this is my money now because it's not just me on the show. It's everyone else putting effort and time and stuff in. So I don't like to like just focus it on myself. I want to make sure that everyone else that's working on the show benefits from the donations.
Is there any portion of the wallet that's mine? Just asking. I'm curious.
That one year you came to that one year you came to Vegas,
I think I know.
Yeah, I know. I was like, that one you came to Vegas, I think I bought you a drink. That is your $15 contribution that you put.
You bought me dinner that night.
Oh yeah, I didn't realize. Yeah, I bought you dinner, so you got like $200.
No, it wasn't $200. I only had a steak. It may have been $100.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like the cheapest steak on the menu was $95.
Yeah, I got the cheapest thing I could. I think.
Oh, that's what I got too. Which was like it was like the.
It was still huge as fuck.
It was good. Yeah, that was a $95 steak after tax and percent for tip. That's probably about $120. But there you go. But so you're coming to New Orleans, you said, right?
No.
Oh no, you said you were.
I
go with Dominark. Go with the Dom.
I was gonna come down with Skyhawk.
Oh, Skyhawk. That's right. Yeah, go with Sky.
I haven't been working, and I haven't been getting paid.
Oh yeah. I mean, you gotta have money to live on. So.
Yeah. So I can't really like justify doing that at all.
Okay, but what about this? So there is some money in the Open Comms wallet, and like I said, you've been coming on the show a lot and putting a lot of effort in. And again, aside from that dinner, you haven't. So how much would you need to be persuaded to go?
It's not necessarily that. Like it's.
Let me look at what's in there because I think it's around like $700 or $800 at this point.
So like, here's the thing, and
I have a king suite. I don't know if I mean, I might be able to swap to 2 queens and let you just crash in my room. Or I don't know if there's a couch or something that if you're willing to sleep on, like if you wanted to like not have to pay for a hotel room and then just, the $600, $700 in there maybe pays for your flight down and back. And then, maybe you have enough to like just cover food and drinks for like a handful of days.
It's not the money, it's the time, right? So
gotcha.
right now, okay, so here's what happened. I had a whole ass mental breakdown, and I have not gone to work for a few weeks, and I'm like trying to be off on disability leave type shit right now. Because I have OCPD, which I don't know if you've ever heard of it or not. It's a form of OCD that is a personality disorder similar to like being bipolar. And
Okay. I know
and
OCD and I
basically-
know bipolar. I don't know OCPD.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. But basically, I'm off work and I started this medicine that is, it's starting to kind of take effect and work its magic. And
You don't want to drink in the middle of that, yeah.
well, I can't drink while I'm taking it.
Right.
But also I want to go back to work. And I feel like I can, and that's going to be like next week. So I won't be off work to be able to go. Unless now, if you bought me a plane ticket for the middle of the night, not the middle of the night, but like for the 18th, coming back home on the 21st, I would be there. But I'm not asking. You're not going to do that. That's not going to happen. Because this is definitely not my show or my wallet.
Hold on.
My real life wallet is plentiful.
I was like, hold on, don't just say that won't happen just yet. 1 sec.
I am saying it won't happen because I'm not going to let you do it.
You're not my dad.
Yes, I won't get on the plane, Drayden.
Oh, I thought you said you won't do that instead of like you said that you won't do this instead of I won't do this.
No, I said I won't let you buy me a plane ticket.
But then why did you say unless you did this that I could go, and then why you gotta bait me in like that?
I'm sorry.
You baited.
I did.
And now
I
you're
did
gonna
bait
reap
you.
now you're gonna reap the
But
the tantalizing offers. Hold on, let me
But I'll get-
find out what the password is to this
no
PayPal account.
No.
Nope.
No.
You wait, sir.
No.
OC
No.
PayPal. That's the.
No. I don't even think I want to go to New Orleans, man.
It's fun, dude. I had such a
think
blast.
what I would
November's gonna
rather
be
do-
there. Delaw's gonna be there.
What
I'm
I
gonna be
would
there.
rather
Dominar's
do,
gonna be
Brady,
there. Malketh will be there.
Can we use the OpenComms wallet to host our own meetup closer to where we live?
Well, I mean, I don't live anywhere near you guys.
Well,
Like a lot of you live in the Midwest. I live in the
Yeah.
Northwest.
so like
long
would
ways away.
you but we could use it to do like a Midwest meetup.
And it just
You
like
know?
it basically the 3/4 of the wall would just be flying me out there probably.
Yeah, for sure. You could use the whole wallet to come.
I mean, like
that'd be
like,
great.
Honestly, like OpenComms hasn't brought in a whole lot lately. That's what I'm saying. Like at the moment, like the last
Why
time
do
we
you
used
think
the
that
money
is?
was to send LB to FanFest, which was like last
Yeah.
April or May. And I think there's like $600 or $700. Normally we bring in about $1,000 to $1,500 a year. There's like 600 in there, I think, right now after a year, 700 maybe. So,
What happened?
there's not a whole. It's just viewership is lower, subscriptions are lower, and the one thing now in the past we'd higher viewerships. Also, we had a lot of straight donations that came in when we were pushing for LB to go to FanFest. So a lot of people just donated a lot of money. That hasn't really been happening, but
Yeah. 'cause
although last week when Manic was going to shave his head, I think we like for him like donate or subscribe and I'll shave my head, and I think we brought in like $200 just last show. So there's that. But
Damn.
so it might actually be around 800 or 900, but I have to find out. Hold on. Oh, I gotta.
But I know that one of the things that I wanted to really do was a meetup in the Midwest, just because I think that there's a lot of Eve gamers here, and we don't have a lot of stuff in our area.
I know they've talked about Eve Chicago, and it's never happened. And I think that would be kind of cool.
Yeah, that was me. I was talking about Eve Chicago.
Yeah, I know Rain's
But
mentioned
nobody-
that a lot too.
Nobody wanted to go to Chicago because of all the gun violence.
That's people afraid of gun violence would not be going to New Orleans.
Right?
Period.
Yeah. No, I'm afraid of gun violence as well. So Lamau.
It's literally like I was looking at this thing of like, oh, here's the neighborhoods to avoid, and I'm like, oh, so like here's Bourbon Street and here's Frenchman Street. It's like, oh, so where we were at in Frenchman Street, if we went like 5 blocks north, we would be in like the murder capital area of North. Like, don't go here, you'll get fucking shot if you go in this neighborhood. And it's like, oh, that's 5 blocks north of where we're just hanging out. So it's like,
yeah,
like it's close down there. Like Bourbon Street and Frenchman Street, like this like protected tourist area, but you don't want to venture like 4 or 5 blocks to any side, or you're in bad neighborhoods like ghettos, like with gang shit everywhere. So I'm looking now. There's 775 books in the Open Comps wall right now.
Nice.
But yeah, I'm like, I would like a Midwest meetup. I've never been to the Midwest. I've flown over it several times, but I've never been there.
So the states in question are Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri,
I've
Illinois,
been to Minnesota,
Wisconsin, Indiana, Michigan, and Ohio. Those are the states that are considered the Midwest.
Iowa too, though, right? Nebraska.
Iowa too, yeah. Iowa,
Illinois.
Too. So, like, if you look at a map of the Midwest, Chicago is right in the middle. Like,
it's like
I'll give you a map in the show notes. It's right. Chicago's right in the middle.
I'm just going to Google Maps.
Well, don't Google Maps it, because I got colors. It's pretty colors.
Oh, I was like, I kind of know where the Midwest of the U.S. is. It's like Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, Illinois, Missouri. I don't know if you consider Arkansas Midwest. That's almost more south, but it's like
Arkansas.
So
South.
Illinois, Indiana.
Anything south of the Ohio River is south, and
Michigan's
then
Midwest
anything west. Yeah, Michigan's Midwest.
Okay. So like Kentucky, Tennessee, like even the western parts of those don't count?
Nope, they're still south because they're south of the Ohio River.
Okay, and that's like the southern border of Indiana is like Ohio River.
Yeah, the northern border of Kentucky all the way to the western border of Tennessee.
Until
that's
the Mississippi.
Yeah, until it gets to the Mississippi, which is I believe
and then like
the big
basically Missouri and north. Does Kansas count as Midwest?
Nope, that's Plains. The Great Plains region.
But then what about Nebraska? Because that's almost the same thing. But I think
Great Plains.
Oh, so it's basically Minnesota, Iowa, East. It's like you don't even count the Dakotas then.
No, the Dakotas are Great Plains too. I mean, they're more mountainous.
I just thought everything Midwest was like east of the Rockies that wasn't Colorado, Wyoming, Montana.
Nah, because there's a couple different. Like you could consider the Midwest. I mean, I guess some people
because it's Central Time Zone there, so I just thought everything Central Time Zone was Midwest. 3 of the states here are Eastern Time Zone. That's true, which is weird to me. I thought Eastern Time Zone was like East Coast.
But like Kansas City would be cool, or St. Louis could be cool. Milwaukee.
I'd be fine with Chicago because I feel like Chicago is just like any big city. Like, okay, sure, there's like a bunch of crime in Chicago, but it's not like it's everywhere. It's just like New York. Like, there's some dangerous places in New York too. You wouldn't want to. Same with LA. Like, any big city has bad neighborhoods you don't want to be in, but there's definitely like safer places to be.
I mean, the thing is that so there's a gaming lounge in Skokie, Illinois, called the Ignite Gaming Lounge.
Skokie, where's that? Is that by Chicago?
I'm sure it is, yeah.
Skokie. How do you even spell it?
Skokie.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's like a suburb of Chicago. Okay.
Yeah, that's like north of Chicago. Sure. Yeah. But anyways, there's a gaming lounge. If you take a look at it, they've got Rock Band in there. They've got consoles. They've got arcades. They've got everything, right? And
it's like the Gamer Bar in Toronto.
And you can host your own event, right? Yeah. Like you can book your own event. And we could rent out this whole place and what? We'd be safe in here.
Yeah,
Like, we wouldn't be out on the city, and this would just be us in this room.
But that's
and
also
then
because
go
like
get a hotel.
I am an explorer to my own detriment. When it comes to being in new places I've never been to before, I'm like, I want to go check this place out, and that's
Yeah.
it is my downfall
And of course,
because it's gotten me in trouble like not half a dozen, but like
well, what
a
I
lot
mean
of
is
times,
that
enough times that it's been an issue. Because I got
What I'm-
mugged in Minneapolis, like literally, like
what I mean though,
got the
Jay,
shit
hold
beat
up.
out of me and kicked into the curb
So
and
so Jay,
stolen my
you know
wallet.
how with the meetups everyone likes to come, a few days early or whatever.
Yeah.
We can plan that kind of stuff too, like those exploring events together, so that people don't get mugged, right?
Yeah.
But what we would do is we would host. I'm gonna plan this. I'm gonna plan this whole meetup, okay? And we'll figure it out. I'll run it by you. If you want to do it, we can do it. If not, fuck it. It's whatever.
Well,
But
and like I would
one
be willing
night,
to, as long as other people on the show are okay, because that's the other thing is like I like to be as transparent with the other main host of the show as I can with the money, to where
Yeah.
it's like, hey, like every time we're gonna, I mean,
Dude.
aside from like, okay, we're gonna spend.
dude, can you imagine any of them being mad about you spending money
I don't
to
think-
host a meetup?
I don't think. Well, I don't think the wallet would be enough to like host the meetup for. But I'm like, it would be enough for to send me to go, and that's what I'm saying. It's
Oh,
not like
yeah, no
it's
one's gonna
paying
care
for
about
the
that
meetup.
either.
It's basically paying for my personal travel to go. And then so my thing is like I like to mention things like that so other people are like, well, why are you taking the wallet instead of
Yeah.
like the rest of us getting it? Because like,
But, like-
I do get it where it's like so my one
Oh,
thing,
jeez, dude.
my one thing,
Okay, listen,
not to be
listen,
selfish, but my one thing is like I'm
No,
here
listen.
every week, whereas like a lot of other people take weeks. LB's here also like almost every week. Like he's rarely gone unless it's like for some military thing that he has to be gone for.
Yeah.
But aside from me and LB, like tons of people just take like, oh, I won't be there tonight. Like people take weeks off all the time. Where it's like I am here like 51 weeks a year usually.
Yeah.
Whereas other people are here like 30 to 40 maybe. So, and they're off and on. So it's like there's usually like plenty of people here each week, but it's like I'm here every week. Whereas other people are here like 90% of the time, but I'm here like 100% of the time pretty much. So, so my thing is like, it's like there are times where it's like, okay, I do put more time into it. So maybe I take some money, but at the same time, it's like I don't want to, because it's not just me. So it's like I like to make sure that other people know, like, hey, this is where the wallet's at, and I was thinking about using the money for this. Are people
Yeah.
okay with that? And generally, I've never had an issue where people are like, oh, well, I don't like that. I've never had anyone say that. So it's like, and usually it's me going like, oh, well, I'm not going here, and be like, take the open comms money and go. So it's usually other people pushing it on me to like take the money, and I'm like, okay, well, I mean, if you say so. But I try to
But
not
dude,
just be like, hey,
Can you?
everybody,
can
can
you
I
look
take
at
the money?
this?
Like, I don't usually ask for that. So,
Can you look at this place though, and see how dope it is? Like,
where'd you link it?
If I linked it in show notes, it's this Ignite Gaming. Like, that's such a good idea to book a gaming lounge.
Like for games?
Yes. So like it's a gaming lounge, but it's got arcades and PCs, and like you get if you
Oh, can you play League of Legends?
probably yeah.
Probably. It's
But-
probably like an internet cafe plus arcade / everything, but
Yeah, so, like, you
Band.
get-
Oh, that's I've seen bars like that where it's like they use Rock Band as their form of karaoke.
Yeah. That is also true.
Yeah, I mean,
But like this is just an idea of one single place, right?
yeah, this could be like one night, and then we do other shit in Chicago another night type of thing. So, like I said, I would be down. Like I would love to go to. I know that there's been Midwest meetups, like they've done Iowa things. I think there's been
Yeah, but what do they do down there?
They go to a bar and hang out and have fun, which is like any other meetup basically. Especially if it's like a one night meetup. That's the one thing. Is like it. Would this be like a whole weekend thing, or just a hey, we're gonna hang out here for the evening? Because that does matter on how many people show up. Because if it's gonna be like hey, this is a whole weekend event, like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, then you got people coming from all over the country to come to it. Whereas like we're just gonna hang out on a Saturday evening. You only get the locals and some maybe diehards that are like flying from across the country just because they want to see people.
Yeah.
But like
Well, what it would
generally,
be
if
is
it's
so like
a one night thing, you get like
it'd be
half
come
a
in,
dozen people.
it'd be come in on Thursday, do whatever, and then Friday,
Saturday, Sunday.
Friday would be going out to bars or whatever and having that kind of fun.
Yeah.
Saturday would
This
be
event.
would be like, breakfast, lunch, kind of exploring the Chicago area, the tourists areas, and then Saturday night would be
this thing,
the event at the game lounge,
and then I say even Sunday. A lot of times,
and then
not
Sunday would be
full day, but like
breakfast and
Sunday,
people
like like
leaving.
a breakfast midday thing would be So I mean, so that'd be a full event thing. So that would be worth.
I'm gonna start.
I would
putting
love to
it all
go one of
together
those.
right now.
I honestly would love to go one of those, and I would be in. Now next year I'm going to FanFest, so I don't think I have the money. Even if I took the Open Comps Wallet, I don't think I have the money to go next year because, asterisks on that. If my brother buys the company for my dad next year, then I will have like $175,000. Well, after taxes, probably 120, 130. And I will probably be using a bunch of that to buy a house. But I will be keeping a significant portion, an amount that I would, be able to go to FanFest and spend, not like fucking Elon Musk, but I mean, I'd be like not going there like budgeting. I would be going there like I'm gonna fucking just do what I want. But I would also have some money to do that next year. But if that doesn't happen next year, which it's supposed to happen January 1st next year is the plan. So if that happens, I would do this. So that's my caveat is, does that purchase happen next year? If it does, although my brother is like it's like 90% in the works, like that is his plan, unless something super crazy gets thrown in the wrenches, it should happen. So I mean, if you want to do this for next year, what time frame are you thinking? Because FanFest is May-ish, I think, right?
I don't know.
I think it's supposed to be around May, give or take. So if it was later in the year, I don't know if I could take
August.
Okay, yeah, I don't know if I could take like vacations like back to back, like 3 weeks apart. But if it was July, August, I'd be down. I would put a 90% surety on this. And I think it'd be fun because this bar looks cool as shit, or the gaming lounge, and then, but yeah, I would like to walk around and explore. I have this really bad habit. Every time I go to a new city that I've never been to, I was like, I want to just walk around, especially when it's downtown. For some reason, like, because I mean, I live near Spokane, which is it's a big city. It's not like a New York or LA metropolis, but it's like 600,000 people. It's large. But it's like I've been to Spokane. I've been all over. It's like I like when I get to like new big cities. I like just like walk around and explore and just kind of like take in the sights, take in the culture, take in everything. And sometimes that ends up coming with the crime and unfortunate shit that comes with it, which I am quite naive on because I don't live by big cities where people are like, oh well, you don't fucking deal with that shit. I'm like, but they looked so honest to me. So
yeah. That's fine. We can accommodate that because basically what it's going to be is, so that whole Saturday is going to be like hanging out at all the touristy parts of Chicago.
Sweet.
Because there's like museums and all that kind of shit, and we'll have lanyards and like big name tags and stuff so that people will know if there's other Eve players abound, unless there's only like 7 of us or something. If there's only a few of us,
I
we'll
bet
just
if you're
go
doing a
together.
full weekend event and you give a big enough, not only enough time pre-notice and also like a plan, like a rough plan of like, hey, we're gonna do this and this and that. You have some like kind of event stuff planned. I bet you get more than half a dozen. I bet you get enough people coming in from, especially since Chicago is so central.
Yeah,
it's not like like me. for me to go like a New York or like a Miami meetup, that's so fucking far away. Like that's a hard thing for me to do.
Yeah.
But for
No,
me,
I'll
like,
do.
from
I got
me to
it.
Las Vegas or
I'm
me to
in.
Denver,
I'm
or
in. I'm in. I'm in.
yeah,
I'm
like,
in. I'm playing it.
me to Chicago. Chicago is a long ways away, but it's so central in the U.S. that I bet you get East Coast and West Coast people go. So
Yeah. I'm gonna make the ID cards right now because it's gonna be fun to do.
yeah, so like I said, like, I would totally be in, and I would love to plan to do this. I can't give a guarantee just yet, but I would make the damnedest of
okay, man.
efforts to go.
It's all right, dude.
Like I mean, like as long as it's not gonna like put me in the poorhouse, I would go to this. So, and that being said, I would probably even just like rack up some credit card debt just to go. So I would probably just
Right.
like I would probably just be like, you know what, I'll pay for this through the teeth earlier, but you know what, I got, because I mean, like I have some credit card debt. I think I have like about $6 or $7 grand in credit card debt right now, but I have like another like 10 grand limit that I would probably be like, I can afford a higher credit card payment. Like it, I wouldn't want to, but I could afford it. So like if I had to put another like 3 grand on the credit cards, I could do it to go to this.
Yeah.
So like
Well, and that's what I'm. That's
I
what I'm
would
saying. I
probably
think,
just go regardless, even if it wasn't smart to go.
I mean, it'll be a blast. I'm sure.
It would
if we
be
get a
fun as
bunch of
fun.
people.
I've never had a bad time at an Eve meetup ever. So and that's including the ones where I've been like robbed and mugged.
Yeah.
Like I literally got not just like I got pickpocketed in New Orleans last year, which sucked. Got my phone and my debit card stolen, but I still had a blast. Luckily, because fraud prevention stopped them from stealing money off my debit card somehow. I don't know how. It's like I was spent because I set my debit card to travel for New Orleans, so it shouldn't have been stopping any charges. But for some reason, it didn't stop me buying stuff at like ABC stores or anything like that. But for some reason, it did stop them from buying something at Walgreens.
Yeah.
So I don't know how. Maybe it's AI watching through the cameras and be like, "That's not him." Like I don't know. You know what? Hey, thank you AI if that's what happened. But somehow, and then they stole my phone and somehow got through my passkey. But weren't able to take anything off of it before I got a new phone and changed passwords. So like it worked out. It just cost me, $1,000 for a new phone that I'm still making payments on. But that being said, that happened. Minneapolis was the worst though. I went to it was far from Pukin. Multiplex Gaming. He was at Bastion. It was a Bastion Corp. We did like a Minneapolis meetup, and I went there January. They decided the best time to have a meetup in Minneapolis was January, for some reason. It was cold as fuck, icy. But I stayed at the what was the big hotel downtown Minneapolis? The Marquette. The Marquette Hotel is like, I think it's like the biggest hotel tower in Minneapolis. Straight middle of downtown, and I got upgraded. I was a little sad because I was like, I ordered like a business suite, which is a little bit bigger. But when I got to the hotel, there was apparently a mix-up, and they rented out my room for me. And I was like, well, I need a room. Like, well, we can get you like a queen room. I'm like, no. I paid extra for a business suite. And so I kind of like didn't like, I wasn't like yelling, but I made a little bit of a stink. And so they just like for free upgraded me to a presidential suite of the top penthouses. I'm like, which was like normally like $500 a night, which I got for like the normal $180 a night. So, and this, like, that was a big suite. It was like that hotel suite was bigger than my apartment. Super nice. And I laughed because there was a bunch of like rich people up there, like always in business suits, and here I am in like fucking jeans and a t-shirt in the hotel in the fucking elevator with them, and they're just like, "Who the fuck is this riffraff coming up to the penthouses?" I'm like, "Oh, it's your boy Drayden." But that was fun. But then we were all drinking. Everyone else went back home because like most of them lived in Minneapolis, and I was like, well, it's like 1 a.m. I'm not done. It's Saturday night, 1 a.m. I'm ready to party. So I was like, I'm just gonna go out and just find a bar and just hang out and like bullshit with people in the bar. So I start walking down streets and I find a bar. Apparently there's a gay bar, which I didn't care about, but I was just like hanging out and like chatting with people like, oh yeah, like I'm just like hanging out and bullshitting. And there are people like, oh, well, we're going to this other thing over here. I'm like, yeah, I'll follow you guys. So I went over to like some other thing, and then all of them went home. But I didn't know where the fuck I was or where they took me, which was like off the beaten path. So then I like left this bar and just started wandering around without looking at Google Maps for some dumb reason, and wandered into like some bad neighborhoods of Minneapolis, apparently.
That's never a good idea.
It's never a good idea. And that's when some
the unthinkable happened.
Couple of dudes walked up and they're like, hey, what are you doing, man? I was like, just naive, like small town guy, like, oh, hey, hello, random strangers. You must be nice. Let me talk to you. And started like chatting with them, and they're like, "Oh yeah, let's
look how distracted I am."
Yeah, and they like started leading me down further into like bad areas, and then eventually just like, I was like, they were talking about like weed came up, and like, oh, I'd be totally down to buy some weed. You guys got some weed, or someone to get some weed? And I was like, yeah, I got some cash. That was a dumb thing to say. Once I basically said that, yeah, I got some cash, instantly get like pushed, and it is like January, so I instantly get pushed down to the snowbank, kicked in the ribs, and punched in the face, and then they like dig into my pockets, grab my wallet out, take the cash, and throw the wallet back at me. So they didn't take my cards, luckily. They basically took the cash out of my wallet and threw my wallet back at me and ran off. I'm like, holy fuck, I just got mugged.
Yeah, for real.
I've never been mugged in my life, but I just literally got fucking mugged for like $50. Jesus. So yeah, after that, I was like, I should probably just not just trust random strangers in cities. That's
right. Well, and the thing is like we would,
like,
you would not be, you would not be going alone anywhere.
Right, yeah.
You would be with people. Like, we're not gonna let you go on your own in Chicago.
Yeah, but I've done that before where like everyone goes to bed, and like that's what happened, how I lost my phone in New Orleans last year.
No, we're not gonna let you.
Well,
You're not gonna be without us.
You didn't. That's the thing, is like no one knew, because like we were all hanging out together as a group, and then 2 a.m. hit, and we're all like, okay, let's all go back to the hotel. We'll meet each other back tomorrow morning for breakfast, and like everyone went to bed, and then me and Manic were like we had our rooms were like right next to each other, and I'm like, Manic's like, all right, have a good night, man. I'm like, see ya, and I'm about to go into my room, like, I'm not tired. I kind of want to go back out and drink and party some more. So everyone, thinking everyone else has gone to bed, I like did a 180. I literally was like, had my key card out to open my hotel room. I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to bed. I'm going to go back out to Bourbon Street and walk around and drink some more and hang out for the rest of the night at like 3 a.m. That's my brain making stupid decisions, because I'm just like, I am having fun and I don't want to go to bed. I want to continue to having fun, even though everyone else that is my safety net has gone to bed and left. I am going to go put myself back out into stupid situations. That is like what I do all the time when I go into cities. I've done it now I've only had bad happenstances in Minneapolis and New Orleans so far. New Orleans was not, cost me money, but didn't. Minneapolis got me like, beat up basically, but I've done it before, and I have a bad habit. It's just like, I want to keep hanging out and having, like, I'm having fun. I'm not tired. Everyone else is going to bed. I want to keep going out and doing more fun stuff in the middle of the fucking night. That I have this bad habit of just like, time for me to explore. I don't know if you saw in the, what was it? The Corner of Shame channel, where I posted that like types of drunk people, like, I love everyone, I hate everyone. And then there's it's time for a journey in the woods.
Yes.
I start off as number 1, like, I love everyone, it's so fun, and then I turn into number 4 by the end of the night. And when I get drunk and am having fun, I want to just go off and start walking and explore wherever I'm at. That is just an inherent thing that is hard for me to suppress.
Yeah.
So that is like my downfall. And it like sometimes it's really cool because I get to encounter like there's been some fun shit like that, especially out here. There's a by the lake out here, Coeur d'Alene Lake. There's a hill called Tubbs Hill. It's like this random like middle of nowhere hill in the middle of Coeur d'Alene, but it's like this. It's like a 4 square mile wilderness hill by the lake that you can just hike around. I've gone out there in the middle of the night. I'm like, I'm gonna go hang out here, and me and a buddy were like, I was like 19. We were drunk, walking around the thing, and then we get halfway around the hill, middle of the fucking like we start taking like an off-beaten like game trail, like deer trail, and go up halfway up the hill, and we find like a fucking random middle of nowhere kegger happening up in the hill. Bunch of college kids. And they just let us in, and we all just start drinking and partying and stuff. Like, holy fuck! This is like middle, like we were both 19, and we're just like partying at this like kegger on the hill, and having a blast. I was like, dude, never would have found this if we didn't just like decide to like take a hike at Tubbs Hill at 2 a.m. for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
So like that, and like I've done it in Cabo, which this is before I wouldn't do it now with all the cartel shit because I'd probably get like kidnapped and murdered or something like that. But
yeah, that'd be bad.
This was back before that. Like, I was down in Cabo where it's like just kind of like walking around, like found some really cool shit. But it's like I just have this bad habit of like you find some cool stuff if you go exploring, but you can also find a lot of trouble by exploring. So,
right?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I need to like curb myself on that kind of shit. But I have a hard time doing it.
Curb your enthusiasm.
Yeah, it's like oh, I have this optimistic view of like this sounds really fun, and it's hard to like listen to the warning voice in your head when you're that drunk because you're like, oh, this sounds fun. It's like, yeah, but it's probably not safe. It's like, yeah, but it sounds fun. So fuck you, safety. I'm gonna go do this fun thing, and then half the time I get in a bad situation because of that. But anyway, that being said, though, if we did a Chicago thing,
We're going to.
Yeah,
We'll do it.
I'll be
next
down.
year.
You know what? Hey, if I get in trouble, I get in trouble. It's a risk I willingly take every time I go on a vacation, and it's obviously no one else's responsibility or fault if I do get in trouble because it's like, hey, you know what? You don't control me, so you can't blame yourself for the dumb shit I do. But also, I try to like not get shot,
Of course. So, well, there's no events scheduled in August of 2025 that I can see. So we'll be one of them.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to start and obviously,
August 15th through the 17th.
Yeah.
2025.
Sounds fun.
Done. Eve Midwest.
Obviously, in once you start getting stuff put
August.
together, obviously come on the show and broadcast it, and we'll pimp it out. So
August 15th through 17th. Chicago, Illinois. All right, I'm in the planning phase.
Yeah, same.
Same for what? What?
Oh, I thought you were saying you were taking off.
Oh, I am taking off too.
Okay, yeah,
I said I was in the planning phase. So see ya.
Yeah. All right. See you, man. Good night.
Hello, Lurch.
What's up?
Oh, got some Legend of Dragoon happening over on Bryce's side. I'm doing some Warframing. What are you up to?
Just hanging out. Wait, Legend of Dragoon like on PlayStation?
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, do they have a PC port for that?
They have a PlayStation 5 port for it.
Oh shit. Because I played that back. I never was able to finish it because that was back when you had the 4 different discs. I don't know. Was it PS1?
Yep.
Yeah. No, I think we had we had a PS2, but it played PS1 games. Is what it was. Yeah. But our disc 3 was so scratched up that you got to a certain point, like 3/4 of the way through the game, and it just like errored out. sucked, so I never finished that game. Yeah, I remember like Volcano is it was like
this connection is so shoddy.
Dart and
oh no,
they all had like Dart was the red guy, Dude with the spear was the green guy.
Correct.
Yeah, like I can't remember her name, but chick was
Rose.
Like blue. Was it Rose?
Rose.
There was someone else.
Yeah,
that was a fun game though. I don't normally play JRPG games like that, or just RPG games like that in general. Like Final Fantasy, I don't know if I actually have never finished a Final Fantasy game.
I know, like 4 left to beat.
Final Fantasy 8 was the farthest I've ever gotten through, and I think I got like halfway through that game. It was like when you swap to like the Galbadia soldiers, and I was just like, wait, the hell is this? Why am I not Squall anymore? And was not a fan.
I absolutely love the Final Fantasy games, like the older ones. The newer ones are kind of they're good, but they're not Final Fantasy the way I'm used to it.
Yeah, I've only played 8. That's it. I haven't played any of those.
hello, Brendan.
Good evening.
Yo.
Good evening. How was Popper?
It was good. It's fun.
Nice.
Did you win?
I went 2-1, but one of those was a bye. So I basically went 1-1. A very weird game 1 against Brian, where I just like didn't draw any threats for the first like 6 turns of the game.
Oof.